back at me. Stranger in the hall, frozen by the scene. Portraits seem to fade. He lost his centerpiece. Can't recall his face. I hope he'll rest in peace. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Unleash the chaos, hear the crowd. Alexi draft, we getting loud. Fearless mode, we stake our claim. In the arena, we play the game. Drafting champions, we believe. Building strategies, we weave. Every move a calculated dare. In the rift, we fight with flair. Legends rise with every shout. No room for fear, we throw it out. In fearless mode, we find our might. Battling till the dead of night. Turrets falling, towers break. Grit and glory fuels our faith. In this arena, hearts collide. Victory's on the other side. Millions march and dragons fly. Underneath the shining sky. Through the nexus we will charge. Conquer all with spirits large. Legends rise with every shout. No room for fear, we throw it out. In fearless mode, we find our might. Battling till the dead of night.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the long-awaited finals here for Draft League here at the League of Extraordinary Champions. Once again, I'm Badger. I'm so excited to be here. It's been a long road for these teams. They've earned their spot here. It's going to be a great game. Once again, I'm excited to be the play-by-play. Also, I'm joined by not a completely new face, but someone we haven't seen in a long time. Star is going to be our color caster. Star, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. It's been a while again since I've been here. I think last time I cast it was back in September, and now I'm back. Happy to be back. And the first cast back is the finals game, which I didn't realize until today. So I'm actually really looking forward to seeing these teams. I know a lot of familiar names, and when I was looking at the draft sheet, and like again, I think we're going to 5 games, 100%.
5 games, we'll be here a while, but that's okay. It's going to be banger games all the time, regardless, right? Honestly, talking also about the matchup, that great intro video from our production team, shout out to them. But still, the matchup we have from the winner's side is going to be Weird Al Yakolvich Esports. We might be calling them way just to make it so it's a little bit easier on us, but the Weird Owls, they have gotten their way here. It is led by Yakovich up in the top lane, Ziggy in the jungle, Zelda Guy in the mid lane, Archivoice in that 80 carry position, and finally, to round it out, we have Dira in the support tab. But over on the other side, right, we got the top laner, Super Saiyan. We got Jungle Cherry, the captain of the 10KBs. Mid lane is going to be held down by Mui. 80 carry is none other than the resident yapper himself, Resilient. And finally, in that support, to round out this team is going to be KOJ. So these are all a ton of familiar faces around the LXC. There's a lot of pride on the line. I know both teams really don't want to lose this finals. There's a lot of bragging rights. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, right now I think we're just waiting for the 1v1 to happen, so they choose side select. I think that's where they're going right now, actually. So we got a few minutes before we figure out who's gonna take this 1v1 and who chooses what side. What side would you want in these 1v1s? I personally like red side.
If we're talking 1v1s, I think it depends on if it is on ARAM or Summoner's Rift. Maybe it technically is a double blind, so it realistically, I don't think the side matters too much. But
I meant like if to win the 1v1, what side would
to
you
win
start with? Yeah.
To win the 1v1,
Yeah.
So just looking at how these teams have played out, I would probably want. The thing is, I actually think if I am 10KBs, I am more likely to want blue side, but if I'm more to want red side. So the reason for that is I think when looking at these teams, looking at their strong suits, right? We're looking at 10KBs. We've talked about it a lot. The mid jungle duo is really kind of what like sets this team apart, right? Mui and Cherry's ability. I think a lot of the time right now there are a lot of really strong first pick jungles, first pick mid laners in the meta, as opposed to maybe some of the other roles like top support, which I think honestly favors Weird Al's team a little bit more, right? I think
Yeah.
if you're Weird Al, you're thinking, hey, I want to give counter pick to Yakko. I want to make it so he can honestly put in a clinic against Super Saiyan, right? Because he is a lot of the time the carry, the strong side player for that roster. Also giving Dira the opportunity to get that counter pick, right? Maybe see if he can get a bard that sneaks through draft, find the angles that he needs to kind of like go impact the rest of the map. I think it's a weird balance of each team kind of, I think, wants different sides here.
Yeah, I totally. All right, so it looks like Yakovich and Mui are going into the 1v1 right now, so we can figure out what side select is. But looking forward to see who comes out on top. But with what you were saying in terms of what sides they want, I think that is 100% correct. You want your higher ranked players to have those more like diversity, and you want to give them those counter picks so the team can truly shine. And I think that will work well for them. So we'll
Yeah.
see what happens.
Absolutely. I mean, we all kind of talked about some of those picks that are going to be setting up. Also, I don't know. So we said potentially we might not be able to cast that 1v1. I don't know if that's something maybe we got some time to wait out, right? Seeing if it's in his movie versus Yakko. We could potentially be looking to switch over to that 1v1. I will say I'm not as familiar with casting a 1v1, right? It seems like there's always a little bit of constant action. But it's still, regardless, it's fun, right? It's the final 1v1 of the season here, of season 1 of this draft league. So I'd be okay with it. I'd be okay with it. I mean, I could honestly talk about draft theory all day, but if the people want to see the draft or the 1v1, who am
Maybe
I
we
to
try
say no?
giving them the 1v1, yeah.
Exactly. So we will have to see. I think they're trying to get those lobbies set up. Let me see even if I can find access to it, because if we
Yeah.
were to, we'd have to be like directly in the lobby, because if we were in spectator, it would be 3 minute delay and then they'd basically be done with it by the end of it. So it's like a weird situation where we might be just like letting our producers like basically sit in fountain watching this 1v1 happen. We had to do that for like the ARAM 1v1, so that could potentially be the case that they go for here. But anywho, while we're waiting on that to get started, I know we kind of talked about the team dynamics, but one thing that a lot of people are wanting to hear is kind of what are the champ dynamics at this point, right? Like what champs have kind of like risen up, what champions have fallen down, especially we are on a new patch. This is the first time we're playing on 15.2 for the members, I guess both teams. 15-2, so some champions that are notable that have gotten touched. Victor, he's still strong, but he's not as strong as he used to be, right? He got a lot of touch to his Q and a lot of touches to his R. Cassio's no longer that big threat, but I mean, Star, what are some champions that are kind of jumping out to you, right? Champs we're going to see first pick, champs that are going to be contested between these two. What's the meta? What's the meta right now?
So, meta right now, I don't know if I could talk too much meta because I've been busy with school, so I don't really know what the meta is. But I forgot Mel was banned, so obviously we won't be seeing that right now.
Mm-mm.
But in terms of things, I really want to see if Yako gets his Ornn because I want to see the Ornn one trick do Ornn things. I think that'd be a really cool matchup. Um, yeah, it looks like we're also gonna have the 1v1 streamed for you guys, so stay tuned. We'll have that live for you in just a moment. But back to the champions, yeah, so I think Ornn from, Yiko's team would be really cool to see, and then, I don't really know actually, like, what I'd be looking for. It looks like a lot of people play Senna here, so I don't know if we'll be getting a Senna game, because I don't think Senna's really strong right now, but in terms of, yeah, I just wanna see Ornn, to be honest.
Yeah. I unfortunately I doubt that Ornn finds its way through. I think it has been banned
Unfortunate.
in every game except for one where he played it and he kind of carried at the end of the day. So it's like I think there is the chance that if it goes to 5 games, on that 5th game of Fearless, you do lose all bans. There are no more bans in the
Oh,
rest
this
of the
is
series.
Fearless?
It is Fearless. So
Oh, I did not
we
know that,
are
okay.
we are gonna have to see. I think if it goes to 5 games, will definitely see it. It depends on if they're gonna go for a clean 3 sweep either team. But it's kind of up to like I'm thinking a lot of times also when looking at some of these I guess higher up leagues that have been starting, right? The LTA, the LEC, LCK, LPL. You're looking at champions that are kind of like risen up in the meta, right? Skarner is not been nerfed. He's still super, super broken,
Really
right?
strong, yeah.
There is the opportunity to sometimes take him top and support, but usually he just hangs out as that first pick jungle. Wukong is also still a champion that hasn't gotten nerfed too hard. I know that Cherry has usually going to be first picking that champ if it is up. I also know that Ziggy is a big fan of it as well. Other strong junglers, I kind of think a lot of it is right now it's a first pick jungle meta. There are some ADs that kind of fit that bill. Misfortune, Corki, Jinx, Varus as well are kind of in that like same boat. But right now, I think it's first pick jungle meta, and so if I am the side of 10K, I'm wanting those Wukongs, those Skarners. But looking at it now, I think we are finally getting hopped into this draft, right? We have Weird Al Yakovich, the king himself, right, is going to be the representative for Way Esports, while Mui is taking on that position for the side of 10KBs. They're getting loaded in here, looking at some of these summoner spells that they've set themselves up with. I think it's going to be a bit of a battle. I don't want to spoil too much yet, as we're still waiting to kind of like load back in there, get that set up. But I mean, yeah, I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, it's a very I don't want to say the champions yet until it's loaded up onto the stream, but this is gonna be a really interesting matchup. I think one particular champ here has the early game, or I guess pre-level 6 down, but if the other person is level 6, I think it's gonna be very balanced, so we'll see what happens here.
My only issue is I don't know. Okay, I think we are finally getting loaded in. I don't actually know if one of these champions is gonna hit level 6 before this ends up happening. So we are also, the way we're having to stream it is we're streaming it just from the POV of, so we don't want to have to use spectator link. So it is up to Soul, our lovely producers, to kind of have to
Thank you,
manually
Soul.
lead the charge here, right? But we see that is LeBlanc versus Malphite. So this is kind of the matchup that I would say is definitely favored, right? It is double blind in these 1v1s. So I think that Mui has the advantage here. Oh, but he does miss the W, so he's not able to get that electrocute proc. You know what? Yako comes out on top. He's down a little bit of mana, but I mean, not too bad, right? Like, he's asserting himself, right? He's making sure he can get vision set up for the jungler that's going to be ganking him. You know, the level 2 is really strong in these 1v1s, but I mean, I think it could go either way, to be honest.
So I'm assuming it's basic 1v1 rules. First to what? 1 tower, 100 CS, or first blood. Alright, so I don't think it's gonna go. I think it's just gonna be the first blood, but yeah, this is like, again, like so Malphite's just gonna be spam queuing. I don't know if he'll have the mana for that, but I guess we'll find out. I think LeBlanc is a very versatile champ if she can land her abilities, and including that she's ranged with electrocute. This might be a hard matchup for Malphite.
I mean, yeah, this can be a really hard matchup. I will say, like, if there is not the unspoken rule, but a lot of times some people choose just to not back in these 1v1s, right? They're kind of saying, oh, also, just to make sure for our producer that they aren't in XP range. I know that is potentially just like, make sure. I know that's a silly question, but I know that that XP range did get a little bit longer. Make sure that we're wanting to keep it fair, keep it even, Steven, right? As we do see that it looks like that Mui was the first to hit level 2 here, so didn't impact it maybe too much. We'll have to see.
He didn't get any
Perfect.
XP.
Word. But still, hey, not a bad call, right? Making sure that we're in the right spot. But yeah, just
Stays
looking at how
fair.
this matchup is supposed to go, right? Malphite really needs to hit level 6 if he's going to have a kill threat onto LeBlanc. But if LeBlanc has hands, which I know that Mui has some pretty sizable mitts, I think that it is it's a little tough because, yeah, like, look, it's just you're getting traded on. Mui can always be the person who's leading these aggressive plays, right? And I think if this was the Malphite that was playing into an AD champ, it's good. But oh
Well,
my goodness gracious, I
there's the
think that's
first
gonna
blood.
be first blood.
Alright, well, that's what I was kind of expecting. Early game LeBlanc against early game Malphite. I think it's just a really hard matchup. I think he was kind of hoping for the level 6. I was hoping for it too, but I think it's just LeBlanc is too versatile. And again, in these blind 1v1 matchups, you don't know what you're up against. So there was a really good chance that, like, Malphite would have been good there, but it's just unlucky that it was a LeBlanc that can just, like, poke you out and then you die.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I mean, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles at the end of the day, though. So it's not the end of the world. I will say, though, I did get lucky, maybe, and predict that the side of 10K, they did want to go blue side here. So I think it ends up kind of not being a win-win, but like kind of both teams are in a decent spot. They're both where they want to be, right? With, I think, Wei taking over the red side while 10K has blue. Once again, I'm expecting probably Wukong to be the pick. Most of the time, Cherry has her Belveth and Gwen usually permabanned against her, as well as usually that last spot is for sometimes usually like a strong AD or maybe a strong champion in the mid lane. So I think that it a lot of times forces out a lot of jungle bans, and there are a lot of more broken jungle bans than what usually Cherry is getting banned out of. So I think it's going to be close. Also, one thing, Star, I'd love to hear what you're maybe thinking about. How I know you said you know these players a little bit. What are you thinking about these lane matchups? Where are we expecting to see some action happen? What is going to be like the win conditions for both these teams?
All right, so obviously, in draft league, everyone's ranked overall is balanced, but when it comes just to the lanes itself, the matchups are very different. And the most interesting one that peeked out to me was the jungle matchup with Cherry and who was the other jungler? Sorry, I'm really bad
It's
with
a
names.
Ziggy.
Ziggy, right? Ziggy is it seems like he's like an average gold plat player and Cherry is a diamond player. So and me playing jungle a lot, jungle you can probably agree with me here is probably one of the most impactful roles, including early game. They're the ones that control the objectives. They control who's getting ganked and when they're getting ganked, and like they're pretty much. So I'm really interested to see in terms of these rank diversity. I'm really interested to see like, because I've been hearing Ziggy has been performing really, really well compared to like these higher ranked junglers, and I really want to see like I'm cheering for like the low ranked players, but again, I'm really excited to see because I know Cherry and Mui have that dynamic mid and jungle, and now that they have blue side, they'll probably have like the first pick of the jungle, like you were saying earlier with that meta. So we'll be seeing them two play together really well. But
Mhm.
again, um in terms of bot lane, Arca, Dira versus sorry, Resilient and who's their support? Sorry,
KOJ.
KOJ, right? KOJ. Um, uh, not to. I was speaking to some people earlier about it, and apparently they're weak sided a lot. So in terms of just Arca, I'm assuming will get weak sided this game, just in terms of the rank difference between him and Yako and the Zelda guy in the mid lane. I think Arca is going to be put on a just a scaling jungler, and then they're gonna have mid and top and play around them.
Mhm. I agree. I will say, I think the top lane matchup is very favored towards Wei, right? We've talked about Yako is probably the highest ranked player in the league. He so that is a matchup I'm expecting, right? I'm expecting them to give him counter pick. I would say the most volatile, the matchup we're expecting to kind of be like what's going to turn the tides of these is going to be mid lane, right? It's going to be Zelda versus Mui, right? Who's going to be able to edge up? Who's going to be able to find their keys to victory? Kind of have to be gonna have to go back and forth here. We're gonna have to see.
I was waiting on this draft link.
Just jumping over her. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry.
You're all good. I thought you were talking, but
Oh no,
still,
I was just saying we're
right.
waiting. I was
Regardless,
just
I
saying
was
we're
just
waiting
making
on the
sure.
draft
I
link.
had to jump around, make sure these teams could find their way. Right. It's really hard. You've heard about herding cats, right? It's really hard to herd League of Legends players to get a game started on time. So we will have to see. As it looks like they're finally sending us those spectator links for Fearless, which is pretty awesome. I was making sure I didn't miss those, but I mean, yeah, this is one of the parts. This is game one. We're kind of gonna have to see what the tempo is going to be of how these people are going to go about their drafting. Right? Are they going to use their really strong picks early? Are they going to save them for later in the series? It's a lot of it is this game one. It sets the tone. It sets kind of the precedent. Right? I think it's called like what is it called in tennis where it's like you basically start off if you break serve. Right? If you break that instance of like, hey, I'm going to like get the win here. I get side select for the rest of the series. If it goes back and forth, it's really strong for these players.
Yeah, so going into this draft, what do you think is going to be first rotation banned for both these teams in terms of? Oh yeah, and the draft is live. So what do you think is going to be banned here?
I'm expecting 10K to be banning Ornn, Bard, and most likely Hui. I think that the Bard and the Ornn are the ones that are the most likely to be kind of like set in stone, right? I think that those are usually being banned against Weird Al. On the other side, though, I'm expecting Belveth, Gwen for sure. I'm also probably looking to maybe see if it's going to be maybe a strong side, maybe just a strong side, I guess, Mbessa.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking that was a champ. I know that Mui has played it a lot. Also, I think Super Slane has put time on it. It's a really, really versatile champ. I also think Cherry's played it. So just getting rid of these really strong flexes is not a bad start.
Yeah, and back to what you're saying with the possible jungle first pick meta. So maybe we'll see either like a Wukong ban or the Scunner ban, as you're saying earlier. They are really strong junglers right now, and to deny that from Cherry, I think that'd be a really good play for Wei here.
Mm-hmm. as we do see Hui is taken away, countered by the Gwen immediately. So I'm expecting this to be Ornn. Maybe they have a pocket pick that they want to use. It also will if they give up Ornn, they immediately just take it away for the rest of the series, right? If they think that this is going to go long, it's not an awful thing to just let it go, let them use their strong champs early. I still am against it. I think that it's probably going to be that ban. But regardless, as it is Olaf, actually, maybe he's going to get locked in. So they are going to be leaving up the Ornn. So it's not too bad, right? I think they are baiting out the Ornn. They potentially have some counters into it. There are some stuff that on paper beats it, but still, I think giving a Masters
So the
player his
question
one trick
is, yeah.
is really crazy. I know like counters are a thing, but if you're good enough on a one trick, counters are realistically don't become as big of a threat.
Yeah, you can they become easily manageable, and if Yako is like a one trick Orin, like you were saying earlier, I'm sure he won't care whatever like 10k try throwing at them.
Oh, they do
Oh,
take it.
they
Actually,
took
yeah,
the Orin.
actually, honestly, I didn't even consider that, right? They just immediately take it
Oh,
away. But we talked about how good he was playing as Ornn. I bet you he knows how to play into Ornn as well, right?
knows all the
So he
weaknesses.
knows
Yeah,
all the weaknesses, he knows all the strengths of the champion. So I think this is really scary. Like, look, it's just gonna be
it's
Insta Fiora
Fiora.
locked in. That is one of like a famously bad matchup for Ornn. I just don't think this was the right call. Maybe it's too early to say those things, but I just think giving up like saying that you're just going to take away his really strong champion, giving the Masters player counter pick. I don't know why you do that. Like, I think it's just ban it away. I know maybe they're just like, hey, we want to get rid of it. I don't think they're sacking a game. Like, that sounds dumb to say, but like,
Yeah, but like that honestly could be a play where they're just sacking the game. Hey, it's fearless. Let's get rid of Ornn game one. So the following games, we don't have to worry about banning Ornn. So we'll have that additional ban going into the next few games, and they don't have to worry about Ornn being picked. So I
mhm.
think it's a strategy. Definitely not a popular one. And here we go. We got the Wukong pick from Cherry. So we're gonna be seeing that Wukong as how you were saying earlier, really strong right now. And I've been having a lot of fun on Wukong too. It looks like we're getting an MF pick
Oh
as
my
well.
goodness. I will say, even though the Ornn pick came out early, the Wukong misfortune on 2-3 feels so criminal, right? I think these are two of the strongest champions in the game at the moment. One thing that kind of dissuades people from picking misfortune is Wukong does a good job of shutting her down, making it so she can't easily get her ultis off. But I mean, when you have a Wukong on your team, you can't be playing into the Wukong. But on the counter side, that Braum, that does a good job of stopping misfortune, right? He's able to put up that shield, block a good amount of the bullet time. So it's a decent answer here. I do think, regardless, Wukong Misfortune is super strong at the moment. So Brahm's going to be having to do a lot of heavy lifting. Actually, he's playing into Ornn too. I'm kind of surprised they didn't just take away the Braum now that I think about it. Braum gets so much value. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Anyways, we're going into rotation two bans. We're getting the Rel ban. I think that's a really good pick because obviously 10k has a really good dive team right now with MF, Wukong, and Ornn. All they got really good combos. So I think they're just trying to ban any other supports that can engage and engage that 10k are bringing right now.
hmm I agree. I also think so that there might be an angle here for 10k. I'm trying to think if KOJ plays it. But looking at it, if you want a way to potentially counter this Braum, right? Braum early, he does good in the vacuum, but you have a lot of options in the support tab to kind of get it right. They're banning out Rel. I think they could be banned. I'm trying to think what else would be potential bans. Maybe Senna. But it ends up being Orianna. Mui's Orianna. It's pairs really well with the Wukong, paired with the Misfortune super well. I think it's solid, right?
Yeah,
I
definitely.
think Senna has a lot of opportunity to kind of just bully this Braum in lane, right? Get a lot of continuous like souls, just so you eventually become that late game threat. Just able to do a lot of healing, doing a lot of damage. She becomes super versatile. But over on the other side, 10k, they're banning out the kind of annoying champions for the Wukong, right? The 80 bruisers, Xin Zhao and Nocturne. Ziggy has been kind of known as that 80 bruiser player. But we'll have to see what he ends up kind of locking in, what the play is. But I'm expecting it to be jungle here. I think you could go with an AP source. It ends up being the exact
Viego.
opposite as Viego. I think that is one of his most played champs, so not too bad of an option. Ooh.
I think Viego's a nice pick. If they ever do get that pick on a champ. Aurora though is a I really like Aurora here. Like their 10k is like just a death ball comp right now. Like you do not want to team fight into this comp right now because they're
hmm
really strong. So we'll see like what their counter pick for the mid lane here is.
Is
Oh,
there
there's the
hover?
Senna.
Wow.
just
I
like you
kind of was
said.
mentioning it. I didn't think it would actually be the thing that was locked in. Shout out to the guy. He knows who he's talking about. But I mean, they end up going with Senna here, right? Trying to farm procs off of this Braum, trying to give a little bit more healing to the Misfortune. I think it's interesting, right? I think it does good in a vacuum. You have enough engaged with the Ornn, with the Wukong, with your Aurora. So just giving yourself a little bit more support, a little bit more of kind of that like game reassurance. As we see, Vel'Koz is going to be the lock, trying to shut down this Aurora with some range. It's a bit of a weird comp here for Weird Al. I think that Fiora gets a ton of value, but I'm just looking at the rest of the map and I'm thinking it's kind of the Fiora and Braum show, right? It's like
Yeah.
are these carries, because I don't know how well Viego and Vel'Koz synergize with one another. Jinx is just gonna Jinx at the end of the day. Like she doesn't have an enchanter to really buff her up, but it's like I just think the synergy from the side of 10k Bs is really strong. um, I don't know. I think that just looking at how these matchups go, it's going to be really, really up to Yakko to kind of like lock this in, see if he can get this early game advantage on the Ornn. But you got to also be careful because, like, what happens if Cherry just ends up camping top, right? Putting this Fiora in the dirt. It's tough, I think.
Yeah. In terms of win con, a Fed Fiora is definitely the way to go, including late game. If you think about it, when Fiora's side laning, there's not gonna be many like people that can 1v1 her because she's literally a duelist champ. So when that late game comes and she's either laning against the Ornn or the Aurora, Fiora's just gonna be a side lane demon and put so much pressure on the side of the map that like eventually I'm assuming 10k is gonna have to either like find a pick on Fiora before they start anything, or when they do start these fights, with Fiora not there, Fiora is just gonna take the whole side of the map. So they
Mm-hmm.
need to like be really careful in that. And again, what you're saying is if they do camp the Fiora and make sure Yak doesn't get ahead, I think that's a really good play for them. But also they want to make sure that they're getting their carries ahead as well. So they need to make sure that they're getting their, I guess the Wukong, the MF, Aurora, like anywhere but top Fed, because a Fed Ornn is great and all, but he's not going to be the carry. He's not going to be the damage dealer in these fights. So I'm really curious to see what Cherry and how she paths this game.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, I think right now we're waiting on the players to lock in their champions, right? We're going to be waiting on that spectator delay. I don't know about you, Star, but we've been yapping a good amount, especially with just that long, extended 1v1, and it ended up making it pretty quick for us. But I think while we're waiting on that spectator delay, we're going to go and take a short break, and we'll be right back when game one starts.
I never see the lights out. They get me overdrive. Fancy on a fast car. This is how you make me feel. Don't stress me now. I got the overdose. I'm feeling it in my bones. And if you say that I'm lying to you, these habits are killing me. I wish I could fall asleep. The problem is you. Oh, I got the overdose.
Welcome back, everybody, to the start of Game 1 here between Weird Al Yakovich Esports versus 10KBs. 10KBs are going to be the ones on the red side. Well, actually, I completely just lied to you. 10KBs are going to be on the blue side. While we see that Wei is going to be taking over that red side. Star, looking at this game, looking at how it's setting up, are you seeing any weird summoner spell choices? Any weird rune choices here? Just anything that's maybe going to be what these teams need to kind of get over the finish line. What's it going to be?
In terms of sums and runes, it seems all pretty normal. I am noticing I'm not a support player, so I don't know if that's what you go on Senna with grass. Is that what you go on Senna with grass?
I think potentially if you're playing into Braum, right, you have kind of
Like
have
the
that
first
lane
act.
advantage, right? You're playing
Yeah.
Misfortune and you're playing Senna, so you can get away with getting some early grass procs here. I'm just thinking what else you might potentially want to go. I think that's not awful, right? Because a lot of times you think about it, you can go fleet on Senna, but oh, this is not maybe what you want to be seeing. Is we're seeing an aggressive trading here, forcing out KOJ's flash immediately. And that's an early lead here for Wei, and that's definitely where Dira and Arco want to be in the start with this lane.
Yeah, that's a really good start for Arca and Dira here. And just looking at where the jungle are starting, it looks like they're starting on across sides of the map. Cherry actually pathing up towards the Fiora, maybe trying to shut down the Fiora early, or just trying to 3 camp, which doesn't look like they're gonna 3 camp bot because they're going to Krugs, but Viego Ziggy is pathing down towards more or less their carries. Actually, I would have probably wanted Ziggy to start maybe bot side, clear up for the Fiora, because I think that's who you want to get ahead in these matchups, because you want to have that side lead demon, because when it comes to late game, I don't think that they're going to have that much pressure in the
Yeah.
fight. But we'll
I mean,
see.
I honestly kind of agree with you, right? I think Ziggy pathing down here, just with how this bot lane has been playing out, usually you would be expecting that the Misfortune Senna would be pushing into the Jinx Braum, but just with that early level advantage, it actually kind of puts Ziggy in a weird spot, right? Where he's kind of saying, hey, I want to be ganking this lane, but it ends up being that I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm just like, how do you gank this lane, right? They're the ones that are pushing in, right? It's forcing a lot of pressure. They're thinking, hey, maybe Cherry is going to be pushing down. Maybe the Wukong is going to be showing up here. But I actually like on the flip side here, I like that Cherry's pathing up, right? I think we're going to be seeing a lot of aggressive plays from the Fiora, right? I think Cherry is going to try to punish that a little bit. Obviously, you can't stop all of the scaling that the swordswoman is going to be doing, but just trying to potentially get an early cheeky kill, potentially punish someone who's going a little overzealous in their trading. I think that's a smart move here for the jungler here of 10k.
Yeah, I totally agree. Cherry also probably didn't expect KOJ to burn that flash so early, so unfortunately, like they have to play a little bit safer now. But I don't think it's necessarily like a bad position for them. It's just maybe she wasn't expecting them to be pushed in under tower like this. Because if she pathed up down, it would have been easy gank bot lane. But unfortunately, like you can't really predict what happens in the first like minute or two of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, other than that,
I
I
mean,
want to
right
see
now
if
it
the Fiora
seems
gets
like
open.
after that pause that the players made, it looks like we're just in a bit of a spec pause, right? This is just something that sometimes it'll take a second to get caught back up, kind of figure out where we are. But it should be catching back up with us soon. I mean, just looking at the trading that we've been seeing from these lanes, right? A lot of it hasn't been too crazy, right? I will say that looking up top side, we are seeing that Yako is setting himself up to potentially go with a crash here. He's been slow pushing the wave, trying to bounce it back in, put a little bit more pressure on the Ornn. But it's kind of been, other than bot lane, right? We saw that early flash was used by KOJ. It's been a relatively clean one here. Ooh.
Yeah, like everyone's just matching CS. The only like big CS difference right now, it's not even a big one, is just top lane again. They first picked the Ornn, they were kind of expecting a counter pick, but maybe Super Saiyan doesn't know how the matchup works, and I don't know if this person actually plays Ornn. I haven't really looked at their match history, so
Ooh, as we see a very nice use for post there to kind of stop the Ornn from charging in, getting the Conqueror proc, and you kind of see just how annoying this matchup can be for Ornn, right? A lot of his abilities, I think all of them can be used with the W, right, that riposte, so it
yeah.
becomes really tough for him to play, right? Because if you go for these aggressive trades, Fiora kind of doesn't have to just use her or her W on one ability, right? She can use it whenever she wants, and she's still going to get full value out of it. But now, cutting over bot side, we see that Ziggy's in a really aggressive spot here. He finds KOJ. KOJ without his flash is going to be a bit of a bad spot. The stun is coming out. They're doing a great job giving it over to Yakolvich, and First Blood goes over to the AD as well as First Blood of the series. Now cutting over mid, Cherry. She shows up the flash, but I think the burn was too much there. That's an unfortunate flash there from Zelda. He gets caught out. And unfortunately, Mui is able to pick up a kill and get an early lead here.
Yeah, so I guess that's what you're kind of expecting from these in terms of pathing. It worked out flawlessly. They found KOG with no flash, caught in the river. Ziggy played that really well in giving the kill over to Arca, getting him online, which a Fed Jinx is something that like is a force to be reckoned with. So I'm really excited to see like what they do with that. And the kill on Aurora is also really good. That was a really clean dive, and their synergy was really good there because like you can tell that they've been practicing well together because that dive was just It was great.
I will say that is something that I've seen a lot with how Cherry plays, right? She is very, very heavy, especially on this Wukong, to be going for using the fact that she has her clone that she can go over walls now to kind of get these really cheeky angles for ganks, right? A lot of times you kind of view it kind of like, not exactly how like Skarner can basically be going through terrain, or like basically the Skarner and Kayn, right? Where you can show up in different areas. And a lot of times that's kind of what separates elite junglers from great junglers, right? You want to be seeing different gank paths. You don't want to just see someone blocking out from mid, right? Finding the angles. You need to find different engages in. Catching these laners off guard is really the key to success here. And especially that's what we saw from Cherry and what we're going to be maybe seeing here from Ziggy as he's going in for the aggressive play here. Mui is slowed down. We're going to be seeing that Ziggy's trying to get the play, forcing out Mui's flash. So good flash there from Mui, trying to make sure that he does not get caught. Not cutting off her bot side. We also just see it's a lot of aggressive trading here, but once again, action all over the map, but nothing really to kind of like lock it in place at this point.
Yeah, it's a really good flash to burn, including when Grubbies are about to be up soon, along with Drake. So if Aurora does have to rotate to these fights, she has to be careful because now she no longer has these flashes to get out of sticky situations when there's a Vel'Koz Viego in the top side. So when these objectives are coming up, I think it's going to be a really, really good sum to be burned.
As we do see KOJ is moving pretty aggressively here onto the plush, but he does not know that he's on a control ward, right? Ziggy is finding the ankle. KOJ is going to be caught out here, forcing out the flash, but there's Yakko in the area. It's not going to be enough as Zelda guy is able to pick up the kill onto KOJ, right? The root comes down. It's just onto the clone, though, so nothing too crazy there. But still a great pick there. KOJ, unfortunately, is getting caught on repeat here. He's not being where he needs to be, but we do see Mui and Cherry are moving aggressively here. That's a two-man knockup. That is really, really nice. I don't think Game Case has enough... our Zelda has enough damage in the tank, especially mana-wise, to get these plays. But one thing we just noticed, Super Saiyan took one of the Void Grubs, right? This means that basically this set of 3, it doesn't count for feats of strength anymore. So even though it ended up being a kill going over to the side of Wei, this actually isn't as big of a win as it looks like on paper.
Right, yeah, because they did get the 2 grubs, but they don't get the feats, and now 100k now get the Drake here because their whole team's down there. I don't think Ziggy's going to get there in time, and not only do they get the Drake, they get the first feat as well, which is going to be really important when these second set of grubs come up.
Some aggressive trading there onto the support, but I think it's not going to be enough as Mui's able to buy enough time to set his team up to take that first dragon. Hextech Soul here, as we do see that second Drake that's going to be spawning is going to be Cloud. So no Cloud Soul, unfortunately. We are not going to be seeing that rabbit go at Mach 20 around this map, right? I got lucky enough to play an Aurora game where you get Cloud Drake. It is so fun. But unfortunately here, we also did see, it's been a lot of trading, but we need to talk about it. The fact that Super Saiyan was able to get that Void Grub, it's kind of mind-blowing to me. I didn't exactly see how he was able to take it, but just him being able to sneak in there and just get out without losing his life is wild to me. And honestly, it really helps keep his team into this point of they're still in the driver's seat.
Oh yeah, definitely. Also, looking over at Yako's team here, they just need one more kill for the feats, and I think... Oh, top lane.
Top lane, we see that the orange charge is coming out, right? Super Saiyan is trying to buy enough time, but we do see 2 procs per gone on side. Ornhorn is not going to be enough, right? The Fiora is able to continuously repost, but now it's kind of looking at a bit of a bad spot, right? The wave is kind of... It's sitting near the middle, but this is kind of where Fiora wants to be, right? She wants these extended fights as you go down, right? And when Ornn doesn't have his ult to save him, it's a little bit tough, right? Fiora can continue to chase you down. That's what she's known for, right? Just having that pressure along these long lanes. But now just cutting around the rest of the map, we just see a lot of aggressive plays here. We see a lot of just aggressive positioning here as Zelda, even though he did fall down, has been able to pick up 2 Darkseal stacks for himself, right? He's in a pretty good spot, and he has a bit of a level advantage too, so ends up being really close this early in the game.
Yeah, we see Ziggy here, maybe looking for the gank top, just because we're based on where the wave position is.
There's
no way
spotted. But we do see the Fate Between Worlds is going to be landing calls, but the Super Mega Death Ray is coming up. A Cherry is going up with the Cyclone, trying to get enough damage. The Flash forced out, this time without a gray screen to follow it up. Not too bad. Cherry doing a good job of helping to push in this wave, giving Mui that base that he needs. But Ziggy is in a bit of an aggressive spot here, looking to see if he can find out Mui, who might be a little bit too long forgone, right? Ziggy has Flash, doing a good job, not able to get the stun off. Oh, the sidestep! It's not going to be enough as the ultimate's going to be landing. Heartbreaker followed by the Flash out. Another Heartbreaker to make it so he gets away with some style points. Well played from Ziggy, and great on him for being in the right place at the right time. But now we see another pause as it looks like it's been a little bit of a support internet issue.
KOJ just been having these issues with these disconnects, but talking about that dive, it was a little bit sloppy, but Ziggy really prioritized remembering that Mui does not have that flash up. So although does have the W, once that's burned out, she has no more mobility. And with Ziggy with Viego R, it's really easy to jump onto a low HP Aurora. So really well played from Ziggy, getting those like basically capitalizing on that flash.
hmm As right now we're kind of just looking at it, right? Ziggy is in a bit of a good spot, right? He's sitting at 1 kill, 2 assists to his name. He's down a couple of camps, but realistically, with how this game has been going, it's not the end of the world, right? That with that kill though, he did pick up that feat of strength, right? I think it's I forget what the new name of it because it's not First Blood anymore, but he has that mark, right? As we're now looking at potentially that is taken away. I think over on the other side though, when we look at the objectives versus towers, most of the towers haven't been touched too bad when looking at the way that this game has been playing out, but right now it's slowly in the favor of Wei. But I mean, we'll have to see realistically how this game ends up playing out to see who's going to be able to take that boot advantage here.
Yeah, in terms of turret pressure, I think Wei definitely has the advantage, including with just Fiora being Fiora with like her getting her Q procs on the champ as well as into a favorable matchup into the Ornn. And in the bot lane, Arca and Dira have been doing really well pressuring KOJ and Resilient under this tower where they're just slowly getting those procs on the tower. So when it comes to the point where the people are going to be playing for this first tower, I think Wei definitely has the advantage in terms of getting this first tower for the feats.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. As it looks like, I think that 80 carry build is that Yuntal that is being built into with the BF and the slingshot. I'm not
I
100% sure on
believe
my
so.
80 items, but I know that that is a pretty popular choice for 80 carries. But yeah, I mean, looking even at that CS lead, right? Resi is down a decent amount at the moment. I believe it's about 20. But at the end of the day, right, Misfortune is going for that Bloodthirster build, going for the PTA. I'm a big fan of the first strike lethality, but hey, that's just my opinion. But regardless, I think it's a lot more safer. It's a little bit more reliable. That's the word. But I think yeah, just looking at how it's going, I'm kind of not seeing anybody really like jump out immediately getting that like early lead. I mean, we do talk about it, right? Jinx has that 600, so that is something. But I mean, a lot of times you got to be careful, right? Because you're playing into the Wu, you're playing into the Aurora. Misfortune, if you don't have a problem with you, is gonna still be doing deeps. So I think it's really scary. And like I said, there isn't really a clear-cut winner this early in the game.
So yeah, just looking at the tower's HP, actually the lowest tower is Mui pressuring Zelda in the mid lane. Looks like Wei's mid tower is the lowest by just like about a plate. Nothing too serious. But that's something that 100k are definitely gonna be playing around coming up into these again feats for when they want to get this tower, because since they lost the first 3 kills, they have to get this next tower to even contest feats. So they're definitely gonna be looking on, hey, what's the lowest tower here and how can we get this feat?
Well, you know, Yako just using the demolish procs there is making
Yeah.
it so. I mean, that tower advantage just immediately went right back over to Wei, but in the top side, as we do see, it is a little bit more continued pressure on this support, right, to get his internet in order. Right, it does look like we're maybe at a spot where he can continue to play. Right, it looks like we're just hoping that we could get a reliable game where nobody DCs. Right, I want to see a clean game that doesn't have any external forces that are making it so we don't get that clean League of Legends that we're obviously all here for. But still, yeah, I mean, it's like obviously if KOJ is potentially DCing, that does hurt his ability to get farm up these objectives. But you know, also one thing that I'm seeing is, do you see that Vel'Koz that's bot side? Why is the Vel'Koz
I
bot
do.
side star?
Believe it's just because grubbies are coming up in 30 seconds. They want to secure these grubs for the feat. So they're rotating up the Jinx, who has a lot more kills
Oh,
than
Mui! That same control word potentially caught out KOJ, right? Mui's trying to buy enough space. Good flash there over the wall, making sure that he doesn't get caught by all members of the ultimate there from the Fiora, right? That grand challenge is not going to be challenging enough, but we do see 3 members aggressively positioned here from the side of Wei, but on the contrary, right, Mui is forced to TP, but he does have teleport, right? So there is still the angle if they want to continue to go for these grubs, right? As we're seeing, it looks like it is 5 members of 10K are positioned up aggressively for this, but with Wei immediately starting this up, it could be the angle that they want, but there's some aggressive pinging here. We might be able to see the fight that they want as Cherry's going to be the one to try to lead this fight. We see that the riposte is coming out. The chompers are down. Cherry's trying to buy enough space as we see Ornn. I'm expecting the Ornn Hard to be going live, but we see Cyclone hitting 3. It's going to be enough. It's going to be in. The Fate Between Worlds is doing a lot of damage too. Shutdown goes over to Cherry. Right, the ultimate, it's able to get 2, forcing out Yako's flash. Over on the other side, Mui's able to pick up the kill. This is a massive swing. Game Case is here. He's getting the super mega death raw laser, and he's able to get the kill onto Senna. But we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to potentially thwart off the rest of these members, right? It realistically is just the Vel'Koz, right? He's doing a lot of damage, but you got to be careful. You don't have that front line who's going to be able to lead the charge. That ends up being a 3-for-1, and it looks like the Grubbies ended up going the way of 10K.
Yeah, that was a really impactful fight. Before that fight started, I was going to mention Zelda does have that TP to match the 5v5 fight that broke out. It just looked like a little bit too late. You saw the burst that 100K have in these fights, and by the time he's TP'd, his team is dead, including... Yeah, and then there's not much he could do. He definitely got the pick on KJ, which is nice. Unfortunately, they did lose the feats. But, so now it just comes down to whoever gets this tower, and then the next, I think, 2 feats, is it?
I will say, I think this is the objective, right? Both teams didn't get any of the feats, like you said, from the Grubs, right? So realistically, objectives are still 1-0 when it comes to like who's leading the charge here. But it looks like there isn't a whole lot of contention. A lot of the ultis and summoners were used, but we're seeing some aggressive pings here and a TP coming out, so I think we're going to get a little bit more action. But it looks like that TP might be a little bit too late as we see Cherry's going in, finding the angle onto Arca. Arca's going to be the one to pop, right? Super Saiyan gets the kill as well as Rezi getting another one in return. The bot lane of Wei falls, and it looks like that tower might be next on the menu.
So yeah, we're just seeing the potential 100K have with like their team. They have so much team fight potential. Now they're really prioritizing this when it comes to feats because they're like, hey, we lost the first 3 fights. I mean, the first 3 kills, sorry. We need to get this next tower to even contest the feats, and they're doing a really, really good job. But Yako in the top lane has only 1 plating left before that tower is gone. So this is going to be a really, really good fight in terms of who gets this first tower.
Yeah, I mean, I realistically think there is the angle, not to basically lose over getting this tower, but we see some aggressive trading here topside, right? Yako is trying to kind of find the angles, right? He's trying to get those procs as he's going for the grand challenge here. It is really close. We're going to see what the angle is, but now cutting over bot side, we see that Ziggy is eventually caught out as Ornn actually kills the Fiora. You know, you don't see that happen a lot of the times, and we're pinging it out. That's a massive swing. And I think a little bit, just Yako was getting a little too overcautious, right? He's up farm, he's feeling confident about himself, but stay. And Ornn, at the end of the day, is still going to be throwing hands. And that Brimble Vest definitely came back to bite him.
I think he was also trying to get that first tower because he just, he doesn't... I think in terms of the objective feats, 100K have 2 compared to Wei's 1. So he's probably thinking, hey, I don't know if we're going to get these next objectives. I want to get first tower so we don't even have to worry about getting the objective feats. And maybe just got a little bit too greedy, thought Ornn couldn't kill him, and then just lost.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's honestly exactly what happened, right? We're also just looking at how these lanes have been playing out, right? We thought this was a lot kind of on the side of Wei, but 10K have been finding the angles that they need back into this, right? Continued picks onto the jungler here for Ziggy, finding angles to get those kills on Fiora, right? They are down a little bit in that feats race, but in gold-wise, they're up 2K, which realistically is where you want to be with this really, really heavy team fight comp, right? They have the control. They have the ability to kind of take over these team fights because when you look at it, it's like they have the Fiora for split lane pressure, but I mean, the team fighting is just so favored here for 10K.
Yeah, I think if they get a really good team fight off, it's just going to take over, but they just also got to keep in mind if when they're 4v5ing in these next fights with Yako in the side lane, they also just got to keep in mind, if it's that favorable where, let's say they kill 3 players off of, from Wei and they lost 2 in the process, will they have...
Sorry, some aggressive plays here from the top side as Yako is in a bit of a pickle, right, forcing out the Ornn charge in, but Movie is on the flank here. He's going to potentially not see that Ziggy was in the area. He's got to be cautious here, forcing out the Shadow. Cherry's able to pick up the kill. Massive as Ziggy's trying to flash under tower. I think there is potentially the angle, but Zelda guy is in the area, right? He has the ability to do a lot of damage. The rocket, Movie is very, very low, but he does a great job of trying to buy time, going over the wall, getting getting the kill. Cherry picks up the kill. She is on a rampage at the moment. 3-1-6. This game is absolutely in a bit of a bad spot here for Wei. But right now, the plays just keep going the way of 10K.
Yeah, 100K is really, like, I'm really liking how, like, seamless they're working really well together, because these dives are going really well, and their lead just keeps getting wider and wider, and Wei's towers and none of the lanes, they're not looking really healthy anymore, so they gotta be careful of the moment Wei lane dies. I think they take the tower, and then that's feat's gone.
Oh, as we do see the stun does land onto Rezi, but he does do a good job of potentially kiting it out, right? Misfortune is a bit of a fast bunny, obviously. She's doing a good job of kiting it out. But still, like, you got to be careful here, right? The lane is not over for the side of bot lane, right? Arca is still up 10 farm. He is down in the kill lead at this point, but right now it's only 300 gold, so this is still anybody's game down there. But now just cutting over top side, right? It's looking at Cherry. She is kind of hanging out in this top side, kind of making sure that no shenanigans happen here onto her tank. Super Slaying is up a level as well as a decent amount of gold, right? It's in at about 200, but a lot of that gold, and like we talk about, is on to, but we'll have to talk about that later as we do see the root is going to be coming out with some aggressive trading here. But yeah, just a whole lot of action, and it's been a banger. It's been a banger so far.
So Cherry is trying to steal some of Ziggy's cams, but Ziggy's like, hey, that's my Krugs. And it looks like there's going to be a fight here, 2v2, see what happens here.
I think a fight is potentially possible, forcing out the stun a little bit early, but we do see the mid laners are also moving up to potentially get involved in this fight as well. I think this dive is really tough, right? It's technically a clean 2v2. With Mui in the area, they might continue to go for this, especially with Zelda heading back down at this fight. It just feels like they know something's up, right? Wei is kind of saying, hey, we sense something fishy, right? We sense that the bunny is on the area. She's going up with the W. The realm between worlds is going to be able to land. I think the E missed, but Ziggy, he's still going to fall, doing a good job of trying to tank. Mui going down with the TP to try to make sure that he doesn't lose any of the farm, but that's really aggressive here. They're trying to get some continued fighting. Yako is by himself. He picks up the kill onto Wukong. That is a massive shutdown. Yako's continued to be on the chase. I don't think he has enough damage in the tank to completely get the Ornn. But we see an aggressive trade back as the Ornn Horn is coming out. Great dodge there from Yako, trying to use the Q to make sure to buy the distance. Super Slaying is super low. It's not enough. And that ends up being a great play there from Yako, and he finds a way to claw himself back into this lead. But oh,
so that dive
my
well.
gosh, he's able to get the kill, and he takes the tower shot. It's not enough. I think you got to be careful there. This ends up being the play that they needed to get back into this game, as well as we didn't even talk about it. First turret mid lane went over to Zelda guy.
Yeah, so after Ziggy went down under the tower, I guess Mui went to go protect mid because they realized Zelda's, hey, we're going to get the first tower, we're going to lose feet. So went to TP away, but the moment that happened, Yako did duelist things, killed Cherry, and then killed Super Slay, and now they lost 2 towers, 3... Basically, in terms of killing one person, they lost 2 towers, feats, and 3 kills. So I don't think that was favorable at all for 100K, and now the gold is now even.
Yeah, favorable is probably not the word I would be using, as it looks like they're also going to be taking this Infernal Drake, probably the lead start of that Infernal Soul that they're on the move for. So we do see KOJ is kind of hanging out, trying to clear some vision, but I don't think he has a way to steal that dragon. But on the flip side, right, 10K is doing a good job of trying to get something out of the situation, right? They take Shelly as that kind of consolation prize, finding the angle to get back into it, but it's not. It's also good at getting it removed from the Fiora, right? Fiora does a good job of just using it to kind of just pressure the base, right? If she has it, I think honestly, you got to be careful that your Nexus towers are making sure that they're up, right? Because it's a lot of split push pressure, right? She already has 2 items, right? We see that she has the Trinity and the Ravenous. This is a massive Fiora, even though she has to back up. You got to be careful if you leave that champion on an island.
Yeah, so again, with the Fiora, very careful. Bot lane might have some action. Same with mid.
Some aggressive trading there for Mui, right? Basically landing his full combo with the electrocute half shots, the half shots Zelda there, which is kind of what you want to see. As we do see that Cherry is potentially looking, not going to be able to find the angle that they need, but I'm expecting maybe they call down Shelly. Potentially not this time, as they're going to actually be pinging aggressively towards this bot side of the map. I think you kind of got to look at what these next plays are for if you are 10K, and I'm thinking that bot tower is probably on the horizon for them. But now cutting over top, I mean, we do see that Otacon has finally spawned, right? We got to see which one it is, and it looks to be, if I'm not mistaken, it is a Voracious. which is the one that is going to be giving that respawn, which honestly I think I see every game. Is there enough kills, it is going to be showing up. If there are not enough kills, well, then we end up seeing the one that gets those objective bounties, or not objective bounties, but basically those extra stats from the dragons. But we see that it's actually going to be started up here from the side of Wei.
And it doesn't even look like 100K knows what's going on right now. Maybe they don't think that they can contest it right now. Oh, now they have vision eyes.
Now they
they're
know.
running up there.
They're pinging it aggressively.
Well, they got there in time.
As we do see TPs are coming out from Super Saiyan as well, I think the fight is going to be happening. Cherry forced to clone out immediately. Dira doing a good job of trying to buy space, but the ultimate, the Super Bang Death Rocket is going to be able to land. But Rezi is firing away, firing away, firing away. Ziggy's able to pick up the kill on Cherry. It's the jungler for the jungler. Aurora picks the kill onto the Braum. There's so much going on. There's a lot of damage, but it ends up being a really, really one fight for the side of 10K. Zelda guy TP's in. I think you are in a bit of a bad spot, Mr. Squid. You got to be careful. Rezi doing a good job buying enough time. As we see over on the bottom side, Moo's able to pick up the shutdown onto Fiora, right? Zelda is trying to use the ultimate, trying to get it done. KOJ is flashing away. I don't think it was needed, but that is a great play there from 10K to kind of crawl themselves back into this one.
Well, that was a fight for sure. I really liked how Wei was trying to sneak this out of Con, because if they get it, that's a really good, they can pressure with the respawn timers and basically just get a free objective without them noticing. Unfortunately, 100K did notice. They were pretty much already on the right side of the map, so they got there pretty quickly, and you just saw what a team fight team can do, and they just... they honestly just got slaughtered, unfortunately. I think Zelda guy TP'd in a little bit late. I don't think TPing on time may have made a huge difference.
We do see Dira is trying to get here. We see Super Mega Death Rocket is going to get the kill, but unfortunately it's a withdraw. Hey, it's 200 gold as opposed to what it used to be, but still, that's a pretty good play if you are 10K, right? We talked about it, right? That team fighting comp ended up team fighting well. That's crazy. One thing also to note is I've heard a lot of people talk about this. It seems like the team that starts Otacon first ends up kind of losing those fights a lot of the time, right? You got to consider Otacon is very, like, shreds a good amount of your resistances, right? Your armor and magic resist end up going basically to shreds when you're tanking this objective now. And so we kind of just look at it, and I think that probably had a good amount of a leeway in what ended up being a one fight here for 10K.
Yeah, it was starting Otacon when, like, the whole enemy team is up. I've personally never been a fan. I try at least getting, like, a pick on the jungler or, like, someone important on the team before starting it up, because so there isn't as much risk starting it when the whole enemy team is up, including when you do get enough of these kills and then blood petals drop on the floor. You may have secured the objective side, but... oh, Zelda
you see Cherry in aggressively here. That Zelda guy is... oh my gosh, wait, that was so much damage. As I was wondering what ended up doing it, but we see that the Profane Hydra ended up coming out for Cherry there to kind of get that 2-item spike. That was way more damage than I thought. But over on the other side, we do see that Yako has been split pushing away. He's able to get a tower, and it looks like maybe this next one is on the horizon. He is going on a bit of a wild goose chase here, but he's got to be a little careful. Never mind, he's trading super aggressively here. But remember, you're playing into the respawns here. Yako, you got to be careful. Oh, great flash, but not enough. I don't think it was necessary to go in for the flash. But you know what? I respect the hustle, Yako. Unfortunately, it ended up not being the play for you this time. We do see.
Although he did die, he did. Oh,
he did die, but you know, every time we try to give you a chance to talk, Star, they're continuing to get the action going. Cherry went in a little too aggressively here. She does have the withdraw to make it so this fight is going to be pretty good for 10K. Rezi's able to get himself on a killing spree. We see the ultimate is coming out. The bullet times are firing away. We're going to be seeing Yakolvich has them pretty low. Mui is in the area. Newbert, he's getting it done. He gets the jump, avoiding the knock up there from Zelda guy. But we see the ultimate's coming out. The withdraw once again. Super Saiyan trying to buy enough space, taking the tower shot. Dira falls. I don't know how. Maybe he had the Q on him and it finally recalled, but it looks a little wonky on my end that he fell. But still, regardless, great plays all around, using the fact you have that Otacon respawn to get it done and potentially get this next Drake.
Yeah, 100K are playing really well, but I was supposed to try to say earlier before, there's so much action in this game, I can't even complain, but Yako, I think, was just trying to, like, even though they are losing on the other side of the map, he's doing what he's supposed to be doing and getting those towers on the side lane and really pressuring.
He is getting it done, but unfortunately, it looks like he might have potentially got himself in a bit of a bad spot, right? He's trying to buy time. He's getting the riposte off, but it's not enough, giving Rezi the opportunity to go on a rampage, right? He's sitting at 406, has his Bloodthirster, has his Essence Reaver, and when the bullets start flying, that's where Rezi wants to be. He is doing a ton of damage, and looking at his team, I think they're going to be following completely in suit. Oh my gosh, just continued aggressive plays. Rezi gets hit by the Q, forcing out the flash. As we see the rocket is going to be landing onto 3, but we see it's going to be careful. They're on the chase. They are on the hunt. Ziggy is the one leading the charge, but he's not super fast, right? He's Viego. He has the ability to go into his E, but you got to be careful, right? We've seen the damage that this team can do, and they end up getting away from this one.
I'm also noticing Fiora and Viego don't have completed boots. Yeah, I would at least get like the tier 2 boots so they get like the slight advantage from the Noxian feat. So at least they have something instead of getting like the full tier 3 item. I think so he's a little bit slow there. Can't really catch up to Rezi, including when Rezi has W passive on MF. Really fast champ. But I think Yako's just going back top, maybe just pressuring top again. I would personally want him bot lane for, I would want him in the bot lane because you want pressure on the opposite side of the map of where the objective is. Baron's the only thing up right now. I would like to see him get the tier 2 tower. They have him top right now, not the end of the world. He's still a strong, he's still really strong compared to, actually I don't even know in terms of gold difference, there's not really a big difference compared to, Yeko and Super Saiyan. There's only a 500 gold difference now. But, looks like the rotation that I was saying should happen is happening, so they're sending Yeko bot lane. And see if he can get any more towers.
Yeah, I think that is the right call, like you say. I will say, Fiora, she is going for the no boot strat. I do think there is the angle that maybe tier 3 boots, I've heard some people say are a bait, but when you're sitting on the ability to get your full completed legendary items, I think it is the play to just end up going with those over your boots. Right, as we do see, she does have that hull breaker completed, right? Going all in on this, I'm going to be playing to split push because realistically, you don't win fights at this point, right? You're playing into the Ornn, playing into the Wukong, playing into the Aurora, Misfortune. Like, how do you play, right? Your W can only do so much work at the end of the day. It's like, it's very tough. And I think that is the angle that they have to be going with. As we see, Yako is trying to find an angle, right? He does feel confident in his ability to fight this champ out. He's brawling, but Mui is now in the angle here. Super Slane, oh my gosh, wait. So that is so much damage, right? I guess we did look at it, right? Aurora does have her Rabadons completed as well as the ornament on that Shadow Flame. And when you're that fed, right, you have 18 KP. I guess a champ is just butter at this point, right? As we do see Mui is going in with the Fate Between Worlds. Dira doing a good job of blocking a lot of damage, forcing out Arcarios's flash. But Dira looks to be the next to fall. If that Q was to land, I think it could have happened. But unfortunately for this side of 10K, they weren't able to pick up the kill that they wanted. But pressure is on their side for sure, as Mui is going in aggressively, looking for the play. He gets caught. He doesn't realize Mui is godlike. He finds the angle that they need. This looks like that mid tier 2 is going to be falling. Mui goes in with another jump, trying to find the angle.
Oh my God.
It's just, I keep seeing it. It's so much damage here from the Aurora, right? Finding these kills, going in, being super sneaky with the W, finding the kills that they need with the Q, E into the recall. And it ends up being Mui's finding the plays that he needs to get his team the lead that they need. And look at that, the purple slug's on the menu, and it's probably going over to 10K.
Yeah, Mui honestly is truly taking over this game. Being right in the, like, helping Super Slay in the bot lane, completely deleting Aiko's HP, then gripping up with his team mid, getting some towers and 2 more kills to add onto it that lead into Baron. Like, he's right where he needs to be at all of these fights, and it's working flawlessly. Like, he does so much damage. How much AP does he have right now, actually?
Probably a little bit too much if I had to guess, but if I had to give a real number, 675.
Yeah.
That's a lot, right? You just look at the situation and you're thinking like, hey, maybe Fiora can split push if she wants, but also just think about how fast this team is around the map, right? You got Misfortune, you got Senna, you got Aurora, right? Who's just going to be jumping around, basically skipping terrain that she wants. You can just show up, make any of these fights 2v1s, and Fiora is not strong enough to kind of win these fights that she needs to, right? We saw that she had that really good exchange topside when they went for that tower dive, but that was a while ago, and now looking at the way this game state is, I think it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, there's almost a 10,000 gold difference now at this point. Slowly creeping 400k to get this win. They're just playing slow. Looks like they might be Yako might be getting some help here from his team, maybe pressuring this top lane inhib.
Yeah, but over on the other side, we do see that Mui is pressuring now. He is strong enough to potentially be able to clear these waves fast. We do see the TP is coming out. Zelda is trying to buy enough time for his team, but I think you got to be careful. I think you get one shot here.
Oh my gosh,
wait, that was actually just a QEW. QEQ, and Zelda almost just popped instantly, right? Thankfully, I mean, he didn't have any magic resist in the tank, but still, that is so much damage. You got to be careful with these TPs, right? Because look at it, right? Cherry was also there to make sure that if they get the tower, they get the inhib. And we see now Yakko is potentially on the retreat, right? Trying to find a way to get back and help his team, but just, oh my gosh, it's so much damage, and just, it looks scary as we see Mui's going in, going with the flash from Cherry, getting so much damage off. 2 fall, 3 fall. Cherry and Mui are going absolutely nuts. The Ray is coming out. It's doing a lot of damage to Mui, forcing out the flash. The shutdown does go over. Yakko might be able to find an angle, but Yakko, he's not that good of a team fighter. Rezi's unstoppable, able to get these kills. 507 has that Infinity Edge completed. It is just up to the Squid to do enough damage, but when you got Baron minions, it's pretty tough. This game's scary. That was a little bit of an ambitious bullet time there from Rezi. He's buying enough time. He knows he's feeling confident, and honestly, 10K, they feel pretty confident as they win game 1 of this series.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Mui and Cherry this game. Like they did played so well, mainly Mui. That was just insane. The amount of damage that she was doing late game, like no one could even stand a chance. No one has MR, and she's just doing all that damage. And there's again not much you can do against a Fed Aurora.
hmm I will say we talk a lot about Cherry and Mui that game. One thing I want to talk about is how massive that is for the side of Super Saiyan. The fact that you're able to, you say, hey, I'm going to pick your one trick into you, know that I'm giving you counter pick, and still coming out and getting solo kills, getting that value, holding your death. You only died twice, right? That is massive for them. It is the play that they need to kind of get into this, and that feels really good, especially when you're thinking, hey, we took away his strongest champ and we won on it, right? That is fantastic. That is exactly what they want to see. And I think right now, if I'm Wei, I'm thinking, what is the answer? And to just have the strength from honestly all 5 members of this team.
Yeah, I totally agree. When we were talking back in draft, we're like, is this just like, are they just trying to throw a game so they don't have to worry about banning Ornn in the future and they don't have to worry about Ornn being picked either? Or again, and then they just pull this off and they just completely dominate the game. And even though Super Saiyan was in that bad counter matchup, he still got them solo kills and he still played a really good part in these team fights.
hmm I think just looking at it right now, I'm like, that play was really nice, right? A lot of it was a pretty close game overall, right? We saw that Wei had a lot of angles to get these fights, right? They were able to pick up the feats of strength. They had objective control. It was just the Otacon, right? They went for the play. They kind of were setting right themselves up for that kind of the situation where they're having to play into a team fight comp, right? They didn't have control, right? They weren't moving in. And in that situation, right, they got absolutely shredded, right? We saw how much damage Mui was doing, how much damage Cherry was doing, right? It was tough. And when you have that many team fight ults, that much team fight synergy, you got to be careful when starting these objectives, right? It's just not how your team fight is wanting to be played out. And it's just tough, right? Like it's how play?
I mean, I still respect that they did try sneaking that. It's just unfortunate, like 4 out of the 5 of 100K's team were already in the jungle, so it only took them like less than 5 seconds to get there. Any second longer, I think they would have secured the Otacon, and that fight would have gone so much more differently because they would have had the resets on those like the GA procs.
hmm Absolutely. But I mean, hey, that is game 1. Realistically, this could go all 5 games here. This is anybody's game at the end of the day. So we also got to look at potentially what are going to be the options here for game 2 for these teams, right? We're going to also, I think, still decide on which, or I guess, ways deciding where they want to go, right? Do they want to let 10K go back over to that blue side where they had a lot of strong showings? Or do they want to potentially go over and say, hey, we're going to take blue, right? We're going to go for these potential strong or strong first picks, right? Skarner is still up. I don't know if Ziggy is a huge fan of the Scorpion as opposed to some of his other champions, but I think it is potentially still strong, right? You could maybe go with these strong 80 carries as well. Ash is still potentially on the table, right? We see Corki, if it's played, Caitlyn, a lot of the times kind of looking for those like kind of strong weak side champs that are going to have a lot of impact regardless of the lane is something that I think they could go with. But yeah, I mean, any leads that you're expecting here in this game that we might be seeing? What are going to be the starts of game 2 for these champs?
It depends what side they're picking. It looks like Yak is actually Wei's team is gonna look to take blue side this game, so it looks like we're gonna get a swap from each teams. My best guess maybe try and deny some of the picks for a Cherry or a Mui and get that first pick either jungle or mid. and then let's play around that because they realized giving these two players like basically like free reign of what champs they want to play wasn't a good idea. And now that Ornn's out the window, maybe oh yeah, I'll move down there so that they can get in order. And then basically yeah, so I'm just like, really forward to seeing like who they're gonna be first picking here. My best guess it's gonna be a jungler, maybe like what you're saying, Skarner or Viego or anything like that.
I will say I do think. I think yeah, it's probably Jungle AD. I'm expecting Skarner. I also know Nocturne is pretty high priority on the patch. I'm trying to think if it was banned for them last time.
Nocturne was banned,
Um,
yeah.
it was banned in 4.5, so maybe. But that actually it was
I thought it
Weird
was
Al
third
that.
banned.
Oh wait, no. I
It was
think they
third.
switched sides. So they switched sides. So it was 10K that banned it against Ziggy. So I think Nocturne actually has a lot of priority on the patch. I think that is something that maybe they go with B1. Just because looking at how the team plays, I think giving Ziggy just a strong champion, being like, hey, I mean, it's like obviously you're playing into Cherry, but like I think he didn't play awful that game. I think just giving him a strong champ, giving him a strong AD bruiser that he's comfy with, that's the way they want to go. Just setting themselves up to be like, hey, we're kind of gonna fill in the gaps as the draft goes on. I think that's their angle.
But yeah, as Ziggy played again, like that the early game, including the first blood on the Senna, was really well played. Dira and Arca got that flash burn off Senna, so the moment Senna got caught in the river, it was a free kill for Way's team, and Ziggy's been playing really well on the like side of the map, playing with his team. It's just in terms of those team comps, there's really not much you can do in terms of a team fight comp versus a Fiora that wants to split push.
hmm And I mean, as we're kind of waiting to kind of see what these drafts are going to be end up playing out. I know we talked about a lot of kind of like key players in those matchups, right? We talked about Mui, we talked about Cherry, we talked about Super Slane. Who was the MVP? I mean, this early in the series, right? I know it's hard to call it, but Star, who was the person who went above and beyond, right? Who was it?
For that game, I honestly think it was Mumi. The Aurora again played really well, really flawless dives along with the help of Cherry and just being in the right place at the right time for almost every single objective and fight. Like I don't think she was ever misplaced.
Mhm.
Maybe the one time was when they dove the top, she TP'd mid and then died to Zelda. But other than that, I think she just played amazing.
Mhm. Absolutely. I mean, I'm pretty. I'm much. Well, I'm basically in the same boat as you. I think it probably was the Mui show at the end of the day, right? There was a lot of support from the Ornn, from the Wukong, from that top side. But I think just looking at it, right, when we saw just basically that play around that mid tier 2, where she just got continued kills, right? Just seeing that basically that was the final nail in the coffin, right? That was the snowball that finally got too big to be stopped, right? It was just really, really tough to kind of like stop the rabbit from doing what she wanted. But hey, if you are Wei, you're thinking, hey, that champion is gone now. I will say, Mui is very, very well known for his kind of like snowbally champs. A lot of times he plays a lot of the melee mids. He plays a lot of the Silas, the Yone, the Akali. So I think this could be the angle that 10K is looking to play for the rest of this series as well. Just finding ways to continue to filter gold in, find a way to feed this guy as much kills and gold as possible to make it so he can kind of make these superstar plays that we saw a lot of in game one.
Yeah, it looks like draft is gonna be up and ready soon. Hopefully, we just got the draft link. And what do you think is gonna be banned this time around? Maybe the same thing, or what do you think is gonna be picked?
I So I think it is probably really going to be very, very similar. I think if you are Weird Al, you potentially look to ban the champions like Ambessa, you ban the Gwen. I think honestly, maybe you leave up Jarvan this time. That could be something that we're seeing that is a little bit different. But I mean, in regardless, I think these bans stay the same, right? You want to be banning Dira's Bard, you want to be banning Game Case's Hui. I think maybe there's a chance that they leave that champion up. It sometimes is obnoxious, so that could be something that they're like, we'll just ban it just to get rid of it. Olaf, I know that Yako is very, very keen to playing it. I think a lot of times though, it is very dependent on what the enemy team is playing. So I think maybe there is the angle that they drop Olaf, but I just think also a champion that I'm expecting to see. I'm expecting to see Victor, right? Victor, he didn't go through. He made it all the way through ban phase. He didn't get picked in those games, but I think even though he got the nerfs in 15-2, he's still a really, really solid flex. And if Arcavios plays it, if Resilient plays it, I think we're going to be seeing it as a really, really strong flex for either of these teams.
I'm not sure if Victor's actually going to be picked at all. It's a kind of pick at your own risk right now, as if you looked at the champion disables in LXC, it looks like there's a bug going on right now where
Oh,
some
you're
of his
right.
evolution stacks aren't going through, so it's almost a pick at your own risk. There's a risk of his evolution stacks, and you're not getting those upgrades, and those are really important in terms of Victor.
Mhm. I think I've seen that a couple times. I would say it is relatively rare for it to occur. But realistically, I think it has been a thing that has been in the game since he has launched, or
I've had
basically
it
since that
happen.
rework has launched. Yeah. So it just sometimes is going to be a case. I will say the R evolution is very nice to have. It does continue to grow in size, but it usually is the R evolution that is going to be blocked for players. So we will have to see. I think that is something that maybe they are willing to go with that risk, obviously, but I think it could go either way if they want to go for it. I also think the other champion that's disabled at the moment, Rumble. I don't
I
think it's.
watched the video. It's Have you seen why Rumble started? Oh,
I
drop
have
this in the
not actually. If the video is funny enough, I'll have to watch it. But looking at it now, well, maybe Rumble is not going to get through, but Ambessa definitely isn't. As it's going to be a ban similar to last game. They're going to make sure that hey, Cherry, Super Saiyan, and Mui do not get access to it.
Yeah, so the reason why Rumble is disabled is I watched the video of I think the if his name's Vandril.
Mhm.
Basically the main bug is that if you're within the yellow range of Rumble's like passive or whatever, you can spawn infinite Rift Heralds. And there was
Oh,
a video of someone literally playing a ranked game where there was like 10 Rift Heralds in the bot lane.
hmm.
So very game breaking. I never want to see 10 Shellys in my lane. That'd be a fun game mode though, but not in my rank game when I'm trying to climb, you know?
100%. But looking at it, we saw that the one champion that got banned in game one that is not banned here was the Jarvan. It was immediately picked up here from Ziggy. He's saying, hey, we're not going to give Cherry that free option there, but they end up going with the Yone ban. I think it's solid, right? I think Yone's kind of gone back up into meta, right? He has a decent amount of sustain with the Dorn Shield Second Wind. It's not as broken as it was kind of at the end of last year, but still, it's pretty strong. But coming on as a response here, we see that it is going to be Super Slain on the Cassante. I'm kind of surprised it's getting picked this early, but we see that Ezreal is locked in for Resilient. It is one of his favorite champions. I know he's not as keen to playing it. He's saying it's not as strong. I think he's lying. I think the champion is super broken at the moment, but we'll have to see what the response is.
Yeah, I'm thinking Cassante may have just been picked early. I'm surprised it was R1 though. Maybe they just want to give the mid counter pick, so they're gonna give
Mm-hmm.
the counter pick to Mui because based on last game, I think you want Mui to be on a strong champ where they can be counter picked. And also I think they're fine with being counterpicked into the Cassante because again, they first picked Ornn last game. He was into a bad matchup and he still came out like pretty well. Like he only died twice. So I think he's really confident saying, I don't care whatever they throw at me, just throw it at me and I won't care. So I think that's what they're trying to go with as well.
I mean, there are some kind of like hard Cassante counters, but you don't see them a whole lot in kind of competitive, especially at that like upper level. Like you see champions like Renekton are picked. Shen is not one that I'm expecting a lot to be played into the Cassante. I guess you get some value with just hey, I'm going to be protecting my Aphelios, making sure that he's in a bit of a good spot. Maybe it's a bit of a Yakko special, but I'm kind of surprised to be seeing Shen.
I don't remember the last time I've seen a Shen. I love Shen as a champion. I think his just global ults are amazing, including in like sticky situations. You have the TP and you have the ult, so you have like a lot of diversity. And let's just see what they pick into this.
What the response is, as it's going to be Rel, actually
Rel.
really strong. I'm not 100% certain on if Rel breaks the shield that Shen gives, if he's still able to go through with the teleport. I'm pretty sure he still comes through, but it's just you lose that shield, which is part of the
Yeah.
ulti. So not the end of the world, but also it does a great job of also potentially just shutting down the Jarvan, right? Not letting him go where he pleases, right? Kind of also just putting a lot of pressure on the Aphelios. I think it's pretty solid, and I think also it potentially dissuades the idea of playing Shen in the support tab as well, because that is technically something that is a flexible option. But cutting over to 10k, right, they see that they're going to be banning out Thresh as well as Janna, trying to potentially call it. They're saying, hey, this Shin is going to go top. But over on the other side, Silas is the ban, as well as probably going to be another mid laner, right? Because they realize, hey, They're probably going to give Mui R5 here, give him the counter pick, because we saw how strong he was with it game 1.
Right.
Even he didn't even get counter pick. He basically blinded Aurora. I mean, that champion is blindable at the moment. She's really strong, but imagine what he can do with counter at this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm really looking forward to see. If you say that Mui plays those close range matchups, I don't like playing into it, but I love seeing the melee range matchups because it's just like it's basically just a brawl. And I think a Silas ban in terms of Way's team is a really good ban because you do not want you do not want Silas getting some of these ults. Jarvan
Hmm.
ult, Shen ult, those are really strong ults, and now we're just seeing the Akali ban. I guess Cherry's gonna pick jungle here. What do you think they're gonna pick jungle here?
I think jungle, I mean, I don't know if they potentially play it, but I like champs like Poppy or Talia into the Jarvan. I think just giving that basically just
Oh,
free to. Oh my gosh!
you're
Wait a
reading their
minute.
mind. You're cheating.
Wait a minute. I also think this is potentially a flex between the mid and jungle duo, right? I have seen Mui play it. It wasn't his strongest champ, but also it's just really good, like thematically against this comp, right? Jarvan has a hard time engaging when that warped ground is on the floor, as well as it also just gives you the opportunity of basically saying, hey, Weird Al, you still have to choose if you're going to be playing a strong matchup into it. Also, Talia is just really a safe mid laner as well. It's hard to kind of punish the champion. There are some that like Syndra can potentially get an early lead. Veigar is not one of them that I think punishes Talia, but it is their answer. Potentially just trying to cage and lock down the Talia and the Cassante, I guess, is an angle. So we see the Teemo hover, a bit of a shout out to the Teemo lore. There's been some Teemo lore here, Star, with a lot of times it's being picked as the counter pick into Volibear. I don't think it's getting
Okay.
picked. Maybe it's their answer into Cassante. I'm expecting stuff maybe like Camille, like Garen. Um, I don't think it's maybe it's Zyra. I guess they're taking the Shin top lane as it ends up being the Zyra locked in. I mean, that's not too bad. I think it gives you a little bit of much needed range. You're playing at that range with the Veigar, with the Zyra, with the Felios. But I think it has a little bit of anti synergy with your Jarvan.
Um, yeah, I'd say that a little bit. I think Zyra ult is really good into 10K's team right now. Is like again, they want to play team comp and like I mean, sorry, not team comp. They want to play team fight, and I think Zyra's ult and just disengage helps a lot with their engage. And let's just see what they're picking. Katarina mid.
Katarina is
Oh,
wild. I have heard. I'm wondering. Technically, it looks. I'm wondering if that is the lock that they end up going with. That is really strong into the
that's
Veigar. I
disgusting.
know.
Yeah.
I will say I'm a little bit nervous because I know how hard it is to cast Katarinas. Right. I'm gonna just basically be watching this champion blinking around, just trying to do my best to give you guys a good, accurate description of what's going on. I don't know if that's gonna be the case, but I think it's actually really solid. I know that Mui's very much a fan of this champion. And when you're playing into a champion like Veigar, Blinks, if you have champions with Blinks, right, they absolutely
Yeah.
put in work against this guy. So I think if I'm Veigar, I'm shaking in my little boots because how do you play from this position, right? Like who are you caging off? Talia, I guess? But like
Are they
it's
all lane
tough.
swapping? Can mid top swap? I don't know what the rules
They
are.
technically can. When you say like mid and top, would you mean like the Shin goes mid here?
Yeah, because I know it's not. I think Wei might have a better time with Veigar going into Cassante and then the Shen into the cat. Cause I feel if I'm on Wei's team, I don't want to get this Katarina fed, including what happened last game, and I feel like Veigar is just gonna have a really hard time into this Katarina.
Mhm.
Well, we'll
I
see what
think,
happens.
yeah, I think so. As it looks like these teams are finally getting ready to lock in, right? We're gonna have to see. I mean, the pick of the draft is this Katarina, right? If it gets ahead, it is going to be an absolute nightmare for Weird Al Yakovich. But hey, on the bright side, you do have a Shen to potentially save some of your carries that are in a bit of a spooky spot, right? Trying to buy enough time to make it so that the Cephalios can do enough damage. But just looking at the other side here, 10K just they have a lot of just like kind of pick threat as well as team fight threat, right? Talia to kind of neutralize
Yeah.
a lot of the engage that's coming out from the Jarvan, from the Shin. And Ezreal, Talia have a lot of range. And then if Katarina is just hanging out in the wing, she just jumps out, she immediately gets a penta. Like I'm just thinking it's tough to play, right? Zyra has to be playing super defensively here to just buy enough space for her carries. I don't know. I think it's. I mean, who are you expecting to win this one, Star?
Again, I think it's a really tough matchup, but based on how last game went, Katarina, like, I'm just talking about, like, the tower dives alone. I feel like Cherry and Mui on Talia and Katarina are gonna have a really fun time diving, Way's team here, because Katarina is, I feel like, the tower dive, like, queen, because you can blink in, do all your damage, and then blink out with maybe taking, like, one tower shot, depending on how fed you are, but, I personally like, I think 10K's team a bit more just because of the Katarina pick. You don't really see it a lot in comp play. But if Way's team gets to late game, I think they'll completely destroy the floor with Veigar because one ult on Katarina, she's dead. I
Yeah,
guarantee it late game.
I will
It
say I
really just
agree with
happens.
you. I agree with you there. I will say I think the Katarina pick, I've heard legends about movies Katarina, right? I just think of all the times to play it, time is now, right? Like you get so much value with it. Just Talia does a great job of neutralizing this. I'm gonna go with a 2-0 lead here for 10K off this series, but maybe we'll be wrong. Maybe the audience knows stuff that we don't. So make sure to put in your votes to see, get your channel points up. But we'll have to see as we're gonna take a quick break and we'll be right back when game 2 starts.
I was a lonely silhouette, needed somebody to show the way. Yeah, I was a heartbeat with no sound till you came around.
We've made it here for game 2 of the series between 10KBs and Weird Al Yakovich Esports. 10K was able to get that early lead in the series, going up 1-0. As we do see the sides have swapped this time around, as we see some aggressive trading. Cherry is in a bit of a bad spot. Mana flow diff. As we do see Zelda's able to get that early lead, get a little bit of money in his pocket. But the first strike, I don't think procced for the side of Talia. So unfortunately, the game is basically over, Star. It's over.
Yeah, this Ignite on Katarina with no lane swap, I feel like Zelda here is gonna have a really hard time playing against this Katarina, including just what happened last game. Like, I have no doubts that Mui's just gonna pop off on Katarina.
I think it is kind of going to be the Mui show once again. But now we see a little bit of a show here as Dira is in a bit of a bad spot, landing the 2-man route. But Dira is low. The flash forward from KOJ, able to pick up that first blood. That is exactly what we want to see. The flip in. Is this going to be a double? Wait, he's trying to take damage. The
Auto cancel.
Rezzy, you enter. I'm sorry, he didn't deserve that. But still, you have to be so cautious here, right? He canceled the auto. That was almost so clean. And it ended up being a 1-for-1 here for, I guess, both teams.
How much you want to bet someone's gonna clip it and send that to him?
Oh,
with the
someone is
auto
clipping
attack
that and
cancel?
shipping that for
Yeah.
sure, right? He had the auto animation. He didn't trust himself. But now, I mean, outside of that little bit of action that we saw there, we're seeing that the junglers, they're both pathing down bot side, right? Seeing some aggressive places. The root lands, forcing out the barrier. He's trying to get some aggressive trading, but the barrier is making it so he doesn't have to be in too much of a danger. But wow, just a lot of action here. Rezzy's up 3 farm. He stays winning.
Honest, but he didn't get the kill for it.
Oh.
KOJ did, although Arca got the kill on KOJ. So honestly, Arca's up in this sense.
Arca is technically up in that sense, right? They are up about 200 gold, which is decent. Also, looking at the way this lane state's setting up, right? Rezzy had to base at a pretty unideal time, right? We're looking at a potential freeze here down in the bot lane, and with these junglers kind of pathing down, Jarvan is on the move, on the prowl, but we see a little bit of aggressive trading here. Top side, Yako is getting those early grass procs, right? Shen, kind of known for his sleeper ability to kind of bully in lane, right? Has those early advantages, gets those free grass procs basically for free. But now cutting over, we see Mubert is doing a lot of aggressive trading here. Mui is dodging everything, dodging to the side. The Conqueror is procced, just throwing it away. But wow, just looking at how these lanes have been going, it's been a bit of a heater. Your Star.
Yeah, for sure. Also, I didn't even see what was going on when the first blood happened in the bot lane, because I don't know if you noticed, top lane, Yako, Ziggy, and Zelda all walked together into Cherry's jungle, and I thought they were gonna full-on invade her on the red side. I didn't exactly see how that ended, because I went down bot after the first blood happened, but no way we're already rotating down bot.
Well, it looks like Mui is hanging out, potentially looking to do what Katarina does best, and that is pick up some cheeky kills where her lane is not. But now just looking at it, right, Zelda doing a good job of trying to prop up his passive, as we do see Resilient is rooted, not being able to E away. As Ziggy shows up, but he knows, hey, maybe Cherry is in the area. Cherry potentially moving in to try to get brush control, which I think she has. As he is spotted here, he gets knocked up by the seismic shove, but he doesn't have enough damage in the tank. As KOJ, I thought he might have gone over. Honestly, probably the right move, as we do see Mui is potentially looking to cause a little bit of chaos, but nothing this time, as we do see that Cherry, she's going to use the fact she has the pressure. Did he get spotted on that ward? I don't know, but Mui is trying to buy enough space, trying to land the shove. It's not going to land. Zelda is low on mana, but great use to make sure you do not get hit, because if you get hit, that is a dead Yordle on my screen.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that. Like, I think the longer that they keep Mui without getting kills, the better it works out for 100k.
Ooh, some aggressive trading here as we do see Mui. I feel like this brush is the brush of death here, as Ziggy is taking a lot of damage, getting a lot of pressure put on him, as that flash is having to immediately come out. As we see, cutting over topside, Super Saiyan does hit the level advantage. He does burn the ignite from Yako, as well as the flash is potentially not even used. I thought it was, but I guess Casante's just that mobile. That champion is silly, isn't he? But still, regardless, not too bad here. He is down a good amount of farm, but hey, we saw that happen last time, and you know what happened? He got a solo kill for himself, so I don't think he's out of the woods. Actually, I might have spoken too soon. He's trying to buy enough space, but the aftershock to make sure he tanks enough damage. Casante's able to live again. Another day.
So I was gonna say him staying here might be a bad idea, but we see Cherry creeping up in this river.
Yep, Cherry is moving in for the aggressive play here. She has the angle. Great flash
Oh,
taunt there from Yako, putting Super Saiyan in the dirt. Right, he has to be a little careful here because Cherry has a little bit of
that
return damage.
damage.
But if he uses the minions to his advantage, it's going to be tough. Shin does pop his ulti, or he pops level 6, not popping the ulti itself. But Cherry, he's got to be careful here. The stun is caused for commotion, but if Yako was in range to go for a taunt, that might have been a dead jungler.
Yeah, honestly, like it's a 2 level difference, and I forgot like how much damage Yako or Shen's Q does after like you Q through the enemy. I'm not a top lane player, but I always forget how much Shen can do in terms of damage until like I just saw it there where Cherry just got half her HP disappeared by 3 autos.
Yep. I mean, that's just the thing, right? You use the Q, you go pow, 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 and it's very, very tough, right? You got to be playing cautious. And a lot of times, I think Super Saiyan, he saw his jungler. He saw the opportunity to try to find a play back into this. And Yako, he knew his limits on his champion, right? And he immediately just pounced on the opportunity to get that kill for himself.
Yeah, so we have both objectives up right now. Actually, we don't. I don't remember when Ziggy took Hex Tech. I think that's when we're too busy looking top. Ziggy took advantage of that, took
Let's
Hex
go,
straight.
Ziggy. Great play. I
Um,
mean,
yeah. Looks like he's
yeah.
just pathing up right now to go to Grubby's. Cherry looks like doing the same thing. Might be a little bit further behind just because of what happened top lane.
Mhm.
But I think Way's team is in a really good spot if they secure these 3 grubs and don't get them stolen again like last game.
Mhm. Absolutely. I will say Super Saiyan is not in as aggressive or advantaged spot as he was last time there. But he's got to be careful there. Yeah, game case, you got to make sure you're not standing on the daggers. He takes a pretty aggressive trade. Looking at just like the builds at this point, right? Zelda is building that more like defensive Roa build that you kind of go, as well as I think maybe Muramana will be the follow-up here. As we see some aggressive trading here from the bot laners. They are both level 5, but you got to be careful. Arcarios does have the chakrams. He's doing a lot of damage flash for flash, but they're going to both flash away. Resi Flash is in retreat. As we do see now, it looks to be a 4v4 in the angle. They're trying to land the root from Dira, but he's just going to use the plants to dissuade Cherry from moving forward. So it ends up looking like control is going over to Wei here, and Ziggy is going to be able to put himself in a pretty aggressive spot, advantageous spot here. But uh-oh, we're looking at it. Super Saiyan is trying to find the angle to get back into this, able to land the Intofo strike to buy enough time, but that's a double root there. It's got to be careful. This Katarina is getting exhausted, doing a lot of damage here. The Shin ultimate is coming out to try to buy enough time for the support here, as Zelda is here as well. But great engage there from KOJ. He's trying to find the angle. He finds it onto KOJ. Mui is here. Ziggy lands the knockup onto Cherry. There's so much going on. There's a fiesta all over the place, and it looks like a lot of people are trying to die. Mui, flash it! Oh my gosh, it was so clean. Trying to buy enough space, but she does die to the sword that is Yakolvich. Cherry is super low in the background. Super Saiyan does get knocked up and stunned into the cage. As we do see, it is very, very careful. You got to be careful here, Ziggy. But we see the ultimate come out. The final horizon lands. It ends up being a massive play. 2 for 2. This game is hectic. It's crazy. As we see the turnaround W there from the side of Super Saiyan. He's trying to buy enough charm, trying to buy enough space. He's in a bit of a bad spot here. It's a 1v2. He doesn't land the Q3. You got to be careful here. He's running out of all out. He is now cooked, as we may say. He's trying to not take that tower damage, but there's so much damage coming out. Is he going to be able to run away? I'm wondering how much time is on Yako's taunt here. He looks to be in the angle. He has boots. He has the angle. He's hunting him down. He's hunting him like Jaws. He's going out, but no, Casante's able to E away to the minions, and it ends up only being, I think, a 2 for 2? You might have to correct me on that,
can't even.
Star.
I think it was a 3 for 2 because I think they went into that going 1-2 in terms of kills. I honestly don't know. That was a bloodbath. I couldn't keep up of how many things. But what I will say though is Way's team get the feats on the first 3 kills that procced in the middle of that fight, and it looks like they might get this will be their second feat in terms of objective, and one more. Which
If
will
that's
maybe
the
be
case, then I
grub.
think this is feats of strength over to them if they get these grubs, unless Super Saiyan
It
has
is
the miracle
like, this will be
steal.
number 2 out of 3.
Oh,
So they'll
2
need
of 3.
one more objective.
Oh, did he not get the dragon as well? But still, regardless, we'll have to see. Casante's trying to buy enough time for his space, but Cherry is here. Cherry's looking really scary. The Q3 does land. Ziggy's trying to buy enough space with the ultimate. The 2-man knockup. Yako is low, but there isn't a whole lot of damage in return, right? As we see the shutdown is going to be able to land. Casante, he picks up a nice, hefty amount of gold for himself, and he's not sitting there well, and we saw it, right? Mui was on the rotate, right? In game case, he's stuck in lane. Zelda, he's got to be careful, right? He has no mana. And right now, looking at it, right, just the ultimate coming out, trying to do enough damage in return. Thankfully, he's able to walk away with a scot-free this time.
Yeah, it was a good trade for 100k. Like, they did get all 3 grubs, but unfortunately 100k was there to clean up the kills. A shutdown was brought over to Super Saiyan, a 226 gold shutdown from Yako. But back to with the feats. It's the first 3 objectives with feats, so they got the Drake as one, and then the grubs as the other, so they just need one more now for it.
For some reason, I thought that was already the second set of grubs that had spawned. I thought after that original fight, those had already been taken.
Well, with the amount of action, you would think so, right?
We're good. I guess this is the dragon is probably going to be that potential of if they're going to get those 3 objectives for the feat, right? As we do see, it looks like the members of Wei are positioning aggressively for it, as Ziggy is moving over, skipping over his camps. As we do see the members of 10K are pushed in, right? Rezi and KOG are kind of hanging out with their tower. As we also do see the top laner from the side of Wei has rotated down. Shen is on that ward, so if I'm Cassante, I'm trying to get as many plates as I can, but it ends up looking like there's no contestation. The ultimate!
Oh!
It's not enough, as the ultimate, it's
That's
close.
beast.
It's close. I got a little spooked there. I had to kind of clenched up there, but not going to be enough here. As we do see over on the top side, though, they're trying to get a little bit of punishment down. Super Saiyan's trying to soak as much XP as he can, doing a little bit of a miniature proxy, but it ends up being a couple plates over to his name, so that's not too bad if you are the Cassante. But looking at this here, Super Saiyan might be baiting his team in, but the W does not land. Mui trying to get a good enough amount of damage down. The Lich Bane, the Sheen is doing a good amount, but you got to be careful. Cherry does not land the knock-up. Super Saiyan, he gets caught, and that is a dead Cassante, right? You kind of went in a little bit too far, right? Yako, he has the Dead Man's Blade. He's pretty speedy, and he's got to be careful as we see Ziggy now trying to find the angle onto Cherry, getting the knock up though, so it's going to be tough. But also a taunt flash there onto Mui. He's taking a lot of damage in return. The ultimate's on top of the ultimate to absolutely obliterate Cherry there, causing for a pause immediately as we see the Fnatic pause come out, as looks like the mid laner's headset has unfortunately been taken out.
I think we never have a single game without a pause. Like, I feel like it's just tradition at this point to have the pauses. But I want to talk a little bit about Zelda guy here. He's playing Veigar. He already has 3 kills, and he has 120 stacks, which I don't play Veigar, but 12 minutes in the game.
That is pretty decent.
That's really good.
That is very good. I mean, you're basically getting 10 a minute, right? I feel like with a lot of this action, right, Zelda guy has kind of been the one who has not been looked at a lot of the time, right? And so the fact that you're already at 120, that's just 120 AP just for free, right? Looking at him basically now, he's sitting at almost 200 AP this early in the game. That's really, really nice, right? And when you have Roa, that's going to continue to build up each time you get those stacks every 60 seconds. So they're in a pretty good spot looking for it. Also, he's going for the tier. I think it's a little late to be starting on your tier stacks. I mean, I think if you want that Seraphs, it's not awful. But I mean, like, still, I think it's potentially you can go for some other defensive items, like maybe go for that Zonya's. Maybe look to, honestly, I have the sleeper tech of going Winter's Approach Veigar. I think it's a little too late for that, especially when you're going for those tier stacks. But hey, if you want to try it in your solo queue games, it's free LP. Trust me, it's free LP. But
I'll have to trust you on that one. Maybe I'll
have to trust. You know, it's not for the faint of heart, but it is a funny build for sure. You're a little tanky little guy, but looking at it now, we see every time I cut over to these objectives, it seems to always be Wei, right? Wei. It's like, what is the response going to be here from 10K? Because if this game keeps going late, you talked about it in that before game like lobby. It's tough here if you're 10K.
Yeah, because once, like, Veigar's already ahead, which is really scary for, like, now Mui or Cherry, like, Mui wants to go in, like, that's just the champ he's playing. Katarina wants to be, like, in the middle of everyone, doing as much damage as you can, but now you have a Fed's Veigar that already has so many stacks, sitting at 132 stacks with 3 kills. 1 Q ult, and, like, she's dead. Or, like, 1 HP, and then someone else finishes her off, so it's gonna be really scary for them now, including when we're only 14 minutes in the game.
I will say the gold lead is not as detrimental as it seems on paper, right? Basically, but we'll have to talk about that later as we do see a great engage there from KOJ. Arcavius is in a bit of a bad spot, forced to flash out, but he does have Shin on the angle as well. Ziggy kind of ulted nothing from what it looked like. Yako's able to land the two-man taunt. Zyra's trying to buy enough space with the ulti. KOJ is the first to fall. He had the good engage, but you got to think there's so much counter peel from the side of this team here from Wei. They had the Shin ult, they had the flashes, and it ended up being the play that they needed here.
You know, I really like the effort. Like, they're trying to get, like, some kills. Maybe try and gain this first tower, which, because the mid tower is only a quarter HP. But yeah, you gotta keep in mind, Shen has R. The moment Shen R's, there's no way you're killing her with that damage, because that massive shield is, like, just gonna... It's just gonna eat up all the burst that from Katarina, and that's exactly what happened. Arca flashed away, and then had a massive shield, and now he's in the middle of the fight, still at 3/4 HP.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, that is kind of their angle to that. Honestly, I thought was going to be a great engage there from the side. And I think if you're playing in any other team comp, it is a good engage. But just looking at it, right, you talked about it. It's tough to play into this. You kind of got to look for these picks on side, right? You want it to kind of be like, look for the slow picks, find a way to maybe see if you can kill like Dira on side, find Ziggy maybe on a camp when he's sleeping a little bit, right? Because you look at it, and these carries, they are basically, it is the CIA from the side of Wei, right? They are saying, we are going to protect our carries, and we are going to make sure that they are in a good spot, right? We see the exhaust from Dira. We see that the ultimate's going to be coming out from Shin. But looking at the aggressive trading here, Mui might be looking to potentially suicide to get the kill. As he gets that shutdown, he's able to get the root. And oh my gosh, maybe Katarina is a little broken star. Did you just see what I saw?
It's almost like I said, she's probably one of the best tower dive champs, and that is exactly why. Went in, Ignite, just used everything, and got out, like, still pretty much, like, half HP. Like, the champ is, when it comes to, like, tower dives, it's just so strong, and Arca unfortunately didn't respect that, and paid the price for it.
Respect was not thrown the way of Katarina, right? The Death Lotus was able to absolutely flower her out of control. She was able to get that kill, right? Because Katarina, with that Lichbane spike, she is a threat, forced to be reckoned with, a threat for sure. As every time I feel like I cut up top lane, it seems like that Shin is getting some grass procs for himself. He's getting them for free. But now we look at the positioning here. We see that Cherry is positioned aggressively to try to take this dragon, as she's going to be able to start it up. It is a Cloud Soul, honestly my favorite one. It is so fun to just see so much action as people are moving around the map a ton faster. But I think there's going to be a little bit of contention as Zelda is trying to buy enough space with the ultimate, with the cage, to try and make it so KOJ doesn't find the angle that they need. Good True Shot Barrage there from Resilient to get a little bit of damage, poke him down here. Ziggy is trying to find a way back in, right? He's got to be careful of the warped ground. It is on cooldown now, but KOJ is taking so much damage. The stun's coming out. Arcavius is able to pick up the kill, and I think you just got to be careful here. Right now, it's looking like Cherry, she's able to get the warped ground down. Ziggy's able to pick up the kill. Actually, it was Ted. It was Dira who got the kill. Now Zelda able to force out the flash from Rezi, right? Mui is the one who's on the hunt. He's not able to get away. The flash in, immediately out as Rezi just pops him right back over the wall. But I mean, hey, that play was all Wei, right? I think it's just KOJ, he got poked a little bit too fast there. And I mean, Star, like that's just not what you want to see.
Yeah, Wei honestly is the way right now. They played that so well. They are so patient with the Drake, and like they just executed well. They just waited for the pick that they got on KOJ, and then they just like executed it perfectly from there. And now they just got first tower, and this isn't looking great for 100k. Like we were talking about, this Katarina might explode, but like if you don't get this Katarina ahead, which unfortunately didn't really happen this game, it's going to be really, really difficult for them continuing on, because Veigar is just going to keep infinitely scaling, and what 100k is going to want to do in this game is just not going to be able, like, not possible as long as Veigar has R.
Mm-hmm. I think if Veigar has R, it's always going to be tough for the Katarina, like you talk about, right? You kind of got to think about it like, hey, if you're playing this Katarina, you got to be basically playing her like a rat, right? You got to be sitting there. You got to be waiting for your opportunity to get the cheese, right? Find the angle to get into this fight. Find a chance to sneak out of the darkness and absolutely go bite and immediately cause some commotion. Because it's like we say, right? If these fights are going 5v5, they're going to be going the way of Wei. So it's just they got to find a way to be sneaky, find a way to be crafty about how they're going to make these plays happen. Maybe, like we saw game one, we see that Wei starts up this Otacon. Katarina finds an angle with this shredded magic resist to immediately just go turbo in these fights. I don't know, but I think there is still the opportunity for this side of 10K to find an angle back into this game. It's not completely out, right? We've seen the pop-off opportunity of a Katarina. Ezreal is still sitting at 1-0-1. He is down a little bit of farm, but still, you got to be careful, right? He has a lot of poke damage, so that could be a potential angle for them as well. Looking at him positioning pretty aggressively here as he does get rooted here out immediately, but Cherry is coming in with the ultimate. Arcarius is in a little bit of a bad spot, forcing out the flash instantly. KOJ, he gets the root off. Actually, I think the ultimate from the Shen was stopped. Cherry's doing enough damage in return as she falls. Ziggy flashes, gets the kill, and Arcarius able to get it with the red-white. You know what they say, don't fight Mui! Flashed in and tried to get the kill. He's able to pick up the kill onto the plant, but that's not what you want to see, as it looks like that Shelly as well as that Otacon is going to go the way of Wei.
That Shen ult really saved Arca there. I think Arca 100% would have died there if Shen didn't ult, and they're just playing really, really well and like using this objective. And now that 3 of their players are dead, now they can do Otacon safely. They learned from last time. They're not taking it when their whole enemy team is up. But do we know what objective this one is? Is this the one with the DA?
Is from what it looks like. We'll have to see. It is
Yeah,
one
it is.
in the respawns. I feel like that happens basically every game at this point. Is the True Shot Barrage is able to stop Ziggy in his base? As I don't think he realized for a second that his base got canceled. But still, I mean, just looking at it, right? Aphelios has his collector, has his IE. And I mean, just looking at the way the gold's set up, right? It's a 4K gold lead, but just looking at the objective control that we're seeing from the side of Wei, right? They are on Soul Point, right? Cloud is going to be coming up soon. Mui needs to find an angle in, right? We saw that he flashed in. He was trying to make the hero play that the team needed, but it was just a little too late, right? And just, it's so hard to play these fights out if you are basically 10K, because unless the Katarina pops off in these fights, like, Talia is not that far ahead, right? She doesn't have a kill to her name. She's up a little bit of farm, but, like, you're outranged at the end of the day, right? The Aphelios, the Zyra, the Veigar, it's going to be hard to find these angles, right? You're trying to shove Ziggy, you're trying to shove Shin, but, like, we're seeing a lot of times KOJ is the one who's leading these charges, right? He's 1-5-3. He has some, what appears on paper to be good engages, but it's just when you're playing into this really hard anti-dive comp, basically the champ's not nearly as strong as it needs to be.
I think what their plans going forward, at least this is my opinion on what they should do, they should try burning or playing around Shen ult. Shen ult, it's a great ult, but it also has a really long cooldown, so if they can find a way to even, like, bait this ult out and then play around it, would be, like, amazing. They just need to, I think, play around that, as well as play around Veigar's ult and shield, not shield, sorry, his cage. Because those, I think, are like the 2 important things when coming to these fights, because Veigar, 22 minutes in the game, he's already at 216 stack. That is so much. He's already almost at 500 AP at 20 minutes in the game. He's just going to keep getting stronger and stronger, and, like, they need to just find a way where they can find either picks or, like, bait out these Shen ults so that they even have a chance.
I will say a chance to potentially get back into this game is it does look like 10K was able to find their angle onto Shelly, right? They were able to pick up the Rift Herald for themselves, potentially giving it the opportunity to maybe play into that Shen lane, right? Because Shen can join the fights, but he doesn't have the ability to bring all of his teammates over. As we do see, the True Shot Barrage was causing a little bit of commotion there onto the Dragon, but not enough, as they're also able to pick up that mid tower, right? So it ends up being, I think, a 1-for-1 in towers as well as Rift Herald, but Soul does go the way of Wei. Keep saying way to way, but I mean, still, like, you got to think about it. The mobility and the ability to get around this map for the side of Wei just increased exponentially here.
Yeah, I think Wei is in a really good spot right now. They still have Veigar stacking again. I keep mentioning it, but it's just so important, because what 100K wants to do instantly gets shut down by Veigar. And now that he has Archangels that's slowly building into Seraphs, he's going to be really tanky. And it looks like he might be building Death Cap now, and he's just gonna have so much AP, and that shield when 100K, like, only really has burst, he's gonna be unkillable. And I'm just waiting for it to happen. I'm calling it now. We're gonna see a one-shot from Veigar this game.
I mean, that's what we want to see. I will say, hey, there is a shield buster. KOJ does have the ability to use his lance to potentially break it. Will he save his Q for when there is the Shen ulti, the Archangel's shield? Maybe, but he might end up being the one who faces the curtains here, as he does do a good job of getting over the wall, making it so that he does not fall for his 6th time this game. But still, yeah, just looking at the control that we're seeing on the map, it seems to be all Wei. Mui is trying to position aggressively, seeing if he can find a way, as he's going to get hit by the stun, as the W is what does most of the damage, is not able to get that kill. I will say, Mui, he is down about 400 gold, so you're not as fed as you want to be as Katarina, right? But that technically, if they keep slacking, I keep talking about it, but you know who might be slacking is Cherry, forced to flash away. The warped ground does land, but Ziggy's able to find the ultimate. Yako's able to pick up the kill, as now Super Saiyan is in a bit of a bad spot here. I don't think he meant to be here. The taunt does land. He's trying to buy enough space. The Arcavios is doing enough damage. It doesn't matter if you're unstoppable. Arcavios is actually unstoppable, as he's able to pick up 6 kills for himself. And this is just setting themselves up for Baron that's spawning in 3 seconds.
Yeah, I also want to point out, Mui has Ignite. She has no TP, so like the moment these like objectives come down, where now 25 minutes in the game, Cherry and Super Saiyan died, you only have Resilient up there because you have KOJ and Mui trying to dive Zelda. They just get a free Baron off of this, and there's nothing they can do.
I think so. That is what they're going for, as the Q is unfortunately not going to hit this time, but they are able to take a tower to potentially find something to get back into this game. Mui is trading aggressively here, trying to find the angle. Honestly, does a decent amount of damage. It is an Ignite, but still, like, you got to look at it. Even the Archangels, I don't think, was popped there from the side of the Veigar.
No,
He had a lot still left in the tank, right? It's tough to burst him, right? He got these kills early. The teamfights went the way that they needed him to. And just now, this Katarina's sitting here, and she's basically saying, what do I do at this point in the game?
Yeah, it's gonna be really difficult now playing these games because simply they're just down a TP now on 100k side, because although Yako doesn't have the TP, he has his own ult, which basically acts as a TP, so he can sidelane only once, and he can shield a teammate while TPing into the fight in a perfect spot, while Mui either has to like sacrifice gold and like miss gold in the side lane, or like has to be in like the correct spot, and it looks like she might be creeping up on top lane, maybe trying to kill Yako, and as I was saying, giving up bot but might get a kill up top to help change the game.
I think at this point, that's kind of what you got to be looking for, right? Trying to find a way to potentially find an angle in. As we do see, Yako is going in. He has not used taunt yet, so it is going to be an angle here as they're trying to make something happen. But remember, that Shin is so tanky at this point. Mui is doing negative damage at this point to the champion. But we do see Resilient is now on the way, as we see the taunt is able to take her out of Death Lotus. But it's going to be tough, as we see Yako is getting the flash out. He's trying to get the kill onto Mui, but Mui doing a good job of being nimble, is able to pick up the kill. Rezi takes one for himself, but a good response here from the side of Wei. They're able to take that tower with that Baron empowered wave. As we see, another tower is going to fall. Maybe the inhibitor is next star. It's looking tough, and it's looking dire here. You got to find angles to get back into this, but the cage is going to make it tough. They're pinging aggressively here. I think they want to fight, but unfortunately, they were on the retreat.
Yeah, we have Elder spawning in a minute 30. I think that is going to like determine like what happens in these upcoming minutes. Wei is definitely in a really good spot. They're 5k gold up. Rift was dropped by...
It was dropped by Cherry mid lane here, so they are on a bit of a tempo play here right now. We do see that they are getting back on the map, but I think that we might see that actually is a pick onto Zelda. It does do a decent amount of damage with the True Shot Barrage, as well as the shove. We see that Katarina is going to be the one who's leading the charge here. The ultimate is popped. The Airborne immediately out. The ultimate lands on Arcavios, but KOJ immediately gets popped. Super Saiyan is the one who's taking a lot of damage in return here. The return! That's a triple over at Arcavios here. They're going to try to find the angle, but Shen's able to pick it up, so no Penta this time, but Resilient is the only one still left alive. They're pinging him back. They're saying, hey, we can potentially look for an end here. We are up a decent amount of players. And right now, it's Rezi versus the world.
100k, yeah. This game, unfortunately, is looking a little grim for them. Wei played really well this game. I just want to get a stat check on Veigar. He's at 291 at 29 minutes. He is averaging 10 stacks a minute, which is really well. And they're just, like, capitalizing on everything now. They don't have the damage. Like, 100k don't have the damage. His Seraphs just got proc during that fight. And, like, even though Zelda is doing all those damage with the cage, we gotta take a look at Arca. He's 9-1. He is up so much gold compared to up to resilient, and like that fight too, that I think he had the blue rotation, which just completely shredded their team. And it looks like they're gonna take Elder here, and then with this Elder, I guarantee you they're gonna end the game
Yeah,
afterwards.
and I mean, speaking of rotations, right, this is the one angle they need to fight, and we're seeing it's the red-white. And you know what they say about red-white is that you do not want to fight, but if you are the side of 10k, you say, hey, it is now or never. We need to find an angle back into this. The Elder's down to 4k. It's going to be close to 3, as we're going to see if Cherry can find the angle back in. She's going in with the wall. Is it going to be the hero play that they need? She ended up on the wrong side, but the flash forward, she's trying to get the kill. She's trying to burst it down. She's able to pick up the Elder for her team. If Rezi goes crazy, he's not able to this time, but we see it's going to pop. Jiro's low on the backside. Actually, wait, this fight ended up not going as bad as they thought. They're pressuring aggressively here, but if Cherry's able to get her base off, yeah, they can actually go for the end. Cherry's able to pick up the steal. They end up thinking, hey, we got the kills, but you got to think the Elder's what really matters. They end up buying time here, 10k does.
Yeah, they definitely bought the time. Cherry has the Elder. Unfortunately, it's only one of them, but it's better having one person having the Elder compared to an enemy team having the Elder, right? And I believe they had objective bounties up, so they got the extra gold for killing Elder. And so we'll see what's going on into this next fight and see if they can bring it back with Cherry.
I mean, it's also interesting, right? We look at also the gold that went over from those shutdowns on a lot of players. Like we see that the Aphelios died. We see that the Vagar died. Um, the gold lead is not as bad as you would think it is for how this game has been going, right? It's only
Yeah.
5k, which is like 5k is still a decent amount, but also we're kind of getting to the later stages of the game where items are important, yeah, but it kind of becomes more about, hey, does your champ have some innate scaling? And hey, there is a Vagar, so that a little bit of the innate scaling goes over to the side of Wei. But remember, Katarina, if she finds the angles that she needs, is still a threat. And I mean, like, I think honestly that was probably part of the play, right? They got a little overcautious, right? If they keep this game going slowly, it's not completely over. It's tough, but I don't think completely over is in the
Really
word.
tough. I just want to take a also look at like everyone's level. Zelda is level 17 compared to Mui being level 15, and those
Ooh.
like including like still being
Oh, good root there from Arcavius, forcing the flash
that
out.
damage.
Yeah, ooh.
He's dead.
Immediately able to get it right. I sometimes don't know what Aphelios does still in this age. Is he's able to get the ultimate that let him get his, I believe, I forget which one the sniper is called, but basically doing a lot of damage here as Cherry's taking a lot of damage in
Oh my
return, and Zero's able to pick
God.
up that kill. Mui is getting knocked up by the ultimate. The Bramble Thorns are doing a ton of damage here, but we see Ziggy comes in with this slam dunk. Rezi's the next to fall, and it's just Yakko at the bottom side. They're going to just go mid here, trying to force the end, as we do see that Super Saiyan is trading with Yakko, but I don't think that ends up actually mattering with this game, right? They have the wave.
Cancel the back. That's all.
Yeah, they have the wave,
do.
and basically those two are just going to be hanging out, just making it so they don't have the way to get back into this. Zelda kind of just running around doing what he wants here in the backside, but it looks like it's just KOJ up. Is he going to be able to man the defense? I doubt it. It ends up being what we thought was going to be a win for 2K. We thought the cat was going to be scary, but hey, good response here from Way to make it a tied series.
Yeah, I just want to mention we were talking so much about Zelda and Vagar, of how much he was doing, but I just want to take a point at Arca's damage that game. He had 31,000 damage. I think we were kind of sleeping on Arca until those last two fights where we saw around Elder where he got a quadra kill, almost a penta, that I think I was kind of sleeping on the amount of damage Arca was doing, and I think just like they played this game so well. Zelda farmed so well, and then Arca just exploded with I I don't play really ADC much, but Aphelios, I didn't expect him to do that much damage, and I just saw him completely delete so many people that game, and I was just like, well, I guess that's why Aphelios is really strong at like in team fights, and yeah. Who's your MVP for that game?
So it's a little weird. Because I think just realistically, it's a lot of the team just played super well. I might give it actually to Yakko. With just his ability to kind of absorb like a lot of pressure, right? Getting that basically that kill in that 1v2
Yeah.
situation. Finding the ultimates that he needed to kind of keep his carries alive, right? Because we saw potentially there were some angles where Arca got caught out, right? In that mid lane. They had those flash engages, right? But you see the defense that was kind of a lot of the time led by Yakko. I think that is a lot of props to him. I will say Shin, sometimes you don't think of as a carry champ, but I think he did put on a great performance there. And I mean, yeah, just kind of also, maybe I give the MVP to whoever drafted for Yakko. I think
That
just
was a
because
really
looking
good
at it,
draft.
right?
Yeah.
Because Katarina, we thought it was like if the Katarina gets ahead, but like realistically, it's not solo queue. This is competitive, right? This
Yeah.
is coordinated plays. They're going to be calling out if Katarina is gone always. So it's super super tough for a Katarina to find her angle to get these kills, and she got a couple, right? We saw a really nice tower dive onto Arca there in the mid lane, but it wasn't enough, and it ended up being that the disengaged comp from the side of Weird Al Yakovich ended up playing off dividends for them.
Yeah, again, they just like yeah. I think I think I agree with giving MVP to whoever drafted that game because that was an amazing draft, but just the way that they executed it. I keep mentioning this, but it was just so like strong. Like they got Soul by like 23 minutes in the game, and that's really important for including like a scaling team, like having that much like pressure early game to even get like four drags that fast. It was just insane.
Hmm.
They really shut down that Katarina, and again, Resilient didn't really have those kills or damage in those fights, so they didn't really have those damage to shut down Wei, and I guess Wei took the Wei, and they honestly just like destroyed that game.
Hmm. I mean, looking at it also, I mean, that was game, right? We saw it maybe was a little bit of a draft iffy, but looking at game three, we are seeing that the 10K, they're electing to go back to blue side, right? They value the kind of prio picks that are in the jungle at the moment, as well as potentially 80 carry. I think it is the move. I do think contestant over this blue side is going to be the name of the game with how this series is going to go. Game three is also going to be the last game where all bans are enabled. So all five bans will still be in place. For game four, it is only going to be the first three bans that are affected. And then in game five, there's going to be no bans whatsoever. So it is a bit of an exciting one there, as it is kind of going to be that last game of, I guess, true Fearless in parentheses, right? But we'll have to see as I'm just thinking about a lot of the good champs are taken away, right? That Wukong, that Misfortune. But there are some that have still kind of shown up, right? Maybe Mbessa ends up getting through this time. Maybe champs like Hwei show up. I think there are maybe some pocket picks as well. I know that Cherry has her Belveth that always comes out when she needs it most, so maybe that's the angle. I don't know. I think any opinions here?
Again, so my question is quickly for the Fearless. It's the bans that are going through, those are just bans, they're not like out of the game, right? They're just banned
Yes.
for that
So the
match. Okay.
bans, those are still technically in the game. They do have to be banned every round, or
Right.
they can still be picked. It is just the champions that were played that are technically eliminated from the round.
Okay, so yeah, I think in terms of 100K's team, I think I would really like to see like again what you're talking about like the Belveth. I think last time I streamed with you, it was Cherry's finals game and they played Belveth and
Hmm.
Viego. So Viego is already obviously out of the match because of game one, but I would like to see Cherry's Belveth again because she played it really, really well during I think it was Warden League. What league was it? Do you remember?
It should have been Ward.
Yeah, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing like what they bring. And it looks like blue side, whoever gets blue side right now has like the big favorable matchup. So we'll see like what happens to draft this game.
Yeah. I will say some junglers that have still kind of like not gotten taken out is Nocturne, like I said, is still
Oh
very, very
right.
strong. It has a lot of priority. It kind of like she basically gets, or Nocturne gets to make those plays that they want. Skarner is still up. I don't think these junglers are the biggest Skarner players, but still, I think the champ's kind of broken. I think, honestly, if a toddler could pilot that champion, shout out to my jungler. He's the GOAT, but he's a Skarner abuser.
I
But
need to start
still,
playing Stunner, yeah.
Skarner is the way, but still, like I think you look at it and it's a lot of 80 bruisers going back and forth, right? We did see Talia, so maybe that was kind of like breaking the status quo, but champs like Zinzao, champs like Vi, champs like the Nocturne, right? I think those are going to keep showing up here, and I think that's probably what Cherry's going to be leaning with in this first game.
Yeah.
So
Looks
we
like oh,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I think my Discord's lagging. Give me a second.
Oh. So we'll
Okay,
have to,
I think we're good. Sorry.
yeah.
Ooh, it was like lagging a little bit there. Okay, I think I'm good. Sorry about that.
You're all
Looks
good.
like in chat though, looks like the draft has died, but
I
it
will
looks fine
say
on my end.
it is fine on my end, so potentially an angle, if needed, is we could try to get it back to our producers. If not, I can potentially show my side of the screen. But still, I mean, just looking at it right, I think we are seeing that it is a potential. Mm, but I think what it looks like is we are going to be pivoting towards draft lull. I know that we have that set up here for LXC, so we might be just taking a second. They're going to get that set up. But yeah, just looking at some champs that I'm expecting here. Yone is for Mui. I know he is kind of that melee mid enthusiast, right? We did see him on Aurora. That champion kind of plays like a hybrid of like, I'm going to go in, do a lot of damage. He's not as known for his control mages, but champs that pop up, the LeBlanc that we saw when that 1v1 could potentially show up. Champions like Diana, champions like Silas, Akali. If they keep banning those champions, it's going to be like, you're going to get pinched eventually, right? There are
Yeah.
some like counter those melee mids, right? There's Malzahar that I know Zelda plays a lot. Vex is another champion that he enjoys. But I think if you're putting a lot of pressure on Mui, it enables the rest of their players to kind of like find the picks that they need, right? We want to see Cherry on these playmaking champs, right? Talia, it didn't end up going the way that she wanted, but like we say, I think AD bruisers are more her specialty. Also, Gwen, right? The Gwen is not a top lane band. That is for Cherry in the jungle, right? Game 5, the last time that went to series, she got that champion, she immediately ran over the game.
Yeah.
So I think you got to be careful with taking this all the way to Silver Scrapes, right? Because if these champions get unleashed, right? We were talking about it. Ornn was the scary pick here for Weird Al, but that champion was gone in game 1 and they lost against it. So if you're going to continue to ban this, the longer this series goes, the more it's going to bite you in the butt.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned, like, I don't think people realize Fearless, like, can get really, really bad really fast, including when you get, like, when you have people in your team that, like, are either one trick, so they have, like, a really small champ pool. Once you come to game 4 or 5, and I guess game 5, like, all bans are removed, but once you get later into these bans, like, you're gonna run out of champs to play, and they're gonna be, like, playing a subpar champion, and compared to someone that might have, like, a larger champ pool and, like, play like a lot better on different champs. So you just got to keep that in mind where again, I believe I'm not trying to throw any shade, but I don't know what I was told is Yako is a Ornn main, so I don't know how many champions he has in his pool. He is a high ranked champion, so I'm sure that he has multiple champs, but again, it gets really scary coming up into these games, like what's going to be played.
I will say in Yako's defense, he is definitely like he in ranked, maybe he is an Ornn one trick, but I will say I've played against him. He is still a talent on a ton of different champions, right? His
Like that
Olaf,
Shen game.
yes, the Shin game, right? We saw that he still had this. He had the schmoves. He had the hands. Other champions, like we see that the Olaf that's been banned against him a lot is really really strong. Other stuff that really pops out to me. I think he's a Renekton player. I feel like every top laner has to be, but still, like it's pretty spooky. So I think you might want to still look to give counter pick to the side of or of Yako. Of Weird Al's Yakovich. He's named after this team for a reason, right? You got to be cautious about
Yeah, I'm
giving him the
not
picks
throwing
over.
shade at him. It was just the first name that I saw, and I know that like he's known as like the Ornn one trick. And
Hmm.
again, I get it, that the Shen game that he showed, he played so well, and I think that just proves that like he's just not just a one trick.
Yeah, but we'll have to see as we're finally into draft here. We've moved over to draft lull as fearless. Draft is sometimes a little bit of a stinker, but we'll have to see what the bans are going to end up being. As I'm expecting it's going to be a bard ban here for the first one. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh, I'm the best.
yeah, I've been
It's
very
almost like I do
hesitant.
this a lot. But still, I mean, just looking at it here, I'm expecting to see some returning bans here. Yep, and Bessa is
Maybe
coming out for the
Nocturne,
side. But yeah,
Bel'Veth, maybe.
I think Gwen for sure. I think Belveth, they might be wanting to ban it at this point in the game, right? I think that is a champion that they want to be taken away. But we see Olaf is actually the ban here, so they're skipping over the Hui. So that maybe is something that they're trying to bait out, or maybe they're wanting to first pick it here for the side of Mui. I believe he does play it. So that might be the angle that they're choosing to take at this point in the game. That's what I'm banking on.
And there's the one band, like you said, you honestly need to get out of their heads. Like I think you've like predicted like 5 things already this match, and we're not even on game 3 yet. So
Crazy.
like you need to like get out the DMs or something,
I feel
okay?
like they're listening to our comms and they're basically saying, all right, what is Badger saying for draft? That's what we need to go with. As we actually see, we talked about it, right? It's actually Nocturne that's going to be banned from 10KBs with the Huan response. They know that Mui can pilot it, so they're forcing it
Bel'Veth?
out. Maybe that's something we see in the
I
near
really want to
future.
see Bel'Veth.
I think Belveth is a possibility. I don't know if it gets blinded here though. I'm trying to think of other champs that could be in that blind spot. If Cherry's a Skarner player, she plays it here now, right? You look at the champions. I don't think Ziggy as comfortable on champions like the Lilia, the champions like Gwen. I mean, it's banned, so they can't take it, but it's actually just going to be the B1 Ashe. I feel like we're in purgatory, right? This champion, every time I see B1, I start crying a little bit inside. As we see, Rezi is going to be piloting it. He did have some really nice Ashe arrows in his defense in his game 5 against, I believe it was Storm Lightning Sabers. But it looks like it's going to be Ziggs as the response there, kind of just saying, hey, we're basically going to no lane this out. We're just going to be thugging it out and basically just be trading waves
Could
back
this
and
also
forth.
be a flex? Does
I believe yes.
Zelda play this mid?
I believe he does play it. I mean, a lot of times when they say it's a flex, most of the time it's
It's just
prioritized
going,
for
yeah.
bot lane. Especially with Maokai up on the table, you kind of think, hey, that could go support, but I'm seeing a lot more times that it's in the jungle that champion is being picked at the moment, as well as top lane. So it's just a lot of flexibility here from the side of Weird Al Yakovich at this point in the game. But I mean,
Which
yeah, it's kind of just those standard drafts.
But yeah, what you're saying is I think it's really smart, including when you're in red side, to have these like flexible picks because you're already a little bit disadvantaged of getting like you don't have the first pick. It looks like they're picking Lulu, which is I think a really good match with pairing with Ashe. But again, with having so many flexible picks, it kind of it like puts 10K like at a thing of like, is this going where? Is this going where? And where they might commit, like what you're saying is this 100% might Ziggs might be going bot until they throw you a curveball and then it's going mid and they're like, well, what do we do now?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I will say I do know KOJ is primarily an engaged player, so I think this Lulu he has some games on it, but I don't think it's his forte. As we do see that champion we've been talking about a lot, Skarner, is picked B3, which honestly I'm surprised it's been this far gone. Right, it hasn't been picked earlier. I think it
Yeah.
gets a ton of value just being able to get picked this early in the game, but I'm also thinking like the CC, if there are champions like Emilio, champions that can kind of cleanse that CC, get away with it, they get a lot more value here, especially if you have that Merc trade option in your kit.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree. Let's just see what they're picking R3 here. My best guess it's gonna be maybe a support or a mid here. Maybe
It's
confirming Hecarim.
Hecarim.
That's one I haven't seen in a while.
I I have not seen that in a long time. I will say when your kit is kind of based on the amount of move speed that you get and you're playing into the champion that is known to slow you down, I think it's a little interesting, right? Maybe he has a lot of practice in this matchup. It's maybe a pocket pick for him, but I was just thinking champions that would do really well into Skarner are usually going to be on the AP side, right? And when you look at what's been set up for them, the Ziggs and the Maokai already, it kind of puts you in a weird position because you can't be picking a whole lot of AP because the Skarner, he's just going to be able to build those like magic damage, the magic resist items because they have a decent amount of value. And I mean, looking at some of the other bands that we're seeing here, we're seeing Yone band trying to like set up a good opportunity to not give Skarner his pairings that he needs. And over on the other side, Camille coming out, putting Weird Al Yakovich, not giving him the opportunity to basically isolate this Ashe.
Yeah, so maybe we're looking for another mid ban here, maybe like Aurelia or a Kali. Again, you said Muzi likes those melee picks, so we'll see what they pick here. My best guess it's gonna be maybe or maybe even Silas. Yeah, there's the
Good
Silas
call. Hey, the
ban.
predictions, you're getting them too, so
Completely
we're in a good
forgot.
we're in a good spot. But I think, yeah, just looking at it, mid bans are the play. I think they might be with the way they're positioning it. I'm expecting them to actually blind mid here. Because if you're banning mids on red side, you're kind of just saying, like, hey, like I'm gonna concede it.
Yeah.
Also, you're just making it so that top lane is potentially the angle where you need to realistically like give him the opportunity. If you're gonna ban stuff, it's usually when you are playing from that blinding position. So I'm expecting it to be a lock here in the mid lane. I'm expecting it to be an AD source of damage. I'm trying to think about what Zelda plays that is usually AD focused. I know he plays Nafiri, but if I played Nafiri into that draft, I think I'd cry. So I doubt it. I doubt it's Nafiri here.
Well
Other
then
option.
maybe it could be Ziggs mid then. If like they have like no other options for mid, they might just throw Ziggs mid and then like just have to go something else into the Ashe, which we'll find out here now. Unless if they are
Mhm.
just picking top, which they are. So they're giving
Surprising.
I think they're really just keeping this flex until the end to figure out like where they want this Ziggs.
Hmm.
Because if it's a fine matchup for Ziggs mid, they might just throw it mid because as you were saying, Zelda might just not have AD matchups and they're just gonna see what they pick here and see like what's best for Ziggs right now.
I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of time you think about Mui strong champs as the Yone and Silas, so it's okay to still ban them regardless. But also looking at that top lane matchup, it looks like it's going to be kind of a brawly matchup, right? This is kind of a, if you're thinking top lane, you think of this matchup a little bit. Aatrox versus Renekton, right? It's a bit of a spicy one. It has some decent synergy here with the Skarner to kind of like CC chain a lot of these threats, but just thinking the mid blind here is it's actually just going to be a Kali blind. I think
There it is.
honestly, if you are comfortable on these champions, it's not bad, right? If you feel like you can out hands the other mid laner, you get away with it. Because looking at the hard CC that's coming out, you have Maokai, but like that's realistically it. So I think Akali has the opportunity to kind of get away with murder this game, right? Especially if you're laning into Ziggs. That's honestly a really nice matchup for you.
Yeah, other than last game where Katarina obviously had like a lot of potential to get ahead early, there's not
Oh,
much. Oh, Swain.
it's not bad
Uh,
actually.
it's not terrible, but in
There's
terms of this game, there isn't much to like shut down Akali, like in terms of CC and like burst damage. So Akali like does the same thing as Katarina, so she might have a lot. Like basically, it's a lot easier for her this game to like get those picks that she was trying to get last game. So I think you got to be extra careful this game.
Mhm. I will say I have not seen Zelda play a whole lot of Swain. I'm wondering if this is potentially just like a hey, this counters a Kali, I'm just gonna go with it. I know he is just a fan of he plays a lot of champions, but I just think if you don't get super ahead on this Swain pick, I'm kind of just wondering how much value it actually has, right? You are able to play well into the Aatrox, you're able to play well into, you're able to play well into the Renekton and the Skarner, but I'm just thinking if the Swain doesn't get that far ahead, how good of the matchup actually is. I mean, Swain looks to be doing really well in this matchup, almost winning 42% of the time on the patch. But I mean, like I said before, we talked about a little bit with that Ornn Fiora matchup. If you are very comfortable on a one trick on these champions that you have pilot a lot, I honestly favor that a little bit more, even if it is maybe that counter pick situation.
Yeah, so my question is, how confident are we that it's Swain mid? I don't really know the matchup
Um,
with bot lane. How bad is it if Swain goes bot?
I actually, so
I guess we'll find out here, but like
I
in
don't
one
think it's actually,
run through.
I think it's more in favor of Weird Al Yakovich to take Swain mid.
I
Um,
think
be-
so too.
because it's like you could take Swain bot, but like, why would you put Ziggs into the Akali? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah,
just
that's
like
also true. Yeah, I was
it's
more looking
like
at the bot lane matchup.
you can, but I think honestly Ziggs is fine to kind of just like free farm it out, right? You're playing with a Maokai, so the Maokai's kind of just going to be wandering around as trees do around the map, but I'm just thinking about it, and it's like if Swain gets value here, it's good. I mean, other champs that maybe jumped out to me are if you're crazy, Cassio is not bad. Um, other champs, I mean, Galio. I think maybe you're thinking you need a little bit more damage, but Galio was not bad into that team comp. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Swain's fine. We're gonna have to see if he gets enough value with it though, because if Ash gets ahead, I'm kind of thinking that Swain just ends up getting kited a little bit more than he should, right? But still, I think it's solid. It's a good use of that
It's
R5
good
pick
front
here,
line.
so not too sad about it.
But yeah, Wade do have like a lot of front line with Maokai, Hecarim, Aatrox, Swain. They do have a lot of front line, and then Ziggs just throwing bombs in the back line. Like it's not even a bad position considering when 10K like wants to be in the fight with Skarner, Renekton, and Akali. Like they're at a pretty good like I think spot in terms of team fighting. It just depends if Akali can get these picks and like get ahead early.
Mm-hmm. Because like I mean, like we're saying, the lane for Akali this stinks, but I'm thinking team fight wise, if the front line is all focused on maybe just trying to blow up the Skarner, blow up the Renekton, I keep saying it, right? If Akali's sitting in the wing, if she's ratting it out, that Ziggs could be cannon fodder, right? Maybe
Yeah.
maybe Maokai Deer is gonna be having to play kind of like defensive, basically making sure that his AD carry is in a decent spot. But I mean, I'm looking at it, and realistically, if the Swain goes crazy, I'm actually thinking that it's gonna be 2-1 here for Weird Al Yakovich after this game.
But yeah, in terms of laning phase too, I just want to mention like you saw last game, Mui really tried to get those picks like and rotating with Katarina. She's just gonna do the same thing again on Akali and might have like better chances because again, Swain, I don't think she's getting any kills on him early, so she's just gonna look to push out the wave and then gank maybe top or bot and just try getting a pick maybe even in the jungle.
Mm-hmm. I mean, but we'll have to see what if this ends up playing out for them. Is that Swain going to be the pick that they need to win this series, or is the Akali going to find the way to get these kills on side, find the way to kind of siphon her way, get these slashes done to bring down the members of Weird Al Yakovich? We're going to have to see, but I think we're going to take a quick second, get caught up here as we're going to be taking a break. We'll be right back for Game 3.
You know I don't play right. Just give me the word. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word. You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. Don't give me this. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word. You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word. You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give get back when I feel like. Don't give me this. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word.
It is finally time for game 3 of this series, right? It is a back and forth slobber knocker, as I like to call it, right? It is tied 1-1 between Weird Al Yakovich and 10KBs. Wei was the one who came up on top here for game 2, so they had the disadvantage of losing side select. What we saw is that 10K, they took over blue. They wanted to go with the Skarner. They wanted the Ashe, the Lulu. But we'll have to see, is looking at it now, we see no TPs here in the mid lane, Star. I'm seeing and some action here, as we're seeing a lot of aggressive trading here. The E dodged very nicely there from Mui. But yeah, Star, what we seeing here other than that exhaust and that ignite here?
But yeah, so I actually want to talk a little bit about the exhaust and ignite. That yes, both of them don't have TP, but now it's just going to be in terms of who can position more perfectly in these fights. And it looks like there's a little bit of scuffle mid, just getting some poke off.
Mm-hmm. Poke
So I
off
think
indeed. Also, one thing I will note is I think it's a good call that Mui went with Conqueror instead of the Electrocute, right? You have the Ziggs that you could maybe burst, but we'll have to see if that ends up playing off dividends, as Dira, once again, is potentially having to take a lot of damage, right? Taking the not so great trade. Rezi and KOJ were sitting in the wing, making sure that they could get that aggressive trades, get those autos off, but just looking at it, I'm expecting there to be not a whole lot of action bot side here, as we do see that Ziggy is going to be pathing up, but Skarner, they said otherwise. They're going to try to make an impact here and try to potentially punish this Ziggs and Maokai.
I just want to comment. KOJ is already at half HP. Had to already use a pot. I don't know what went down bot lane, but that's already not a good start, including like in a matchup where, like, I guess that's just Ziggs for you. He just does a lot of poke.
Mm-hmm.
But back to what I was trying to mention about the exhaust and ignite. Mui these past 2 games has been playing really well in terms of being in the right spot in the right time, and I feel like even Zelda with TP has been using them really, really late. So I just want to see like how these go in terms of positioning, because I think these two are gonna be really important. Because if they're in the wrong spot when a fight's going down, then like I think the fight is just over depending on where they are.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, honestly, we thought that this that Cherry was going to be going for the plays down bot side, but she's positioning aggressively here in the jungle. I think she knows that she potentially has the angle, right? Hecarim is known as a bit more of a scaler here. She realizes that, hey, maybe Ziggy's coming up for this camp, but hang on. As we do see that Mui might have potentially given away the position a little bit too early there. I think that might have been, you kind of jumped the gun here if you're Mui, right? You go for this, as we do see Super Saiyan is moving in to try to buy enough time for their space, right? Mui is doing a good job of zoning off Ziggy. Ziggy, he doesn't realize that, actually maybe he does, that Raptor is still up. Maybe he's going for the potential vertical in this position. I think that's actually really good here for 10K. I don't know if you agree though, because just looking at it, if you're thinking the volatile matchup, that's probably top.
I think it's a fine matchup. Like, there's not really much you can do, so just getting farm, but like, I don't think Cherry is gonna be showing on Vision here. Oh, she definitely showed on Vision here, so Ziggy needs to get out.
But we do
Or it
see
might
that
be a fight happening, yeah.
there is going to be a bit of a kerfuffle, as we see all 3 members here, the bot lane as well as the junglers, are in a position of aggression here. Deer's in a bad spot here. He's trying to find the angle out. We see that Ziggy's popping Ghost immediately, right? Cherry is pushing Tira into the wall, forces the flash out. Fall goes over. Rezi picks up the first blood for himself. It is a 3v2, but Ziggy does have Conqueror procced, right? This could be the angle that he needs. Good flash out from Rezi, trying to buy enough space. He has the Lulu to back him up. That's a double kill, and it ended up being that the play, right? Ziggy got caught with his hands behind his back, right? He falls. They go for the aggressive play. They want to try to get those camps, and it ends up being that 10K. They knew what was going to happen. They were 5 steps ahead of them.
I think that fight was fine. I think it was just a little bit that Ziggy didn't really play with Arca very well. We got the, like, Lulu was caught. There was no way, I don't think she was getting out. I think Ziggy should have just turned, helped Arca kill the Lulu.
The top, we see that the W does pull back the Renekton. The Renekton has not used his TP though, so it's just going to be a little bit of trading. No kills go over the way to the Demon Slayer. I guess they're the World Ender, not the Demon Slayer. That's an anime. But still, I mean, like, looking at it, it ends up being a decent trade here for Super Saiyan, right? He also opts into the Executioners early, making it so that Yakko can't get that free healing off of those Q hits, and Ends up being that top side. It hasn't been isolated. It's been a little bit isolated, but it's ended up going the way of Super Saiyan here.
Which I'm always liking. I don't really know much about top lane matchups. It's probably like the least I think I've mained every role except top, so I don't really much to say, but Ziggy is coming for this.
Ziggy is here. He is on the hunt. He's able to knock back Super Saiyan, forcing out his flash immediately. I don't think there's enough speed yet in the tank for them. That is a good use of your flash, right? Especially with where the wave is at the moment. It is technically slow pushing back into the gator, so it's not the end of the world, but potentially if you are Ziggy, I think you maybe look to take your Raptors, maybe look to see if you can cause a little bit more commotion. Maybe you just want to go bot lane, that's also another option, but also, one thing I want to note is technically we talked about how bad the matchup was mid lane for Akali. Akali's up 2 waves basically at this point in the game,
Yeah.
right? She has the move, she has the priority, but Swain did hit his kind of break point with this level 6 here, forcing out a lot of the pressure on the map, but the vision war was won over by game case there on the Zelda guy. That's his name. I know we're friends. But like still, like it's you think about it, I'm kind of surprised that Akali is still ahead in this matchup. I mean, also, I guess one thing we didn't note is the Ignite and Exhaust were burnt, but we'll see if that actually ends up mattering. As Super Saiyan is popping the Dominus here, trying to get some aggressive trades out. As we do see that Cherry is also here to try to buy enough space. The ultimates were popped from both sides. The Fury is going. He's going to see if he can get the stun out. It's going to be a root and dead. We see that the feet goes over to the side of 10KBs. KOJ is also here for moral support. Not able to actually get that assist, but still. On the flip side, we do see that the objective was taken, so not the end of the world if you are Wei.
So yeah, it looks like KOJ may have just rotated up just to help with the grubs, and then the fight that happened top was just a little bonus. Unfortunately, that he wasn't there for the assist, but it looks like we're just trading objectives here. 100k take the grubs while Wei take the Drake, and I honestly, I think in this matchup, I don't know who split pushes better. Is it Renekton or Aatrox?
So, as the game goes, Aatrox is a much better team fighter at the end of the day. They're both very solid, right? Renekton has the ability to kind of point and click CC anybody, or if he's really fed, one-shot anybody that he wants. But I mean, looking at it here realistically, Aatrox is kind of known for his team fights, right? He goes in, he pops his ultimate, his Q is on basically no cooldown. So if you're thinking about it, maybe the split push favors the Renekton, but if the game keeps going kind of even, I mean, we're looking at the solo lanes, and we do see that it is going the way of 10k in the top and mid, but still, it's like there's the angle here to potentially see, is this Aatrox going to find angles into the fight? With that comp, I think there's a chance.
Yeah, I think in that sense, then I would have favored Drake more than Grubs. I think just Drake overall, one step closer to Soul is always like will always get you more wins. I think overall compared to 6 Grubs, because 6 Grubs is always great because you always get like that turret damage. You get the extra Grubs if you have 4 or more. But if you don't really have like a heavy side laner, the 6 Grubs don't really matter that much. And I
As we
think
see,
Soul
Mui
a
is
lot
popping the
more.
ultimate immediately, and we see the Ignite comes out instantly. We see, ooh, great use there from the Ignite, trying to buy enough time as Cherry is able to get the kill in return. Swain did pop Exhaust there, and I think if that was an angle, hey, if it was a 1v1, that went the way of Swain, but Cherry, she's always hanging out with her mid laner. This dynamic duo, they're going to cause some issues. Also, we didn't see a top side, but both ultis are popped from the Aatrox and Renekton here, but it ends up favoring Super Saiyan here as he's able to get full Fury, right? And seeing if he can find the way to get these trades continuously going in his favor. But I mean, yeah, just looking at top side, this is all Super Saiyan, right? He's up almost 20 farm on Yako. I mean, it's obviously a counter matchup, but still, this is where you want to be if you're 10k.
Yeah, again, 10k even mid lane too. Akali's up almost 30 farm compared to Zelda, which I'm actually shocked by. I thought it'd be the other way around. Um, looks like
Oh, some aggressive
Gira.
trading there as I think Yako, he's getting the flash out, but it's not going to be enough. Dira is here as well as Hecarim. They are pinging it, so we're going to have to see if Super Saiyan can buy enough time here, but that's another solo kill over to the Renekton. He's trying to run for the hills as it looks like the kill is going to go over to Ziggy, and it's a shutdown to boot, right? This is where we want to see, right? Super Saiyan, he has the opportunity. He's taking these counter picks and he's using them well. This is what they want to see, and this realistically, even outside of this game, needs to be the play for the series. Because at the moment, we see that Super Saiyan is rising to the occasion here.
Yeah, if you look even bot lane, completely denied Arca of like 2 waves from the bot lane, just completely pressuring him off this first tower. He has no help, can't even walk up yet. And I don't think Ziggy needs to come down, I think, and do something if Cherry doesn't leave here, because they're just gonna keep getting plates and just gonna get further and further ahead. Looks like Cherry might just be backing off now. Oh,
One note
or
is we
not.
do see top lane, there is a lot of aggressive trading, but it's actually the Akali that is the one now pressuring the Aatrox, right? They do think, hey, maybe they're going to have the Renekton punish this Swain a little bit harder, right? We see that armor is potentially in the name. Actually, no armor's been built, but they're actually sending Renekton down to potentially contest. They're pinging Ziggy to see if they can potentially catch him out, but the horse is fast, so it's not completely going to be over. As we see all our 3 members of the side of 10K are in the jungle. They're feeling pretty confident about themselves.
Yeah, looks like a fight might break out here.
Oh, the ultimate does land. Resilient is getting the slow. I think you don't have enough ground to work with here, even though that tower is hanging out, making sure. But just, yeah, it looks like Super Saiyan's used a lot of his time down bot here. Zelda is trying to contest it, trying to fight off this ward as he does spot out the control ward. But Super Saiyan, he did have TP, and he catches the wave just in time.
I really like the effort from Rosie trying to get a pick with Ashar. Just there's so much disengage from Arca along with Dira that it's really hard, including when they're even under tower. Looks like they're just gonna go for grubs here. Maybe just get 6 of them.
Actually,
Wait,
I think
no.
they're just
Wait.
going to take the one, trying to deny the speed of strength here, using Zelda to kind of make sure that Mui can't get involved here. I think it's smart, right? You do got to
Yeah.
look at it, right? That second feat, or I guess that second feat of strength is still up for grabs. The kills did go over to the side of 10K, obviously, but just taking the fact that you're going to take one of those grubs puts them so that they can't, I think, get 3 objectives, right? Because
Yeah,
we're
that's
sitting
correct. Yeah.
at, I guess technically they have 1. It is tied 1-1 at the moment. And it looks like this dragon is going to be the one that's next on the chopping block, as we do see the E does land onto Mui, but Mui is a bit mobile, right? The assassin is able to find angles that they need. But Mui's positioning very aggressively here, taking a good amount of damage from Zelda's Q. But we see right now the positioning is favoring 10K, right? They have control over this dragon. They've gotten over the wall. And it looks like just with the positioning that we're seeing from Wei, it looks like this dragon's going to be going over to the side of the bees.
Yeah, it looks like I feel like I would want to contest it, but again, they're not really in a good position to contest anyways. It looks like they might just go up to, hey, we already got 1 grab, we may as well finish the other 2. So they're still matching 2-2 in grabs. I think it's fine. Looks like Mui might
Oh.
notice that though.
The ulti does come out. It does miss the Hecarim, but is it gonna... Ooh. Does
Barely
barely misses
misses.
the Aatrox. But we actually see now cutting over Mui. Just immediately pops Ziggy, right? We got distracted by the funny arrow, but it ends up being Mui's able to get that kill, right? He doesn't even need to use Ignite. Able to get the kill, and I think, looking at it, he did take a grub, but there's still 1 left up. So that does mean, with Dragon also gone, that's not the play that you want to see if you're Wei.
I think they have to try quickly getting that 3rd grub because they're gonna. If they get that, I guess they don't get the feat from it, but I think it's still really important that they get this next grub because so they're filling.
Harry, she went for the blue, but she might be in a bit of a bad spot here. The one saving grace is Zelda does not have a lot of mana. He did not even be able to pop ulti, the flash over the wall, but you got to be careful. Remember, you're getting slowed. Rezi's on a killing spree for himself, forcing out Arcarios' flash. He's posturing aggressively here as we see Dira calls the play. He goes in with the W as we see the shutdown goes over. Dira finds the angle that he needs. It ends up being a weird fight. The ultimate doesn't land from Ziggy. Mui is here, though, the flash forward to make sure that the Ziggs falls. It is technically a 3v2. Now, Dira is low, but we see a lot of damage in return, right? The Q, the empowered auto, it's enough. The double kill goes over to the Akali. Ziggy is now on a run, but he's running in the wrong direction. He's got nowhere to go, and with Cherry and Mui on the hunt, this is going to be tough, as now we see that Yakko is potentially trying to get to his carries, but Ziggy, he might be able to go over the wall, but Mui is sitting in the wing. But we see Yakko's in the hunt, as it's going to be tough here. He's trying to buy enough time, get the damage off, and it's not going to be enough. Yakko's in the right place at the right time, able to get that shutdown and get a little bit of gold for himself, especially when topside, it ends up being that Super Slane's getting even more.
So, yeah, luckily Zelda rotated up, because I think actually it doesn't even matter. I think this is just feats here. He's
think that's
gonna go for the tower, yeah.
He's just going to take the tower in his face. I actually think he has the angle to potential. Now the exhaust comes out, so that is tough, as Dira is also here. Never mind, that is a dead Gator on my screen. Is he going to be able to heal up? No, he is not. So that is a kill over to Zelda, so not too bad. We see Resilient is on the hunt here. He's not going forward. The flash forced from Yako there, making sure that he does not get hit by the enchanted crystal arrow. So good play there. Rezi has been really realizing, hey, he is the potential win con here for 10K, right? He has the gold. And potentially, if these fights play out the way that they should, Rezi has the opportunity to space super well, right? This team, other than the Ziggs, right, they don't have a whole lot of getting on to Ash, right? I guess there's Yako if he comes out of a brush, and there is the Hecarim, but still, like, you have so much peel. So I think when looking at it, Rezi, he's rising to the occasion, and we're going to have to see if he's able to pilot this champion in the team fights.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to go back to. I really like the rotate down for Miko with the Aatrox killing, like getting the shutdown on Akali. I think it was just unfortunate. Zelda was pathing mid, and I guess didn't realize the like severity of how bad top was. I think the tower would have been saved if Zelda ran there right away, but unfortunately he went mid then rotated top, so the tower was just gone because of that. Looks like like
As we
like
do see now cutting up top, the lack of that tower is putting Yako in a bit of a bad spot. He's trying to buy enough space, forcing the ultimate out, but Skarner is getting the impale off to make sure that Yako is on the hunt. He's getting these Qs off, but still, remember, he's up a level, but Super Slane, they're able to CC chain him, and he's able to get the kill. And Yako, he was out of position as we now see the push is favoring the side of 10K up top. Now cutting over bot side, we see that Mui is on the hunt. Arcavios, he's in a bad spot. He gets knocked up. He dies. KOJ picks up a kill for himself. He's feeling nice. The R2 comes out from Mui. He's under the tower. Is he going to die? He does, but it ends up actually being a decent trade. Now cutting over top side, I feel like there's action everywhere. Ziggy's going to fall. He does get the fear off, but Zelda, he's in a spot where maybe he can go for these fights, right? It is a Swain. This is the angle that he needs. Is he going to be able to get that kill off? No, he's not. A double kill, basically being a fake triple for the Gator.
And that's an ace. That's a global ace right there. It looks like whoever is getting blue side like during these drafts is just like completely destroying the game. Like this, the game before this didn't even seem close, and now this game, it's looking not super close either. It's gonna be really hard for them to get back in this fight, including with again just like what their team comps is.
And I mean, looking at the people who've really been stepping up this game, Cherry, right? She has been in so much action, right? Sitting at 108 on the tank, right? You don't expect that a lot of the times.
Yeah.
She's not too far, but in behind, opposed to kind of the power hungry, kind of like farming champion that is Hecarim. So I think looking at it, this game has been going the way that 10K needs, right? Obviously, they're getting picked every now and then, but just looking at it, they have the feats of strength, they have the objective control that they need. It's in a really good spot. And when you think about it, you're in that position where, hey, you're going up in the series and potentially get these game 4, game 5 of this Fearless draft. That's where it starts to get scary, right? You lose a lot of those really strong bands that you get, right? You lose your 4 and 5 on both sides. And when it ends up getting down to it, you get to pick side. It potentially, even if you lose game 4, you get choice in this game 5. But we'll have to see if that ends up mattering, as it looks like Arcavius is in a bit of a bad spot here. Cherry is trying to buy enough space, landing the rock, but good use of the satchel there to make it so Arcavius could get out. But Dira is on the hunt. He does have Deadman's Plaint, so he is trying to making sure that his carries are okay. Mui positioning very aggressively here, trying to buy enough time, make sure that that dragon is going to go the way of 10K.
So it looks like they might just be positioning up towards this rift. Because they know Cherry's on this Drake now, and they're like, hey, we can't contest.
Land, you got to be careful when you're that low. The ultimate is a little too late there from Zelda. It's going to be enough, and it looks like the tree is going to be next to fall. Resilient, it picks up the kill. Ziggy forced to ult away defensively. I know that's not fun if you are Ziggy, especially when you are burning Ghost as well, right? Especially now, cutting over to the other side, we do see that Super Saiyan is pressuring this tier 2. Hey, but it's not completely for loss, as we do see that over on the top side, we do see Yaka was pressuring that tier 1, but I think it's not the trade that they want.
I think they would have went for Rift instead. I think that may have been the bit better play. Just have, instead of taking the platings, or I guess there is no more platings, but instead of like damaging the tower top, I think, hey, we may as well just get the Rift. They're all bot right now, and again, like I think they're just gonna keep losing more and more objectives and towers, and like they're gonna end up being turtled up, and I don't know how these fights are gonna go because they're so far behind.
These fights are tough, right? I mean, if the Swain is able to live long enough in these fights, I think he gets value, but just he's 1 and 4, right? It's not where you want to be.
First item, which I don't think that's the best way to go about it when you're supposed to be.
This is fine, but we'll have to see if Cherry finds the engage here. Good use of the Q to put that Scorpion in the dirt, making it so that Arcavius is able to continue to farm up here. I will say, props to Rezi, he is up farm on a Ziggs. That is actually pretty impressive a lot of the time, so It is a decent opportunity here. We do see it looks like they both has executioners. I was thinking it's Hullbreaker Ash. I don't know if that's still in meta. But I mean, just a lot of damage, right? Kraken is just firing away, firing away, firing away, especially when a lot of these tanks are going to be more HP stackers. But still, I mean, just we look at it and I'm just thinking, what are the ways that Wei gets back into this game, Star?
Again, I think it was just like last game. Like considering like what the goal difference is, it's only 6,000. It's just like last game. Like depending on like how this game is going, like you really think like the goal difference would be, I feel like much higher. And it's just like I don't. My best guess is
But
hold on.
now, cutting over top, great dodge there from Yako, forcing out the flash. Cherry is tanking for his Akali, right? But it looks like actually this fight might be going a different way. The ulti doesn't land. Yako, good response there, making it so that he can continue to get the kill. Cherry, I think you're out of position here. He's trying to get the kills. Yako, this is the double that he needs. A shutdown goes over to the World Ender. Wow, which is not a good use. Also forcing out KOJ's flash there. I think he was thinking he was going to get pinched by Dira and Ziggy, but still, this is a good swing. I mean, hey, maybe that's the way they needed to get back into it, Star.
Yeah, I was just gonna say maybe like they just need like some good picks. As I was gonna say before, Yako got them. Literally read my mind.
Oh, Rezi is flashing in aggressively here. He lets the minions know who's boss just a little bit, but now trying to buy enough time, has KOJ to make sure that he's in a good spot. But he used flash there, and Madeira using the Nature's Grasp to potentially pick him out. Right, KOJ is kiting up top. There is a little bit of anti-synergy there. He did not get hit by the fear, but it's not enough as KOJ is now running for the hills. Wait a second. Star, you see that objective that just spawned near the top side?
I did. This little red
Oh
thing.
no! Yes, it is that red thing, and I think this you got to be careful, right? I mean, Yako did fall, but still,
They're backing.
they are.
But
I guess when you look at it,
it's a win. I mean, they did get the shutdown at Aatrox, but I don't know if you noticed. It went to KOJ, so Resilient didn't even get that big chunk of gold. They went to Lulu, so I don't think that was good for them in the slightest. Unfortunately, Deer did take the shutdown on Ash, but Arca still got the shutdown on Lulu, so I think it was still a fair trade, and I think like that was their way back in definitely for Wei's team here.
yeah, I will say, like we look at it, it's not like they're just saying, "Hey, we give up," right? They are taking this Rift Herald as a response here. Ziggy is positioning, but I think it's most likely going the way of 10K. But still, yeah, just looking at how these fights have been going, I mean, that is a great response there from Yako, right? Finding the angle, saying, hey, this mid jungle, they're getting a little too overconfident. I'm still an Aatrox at the end of the day, right? I'm building magic resist. What are you going to do? But now looking at it, wait a minute, we don't see the response. Look at the side of Wei right now. They are
don't know.
nowhere. They are nowhere in sight to potentially contest this Otacon. And it looks
They're
like this is just going to
unaware.
be a freebie for them.
Like this is what I think they were hoping to happen in game 1, where like they just completely don't know, but like now it's working against them, where they notice now they might get there. In
Oh,
time,
and they
actually.
made it here in time. The steal!
Oh!
They're actually able to get the steal, and they have the respawns here. This is where you want to fight. KOJ falls. Cherry's in a bit of a bad spot. Resilience doing a lot of damage, forcing the withdraws on 2, but it is Zelda guy. He's in the area. He's finding the angle, forcing out the exhaust. Zelda looking to fall. Oh my gosh, I thought he flashed into the W. It's not enough here as Resilient is kind of running him down. Look at this. They're continuing to fight, but also look bot, right? We saw that the fight was going on. The respawn was coming out here. Zelda still is in his ultimate here. He's trying to buy space, trying to get the kiting out. Oh no, you needed to kite up. Zelda, you gotta be careful here as we get the kill. Arcavius is in a good spot. He's doing damage. It's a double. Does he find the snipe? Does he find the triple scoop? No, he's on the run as the bee is running from the bees. We see that Super Saiyan is in the area, and it looks like Ziggs is in a bit of a bad spot, right? The Renekton is on the hunt. And right now, I mean, the satchel lands, but I think if you're Arcavius here, you say, hey, maybe I can get some wolves on my way out. That might be my best course of action, but fortunately, the shutdown does fall. And the little bomb thrower, he ends up dying here. Ends up being what we thought was going to be honestly, it is a massive swing. I know that the fight didn't go the way that they wanted, but like the fact that Ziggy was able to get that steal, that bought them so much time.
Yeah. So not only did they got the withdraws in that fight, like they got so much tempo from that. They got so many kills. They're only like gold difference. It's only 1,000 really difference now. Like they
Mui's
brought it back.
sitting here. He does miss the Q and the E, so it's probably hard to kill the horse at that point. But we do see it, like just looking at it, right? This Renekton is realistically kind of not the win condition, but honestly the win condition, right? He's up 6-2-0. He's still able to match his Aatrox, but as this game continues to go on, right? We talk about scaling, and it's like Hecarim gets a lot of value, right? Ziggs, he's going to throw bombs regardless. And Aatrox has a respawn on him. Even though he is down a red, I think he's going to be choosing to go for this fight here, as he doesn't have a ton of people near him, as it ends up being nothing here. But Cherry, she is getting those Heartsteel procs. She's trying to make the most of it. She knows she's a tanky Scorpion, and she's going to let this team know. But she does get rooted, but she has KOJ in the wings. The two-man ulti, I think that was a little anti-synergy. The ultimate goes completely wide, as we see Rezi instantly pop. Zelda picks up a double kill. Mui does kill Arcavios on the side, but no, no, no! That's not how you need these fights to go, right? Rezi needs to be kiting these out. Zelda picks up a triple kill for himself, and I think it's Baron over to the side of Wei. Star, what happened?
Well, Badger, you asked for how do they possibly get back in this game, and I think they literally just showed you. Getting so many picks at the beginning, and then Ziggy just pulling Otacon, stealing Otacon from them, so their fight goes more in their favor, and they just keep getting more and more fights. I think mentioning this anti-synergy I think that's also really important. Cherry got that great ult, but then Resilient whiffed it because of the ult, and I think there's just a lot of anti-synergy happening now where...
I mean, yes, and we see Mui's getting caught out here, right? He's trying to find hero plays, but you can't be in your shroud for long, right? They're going to move it. Oh,
yeah.
a little bit of a flash play in, but Mui falls next, and oh no, it just seems the momentum has completely shifted over to the side of Wei as this game has gone on.
Now they're up golds.
They
in the
are
span of, like,
up
5 minutes. They were down like
gold.
5k gold. Now they're up 1,000 gold.
I mean, obviously, this has to feel really bad if you are a 10K, right? You knew this game was in your driver's seat, right? You had control of this, right? And it's just a swing of continued just bad judgment, right? We saw that 1v2 that Yako pulled off topside into the smite steal on the Otacon from Ziggy, right? It's just all these teams, they found angles to get back into this game. Also, just looking at it. Also, one thing I want to note is why are we throwing Ashe ult when that they're already suppressed by the Skarner ults? You know, I don't really understand, but still, like, it's just you've got to be playing these fights out completely correct, or you're gonna get punished, and we've seen that countless times here, as this Swain is now unleashed.
I think they casted about the same time. I know the casting is a little bit longer on Skarner, so I think just like again, like I think it was just maybe a miscommunication where they weren't saying like when they were gonna ult. So when they
The
ult came out,
ulti is gonna land. Oh, good
Oh.
sidestep there from Yako. But he is spotted. The Mui is spotted on the ward. I think they're going to try to continue to make this play happen. But remember, Mui is down 2 levels to that guy. Yako, even though he might be down a little bit of farm, is still up level-wise. And looking at it, right, Ziggy's up 3 levels on the Skarner, right? We look at it, Skarner's tanky, but
I didn't even realize that.
yeah,
Thanks for
it's
pointing
tough. And I
that
mean,
out.
Shelly
Jeez.
is spawned for 10K, but like it's just right into the waiting eyes of this Ziggs. And I think Ziggs is just going to immediately be eating this up for breakfast. He's going to take that gold and eat it too. As we see Dira actually took it, so I guess I was completely wrong. But like, wow.
Also, what I want to mention is how we were talking about like the common jungle picks, like how we were expecting the Skarner, like, you know, Skarner is an amazing pick. And we were so confused by the Hecarim pick, and right now it's almost like the roles are reversed. Like this Hecarim Ziggy's really showing like who's boss right now in these fights, and like again having this much of a level difference is just like insane.
As we do see the Impale is going to be landing onto Zelda, so it is a little bit tough. But remember, Ziggy is here, right? And especially if Mui is getting rooted up, the ultimate is popped. The
Ziggy.
exhaust is coming out from Zelda, using Zhonya's to buy enough time, but it's not going to be enough as the shutdown goes over. But now cutting over bot side, great use of the ultimate there from Arcavios. He's able to get a 2-for-1 in the return. It is technically the play here, as the top laners are still duking it out, but Cherry, she's trying to buy enough time for her team. But remember, Ziggs takes towers a lot faster than the normal 80 carry. So, I mean, looking at it, wow. Like, they found the way. They were getting picked up top, but good response there from the side of Wei.
If I was Wei right now, I'd be like jumping up and down from my seat. Just like how bad they were so behind, and now like they're ahead. It's just like it's a really good spot to be in. Like they must be feeling really good about themselves, and like honestly, like I'm surprised. I'm proud. We have Drake coming up in 10 seconds, so I think this will come down to like what happens in this next few minutes, because I think this might go into an ace, and if it does, someone's losing an inhib.
If the ace is gone, I do think there is the opportunity. You have a decent amount of tower damage if you are still 10K. But I mean, just looking at it, right? Mui kind of has to be putting on a clinic, and I think with just the way they've been playing, right? Deer's doing a great job of defending his team, right? He has the Knight's Vow, he has the Locket of Iron Sword Larry, right? How does Mui ever one shot anybody here? You
I
know,
don't think you can. I think
I don't
it's
think so either. I mean, it's just it's tough. Like you kind of got to play like the Conqueror style where you're continuing to play. Honestly, really like Riftmaker. I don't know if it's still meta, but like just going Riftmaker or Kali, trying to just get some continued damage onto the kind of tankier members here. But we're seeing that this dragon is being contested here. As Jira's trying to find the angle, and we see the ultimate lands. Unfortunately, not this time. Mui's doing a lot of damage. He's going in with the R, but look at how tanky this team is, right? Mui's getting absolutely nothing done. Dira is on a killing spree. Resilient is getting the shutdown though. Wait a minute, this might be the angle that he needs. The ghost is popped. He is firing away. And I mean, look at it, right? Yako's able to get the kills, but still Resilient. He has the damage. He was free firing, but it's not enough. Look how fed the Swain is. He gets the triple for himself. And Yako, they have so much healing. And it ends up being an ace for Wei.
looks like I'm in their heads now. Looks like I predicted the ace and a potential inhib loss. I'm assuming inhib's gonna go down here, but yeah, Mumi just doesn't do enough damage. Like you saw, like Mumi try running in, try getting any pick possible, but unfortunately Dira just popped the locket and all of her damage just went to waste.
Yeah, that damage
Resilient.
was Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it was a really good effort, obviously, from Resilient. Like just gliding on them, it just wasn't enough.
Trying to put up their last ditch efforts here. We see that Yako is poly. Ooh,
Is
that is
game?
a snipe. It probably is. It feels like it potentially could be. It looks like Cherry is trying to defend, right? Rezi is doing a lot of damage in return, right? Is it going to be the end? They got to hit Nexus! Hit the Nexus if you're going to hit this
Nexus!
game! As they do.
Okay.
It was actually a little
Oh
spooky
my
there, I'll be
God.
honest, but ends up being
That, oh
a surprising
my God.
win here for Wei.
They were down like 7k gold, and in the span of 5 minutes, they were up like 1,000 gold, and they brought it back. You asked the question, and they literally proved to you how they can get back in this game, and they played so well. My personal MVP, I think, has to go to Ziggy. Ziggy, I think that steal of the steal of the Otacon was really what turned the game around, because him stealing that gave his team the GA, and then I think that's what came out to win the fights. And then just like as a team together, everyone played so well that game. Like I'm not gonna lie,
Okay.
but it's just
I
Ziggy.
will
I think
say,
why
Ziggy,
why?
he did get the steal. He did do less damage than the
Yes.
Maokai. He almost did the least damage in the game. So he got the miracle steal,
But yeah, he got the
but
steal.
he did do 8k damage. He was kind of just the farming horse that game a little bit. But I mean, honestly, shout out to Zelda guy, right? He was playing in that potentially bad matchup, right? But he kind of he got
37,000
value.
damage.
He got value with his champion, right? They weren't able to kill him. And I mean, I just think like there was the angles, right? Like if you get that far ahead, right, you got those momentum shifts continuously in your favor. That's just it's not going to be good, right? I mean, it's just it needed to be. I think Rezi, like we talked about it, he had ghosts, but like I don't really think they're running at him, right? I think they're kind of just content to be
No.
playing the front to back. And so I think just cleansing the potential stray away Swainy that's thrown your way, the potential like I don't know, the potential nature's grass that's going to be coming. I just think it's tough. And I mean, I also just think that you think about the top 1v2 that Yako ended up winning. That fight around that mid play where Cherry got the engage with her ultimate and then the Enchanted Crystal arrow went wide.
A whiff, yeah.
It's just the whiff, and like that's gonna end up costing you in the butt, right? Because they're probably thinking we're so ahead, we can do whatever we want, and it just felt like they got a little too cocky.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. I think just Way, we keep making these really bad puns, but Ray really did show the way of how to win when you're like so far behind, and they just played super, super well. I'm really looking forward to seeing this game 4 because what were you mentioning about the bans? They no longer have a fourth or a fifth ban, it's just the first rotation.
Yeah, so it should just be the first 3 bans for
Ah.
each team. So we might be seeing champions like the Yone, the Silas come out, and maybe the Irelia, Camille, right? That was the champions that were banned last time. But I mean, yeah, it's just like looking at it. This is kind of where it gets a little spooky, right? Because some of those champions are being unleashed, right? I think the big one that's jumping out to me is Mui's Yone. I know there are some good answers into it, but still, like, I mean, I think that guy can kind of get away with blinding it if he wants. Maybe they want to save counterpick continuously. Also, maybe another caveat is you're looking at it and like maybe you don't want to be playing these melee mids. You haven't been getting as much success as you've maybe been wanting in these games. So maybe they're trying to go opt more into that control mage style. But I mean, I don't know. Like, but I will say the one thing that they are changing is that they are choosing 10K
Red
as choosing to
side.
go over to the red side. So they do
Yeah.
want counterpick here.
Which I'm really shocked to see because we were talking about all this morning, or not this morning, like earlier in the day, that we were just talking about that they're gonna want these first picks for either ADC or jungle. Get those picks, but maybe just because there's not many picks to go now, they now want the counter pick for a different lane, maybe the mid or the top, now that there's not many jungles to go by, and or maybe there's like, hey, they want a red side, now we want now it's our turn, so we'll see what happens in this draft once it's ready.
It looks
It's our
like it
draft is
finally is
live.
ready
Yep.
now. As we're finally in here, I will say we're looking at it, right? It is the Mbessa that is still going to be up as we know it. I think it's still going to be that Mbessa, that Gwen, and then maybe other champions that jump up. Is they're choosing to ban Olaf here for 10K. So maybe they're choosing to let Bard through. I don't think you ego it, to be honest. I think they egoed it last time they played, and then Dira went kind of crazy on it.
Is Deer
Also,
that good at Bard?
Dira's very good at Bard.
I want to
But
see it then.
it ends up being the Hui ban from 10K. So they say, hey, you're on blue. We know you're probably going to try to take it. But this is the final ban here from the side of Weird Al. I will say the bans are technically still up and
Oh, there's
hovering
the Yon ban.
as it ends up being Yone. So what champion actually did they let through?
They let
Nocturne.
Nocturne through, and then I think they also banned. No, their first three rotations was just the Nocturne.
I guess since they switched sides, the Hui ends up being the champion that was banned over on 10K's side. So the Yone is not allowed to be freed, as Bard is the final ban here for 10K. I'm thinking
So
Nocturne probably shows up if I had to guess. Just
yeah,
this late
this
in the
game
game.
there's Silas, there's now Aurelia, there's Nocturne. There's a lot of options now of like what they can pick on 10K.
hmm No way.
Zaya.
There's no way. Is it Zaya B1?
I don't think that's good in my
I
opinion. I don't.
I'm
Is it
agreeing
that?
with you, but it looks like it's what they're gonna lock in. I don't really see Zaya as the greatest blind
You
champion.
know, you know, they picked Hecarim and then they shocked us with it.
That is true.
So
That is
they
true.
might be doing it again.
Maybe they just are predicting what 10K wants to play. They want to play more of this like hyper engaged style, and Zaya does well into that hyper engaged style. But like Zaya B1, and look at that. Like it's a good response here from Resilient, looking to lock in the Varus, right? Poke that champion from afar. Do a good job of not letting her kind of like play this peeling game out because like they're gonna root her, right? She can't
Yeah,
kite back with her feathers if she's being rooted, obviously. So it's very tough, and they're
and
actually going to
feeling
take
the
away the
Rakan.
Rakan. Good call there. I know that Jira is a big fan of the champion. It's a good denial here, but I'm also thinking about some champions that are still up. Nautilus is still on the table. Nautilus absolutely shuts down Mr. Bird. And it honestly, it's a pretty good pairing with Mrs. Bird too. So I think that could be the angle they go with. Trying to think if has
That may
Leona
be a
been?
good pick.
Has
Leona has
Leona?
not been picked. No,
I think Nautilus is the most likely pick.
but
Um,
Leona is open.
but they end up going with Zen, so they're giving Ziggy his early pick. Technically, that Leona or the Nautilus are still fair game. But I mean, also technically, you can kind of pick order whenever, because remember, those last bans aren't bans anymore.
Yeah,
So it doesn't realistically matter. They maybe can save their picks if they want. If they want to, like, potentially, if they don't have anything in contention of the side of 10KBs, but I'm expecting it to be
yeah.
Nautilus, just with how this drafts end up playing out.
I mean, yeah. Unless if they have something else to pick, they might. Yeah, I was just gonna say they might just pick something to go and just pick Nautilus during the next rotation because they already know that they can't pick support, so they're not in unless if they're going Nautilus top, which I highly doubt that they're gonna do. They know that Nautilus or Leona is not gonna get picked.
Mm-hmm. We do see Gragas is going to be the response here for Super Slam, just trying to make sure that the Jax doesn't get free game to do whatever he wants. The body slam, the cask, making it so, hey, you're going to be going where I want you to be going. As I think right now we are they're going to be doing some bans. I think they're deciding, because I don't think there is a no ban feature on Draft Lol. So I think maybe there's an angle of they might just be waiting this out, or they could just ban champions that might not be getting picked. Maybe
Or
stuff like
that's already been played.
yeah,
Like
stuff
if
that's
it's
already.
not.
Well, no, because I think they can't do that because they disabled all of those champs. So it looks like they're
Oh,
just gonna be waiting it out for us. You know, if I was if
one
I
2
was
minutes.
thinking about how awesome the stream was, I'd be thinking, hey, let's just ban champions like um ban champs like the Kiana, ban champs like the Fizz, ban champs that are just not going to be played. That way you kind of just speed through draft because realistically it's a draft lull. Like it's just this is going to be setting yourselves up, but I mean,
Ban the Yumi, ban the
you could
Rat.
ban Yumi, you could ban
All I gotta mention is this Gragas pick. They better have the KDA Gragas skin.
they
They
better have
better have it. Yeah, I'll be very
it
upset if they
indeed.
don't.
I think from what I remember Super Slan is a fan of Arctic Ops, which Arctic Ops is a very good skin, mind
Yeah,
you. I
it's
think that
true. Yeah.
but KDA is very nice as well. I mean, it looks like they're just going to be making us wait. They're going to make us be patient here. But yeah, you could potentially ban other 80 carries, you know, just because, hey, both 80 carries already got picked, right? So might as well. I don't know. I mean, we're just thinking about it, right?
What do you
I'm
think's gonna
thinking,
be picked? I think
I think
Silas is
Nautilus,
a good pick.
Silas, yeah. Silas does really good with the Recon ult. It does good with the Ver. Actually, the thing is, you're playing into Zaya.
Oh right, yeah.
So
10K is the one that I would pick Silas. I
yeah,
was
so
thinking
I
for the
don't think
other
it's as
skin.
strong anymore.
Maybe Aurelia?
Mm,
No, because
no,
Jax is still out.
that is a Yakko pick more
Oh,
than a
okay.
Super Saiyan pick. Um, I don't know. I think it's tough. Maybe there are some angles that I'm thinking of, but we'll have to see. As I think that final ban has finally ended with red pick. Sorry, it's been a long day, guys. But red pick is finally up for grabs. I'm expecting it to be. I don't know what I'm expecting. The jungle pick probably. Jungle just into the Zinzao. Give your counter over
Maybe
to
Belveth?
Mui.
Because Belveth is still up.
I don't know how well it does into the Jax or Zaya.
Oh, I
Like I
keep
think,
forgetting they have Jax Scott.
yeah, and I'm like,
Trying to
you're
just
also
get
playing into Zaya.
experience.
Actually, getting with
Graves.
that's kind of nice. Graves is pretty nice, right? You have the opportunity. She said, "I'm gonna be the one who's power farming this time," so not too bad of an option here. As we do see, I think it's gonna be. It's probably yeah. Well, it's obviously gonna be mid support, but I think the order is not super important here. I mean, just thinking about it, is it actually this is a karma. I know that Game Case really enjoys playing this champion. I think
That's
it has
Zelda,
decent
right?
synergy. Yes, that is oh yep, sorry.
Okay.
Zelda
You're
is very
good.
he does enjoy playing this karma mid a good amount. You have the opportunity, right? You are up a game, so it isn't match point for you. I think it's a decent opportunity to potentially use it, right? I know this champion a lot of times gets a lot of value like at the start of the season, right? With
Yeah.
item changes. Like well, when Malignance first came out, this champion was
I was
so
so OP.
broken.
I played it, yeah. I was one of the people that abused it.
It was so broken. It was really fun to play, but it's
Yeah.
just she's a lane bully, but a lot of times she kind of falls off as the game ends up going on. Is Seraphine
So they
is
might be doing a
actually
flex pick right now.
technically, yeah, this is a flex pick between the mid. I think it's more likely that the Karma is going to be going mid as opposed to Seraphine going mid, but I think it could work out either way. You know, if I am 10KBs, I know it sounds dumb, but I think Galio is actually a pretty decent pick here.
Honestly,
Just
yeah.
I think tanking a lot of the damage that's going to be coming out from the Karma, coming out from the Seraphine. But actually, they're going with the
Ah.
Casio. I think,
Mm.
I think it's very good into the Jax and the Zin. I also know
Lane wise, I feel like it's
Mui's
not
very
so much.
comfy on this champion. So maybe I've seen like that guy just will solo kill you with whatever he wants. But looking at it now, I think that the players are finally going to be taking a Badger or not a bathroom break, not a Badger break. Because I'm going to be heading down here just to make it so that they can get into order. But yeah, I think they're taking a little bit of a quick break. So we're actually going to cut to break early ourselves. It's going to be a little bit longer of a pause as we're going to get caught up. They're going to get caught up in spectator delay, but we'll be right back as soon as that game gets started for you guys. Don't go anywhere.
you on the dance floor? Can you meet me on the dance floor? Yeah, I see you on the dance floor. Can you meet me on the dance floor? 'Cause I wanna dance. 'Cause I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. 'Cause I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. Can you meet me on the dance floor? Dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. 'Cause I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. 'Cause I wanna dance. Yeah, I want you on the dance floor. Can you meet me on the dance floor? Yeah, I see you on the dance floor. Can you meet me on the dance floor? I could dance forever with you. I could dance forever with you. I just wanna dance with you.
Hello, everybody. It is a game 4 of what has been a pretty exhilarating series here for our finals of the LXC Draft League. We have once again 10K versus Wei. Wei took a surprising, honestly, I'd call surprising win in game 3 with what honestly was a very, very massive goal lead in the side of 10K. But this series is not over, right? It is match point, but it's honestly do or die. These teams, they got to be playing it out. So, Star, I mean, we talked about it, right? Maybe is the Seraphine gonna go mid? Is the Karma gonna go mid? And end up being settled. It's the Karma this time.
Yeah, which you kind of immediately a pause. Support issues. God, poor. Oh, now it's I think Dira now. I don't know what it is with like the supports today. At first it was KOJ during game 1. Now it's Dira that's having connection issues. Again, it can't be a series without there being pauses. But in terms of how these fights, like in terms of how these teams want to play, I think it's pretty even. Like I don't see like a hard winner in terms of like team fighting comps here. What do you
I
think?
think I've been talking with some people behind the scenes. I think a lot of it is on Mui's Casio to get value, right?
Yeah.
It's like if he can put this Xin Zhao and Jax in a really bad spot. I know that is a dynamic duo with those two, but still, like it is a bit tough, obviously, and it just kind of just depends on if Cassio can get the lead, right? I know Cassio has a very, very strong early levels, right? She basically has that free ability to CS with Twin Fangs. It's basically just like a second auto, which is so nice in lane. But also, Zelda is on a bit of a lane bully that is this Karma. So I think that could be the neutralizing that they need here. Still, I don't know. I think a lot of it is on, hey, is this Cassio going to put in work? Is Rezi going to be able to potentially set his team up to go for these extended plays, like stop them in their tracks, obviously? I think we're going to have to see.
Yeah, referring back to last game with the counter synergy being with Ash Arrow and Skarner ult, now we have the counter of Gragas ult and Varus ult as well.
Hmm.
So I'm kind of curious to see if like any counter synergies will happen again during these fights where it's like really bad to the point where they're losing the fights because of it.
So we do see some really nice trading here from Super Saiyan up top. I will say, regardless of how this series has been going, he has honestly stepped up really massively here in these fights, right? He's gotten the leads. Maybe it's just the fact that it is Gragas, so he got that potential counter pick, but still, he's doing a great job of buying his team time. Also, one thing we didn't note yet is the jungles, right? We do see that I think both junglers were spotted on their clears as the Raptors were warded on both sides. So the junglers are known for both teams, but just looking at how the waves are set up, it is more likely that a Ziggy on the Xin Zhao is going to have a bit of an impact. But also, I mean, looking at where these waves are pushed, both junglers are set up potentially to cause some early action.
Oh, Slayer's gonna
Ooh.
Slayin is gonna hit the blast cone where Ziggy's gonna get spotted. Now knowing where he is based on where his camps are. Looks like Resilient, KOJ, I think are slowly pushing the wave back out, so it's gonna be a little bit harder for Charity gank if she wanted to, but they might just be full clearing and getting Scuttle and then backing because the waves are kind of in a neutral state right now
Yeah.
in both waves.
So we do see mid lane. The
Mid
trades have
lane.
actually been going the way of Zelda, right? Mui, he still has to be cautious, right? Remember, early Cassio, she is a bit of a mana drainer, right? She has the ability to kind of get these plays going, but still, it's tough. Obviously, as we do see now top lane, the wave is pushing back into the Gragas here. Yako has the early levels, but we now see, honestly, just looking at the way this game is, it's been relatively neutral. As, oh my gosh, I don't know if you saw that, but looking at the scuttle, it just barely lived. So it just put Porcelain Graves in a little bit more of a time crunch, but still ends up being a relatively even game at this point.
Yeah, it looks like nothing much is happening.
Oh, as the
All
root does
falling.
land onto KOJ, that is a little bit of something, not anything too crazy here. As we do see now just a little bit of aggressive trading. We haven't seen any summoners used on either side. I was expecting Mui to use his TP at this point to kind of get out of this early lane, right? He is down XP. He's down a lot of HP too. So like this realistically is going the way of the Karma. We'll say Cassio does eventually outscale, right? She's able to heal through a lot of the damage that is being put forward towards her. Because like I'm looking at where this damage is coming from, and I'm like, maybe other than Xayah, I think that just looking at it, like if Cassio goes nuts, it's a little tough. But we see the root coming out. The mantra Q. Mui is in a bit of a bad spot, not flashing out cojones
Bot
of
lane.
steel, but now cutting bot. Good call there, Star. We see that Diro is able to land the two-man root, causing Resilient to evolve back. The flash forward, called by a flash from Arcarios. It ends up being a lot of sums trade. It ends up being a 2 for 2. Right, the flashes are exchanged from the 80 carries with the supportive summoners from the supports as they do their job. But now just looking at it, it's just a lot of action here. But the wave is actually, it's not in a too bad of a spot here if you are the side of 10K.
A lot of fighting up here. Even like while you were speaking there's a lot of trading happening up top lane. Still kind of is.
And
I
more,
mean,
I feel like there's always trading going on. But now, speaking of the one lane we didn't think had some trading mid lane, Mui getting the better of that situation here as Zelda still has not gone on his back. The one benefit, or I guess, of playing into Karma is her ultimate. She already has her ultimate, so you don't have to worry about that level 6 spike. But right now, I'm looking at the positioning here, and we see that Yako is the one who's walked down. So it is Super Saiyan that is the one who's still up top side. They are saying, hey, we want to take this dragon, and we want to take it now. But we see that the members are pushing aggressively here. We see that the two-man ultimate, and Rezi steals the dragon. That is actually massive. They find the angle here. We see that Ziggy is trying to buy enough space for his team. It is technically a 1 before the poison. It's going to be enough as the double kill goes the way of Cherry. Zelda doesn't have enough in the tank. The arrow, the snipe that they needed. It's a 3 for 0, even with the top laner coming down. What a nightmare.
that's probably the worst case scenario that exactly happened. Just to weigh there. Rezi sniped the dragon, stole the dragon, and they lost the first feat with the 3 kills, and now they're losing both objectives. This puts them in a really bad spot, because this means 100k only need one more objective after this, and then it's going to be... Then they get feats, and then they're
I think it's
really
do or die right now. As Ziggy is moving in aggressively, he needs to try to steal this objective if they want to find the angle they are in. They're backing off here. They're trying to buy enough time here. The Q does not land. Super Saiyan is the one who's in a bit of a bad spot. The stun back, the 3-man stun. They're able to find the angle, forcing out Mui's flash. Cherry is the one who's looking to be the next to fall. Great play there, and a shutdown goes over to Yako. He finds the angle he needs. He is out from the other side, but now cutting over to the bot side of this fight. Zelda is in a bit of a bad spot. Mui is low on mana, though, but Rezi's here now. And look at it, he's in a bot. He's going to be able to get the kill onto Zelda. And it ends up actually being what we thought. A good response there. Good response from Yako to get that massive stun as he pops the ulti onto Rezi, right? Forcing out the barrier immediately, but KOJ is here to help out. But good response there. They took away that objective, and they made it so, hey, the objectives couldn't be too far gone.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit better, because if 100k secured that last grove, that puts them, again, as I was saying earlier, puts them in a really bad spot that, like, you don't want to be in, including when they, again, have Cass on the enemy team. Now, it favors 100k, because now they have the scaler in this mid lane when, I'm going to be honest, I don't know really how much Jack scales, but there's not much scaling happening on Wei's team, is there?
I mean, I would say, actually, and on contrary to belief, Jax is a very good scaler. I think he's had better days with scaling. I mean, if he's looking at the farm difference, it's not looking pretty, right? Like, look at how much this Gragas is up, right? Also, cutting down bot side, I will say on the contrary, Rezi did get a good amount of kills for himself, but also just like look how broken a top lane matchup is, right? Every time the Jax jumps in, just boop, body slam, making sure you don't
Yeah.
get to do anything there. It's tough. Like, look at this. Like, Yako is just never able to get the trades that he wants, right? Has the phase rush. He's kind of toying with him. He knows that he's in a decent spot because he's not even able to get the grass procs in this position. But I mean, oh man, I will say he did get that nice shutdown though off of that 3-man stun, so that is pretty decent. But just looking at it, it's like you got to be playing for your win con. And also, I really don't like giving over feats of strength to a Cassio.
Yeah, it's also really bad because she doesn't need boots, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe she just gets a flat movement speed bonus from it,
She
right?
does. I think basically every time she levels up, she gets move speed off those levels, but with feats of strength, she gets a bonus. And it's like, it used to be really strong. Oh my gosh, like, look at that damage in response.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be a little careful here. That mantra Q isn't going to be up soon. Oh my, wait.
I was just gonna mention, you gotta be careful for that castle, because yes, she's low, but the moment she presses R at that HP, you are dead, and that's exactly what happened. Mui just takes that away from Zelda.
I'm just getting a little bit too cautious there, right? You saw me not being able to talk. I was almost as stunned as that Karma was there. That just feels so bad if you are Zelda in that position, right? It is so scary. And I mean, right now, hey, like, you had the angle. You were poking her down, but you gave over a kill to a Cass. This lane is not going to be going in your favor for much longer.
Looks like Ziggy's trying to get like a lane gank, but like the amount of wards that they have placed down here, it's making it impossible for Ziggy to lane gank. And by the time he's here, they've already back. So
I mean, also, yeah,
It's
they're
a
on the
waste of time.
base. And I mean, when you see sweeps coming out, you're probably thinking, hey, there's probably something. Why would they want those
going
wards
on.
gone? And we ended up figuring it out. They went for the lane gank, but yeah, just they're up 2k gold lead at 10 minutes. That's really tough. I mean, they have slowed down the feats of strength a little bit, but like looking at it, right, we see that Cherry is up a decent amount of farm, right? The Graves is in a decent spot, already has her Yomus. She's able to move around the map a lot. And I mean, just with the way these waves have been going, it's a lot. Just once again, over to 10k. Hey, we've seen them in this position before, right? We've seen 10k have the lead and potentially ego it a little bit, and you know what? That ended up resulting in a way win. So like, just looking at how it goes,
Yeah.
like,
We have Drake spawning now. It looks like 100k are just gonna take this Drake. Ziggy just... It looks like he's pathing down, but I think he just has to go for the grubs. So which he looks like he's pathing towards, maybe trying to get a kill up top, maybe on Super Slam. Or maybe just getting vision ready. I'm not sure what he's trying to do right now.
he might be looking to potentially go for these groves, but that control ward is doing a good job in buying up time. But we see that Yako is actually super low in this position, forced to flash away, get the stun off Super Slain. He doesn't have enough left in the tank. He's not throwing the Q on the target that mattered. Oh, good movement there, but it's not going to be enough as Ziggy's able to pick up the kill. Now cutting over to the bot side, we see that Mui is potentially finding these supports in a bit of a bad spot. The Snake does land the ability. Zelda is getting a lot of damage thrown their way. He's not able to tick to the poison, but Cherry is here to back up his carry. I mean, dang, like there's just been a lot of action moving on the place, and honestly, that was a good response here for Wei.
Oh, Arca getting the snipe out of bot lane. They failed dive that really badly.
I didn't even notice that. I was so set aside. What happened there, Star? Like, just walk me through what
I only
that play
saw
was.
I only saw the last part of it. It looks like they tried diving Arca, but he had flash cleanse up, and I think they just went in a little too early. And because
Now we see more action mid as Rezi
wow.
flashes forward, lands the Q. Every time we want to talk, it feels like there's action going on all over the place. But now, cutting over to the top side, we see that Ziggy is going in for the aggressive plays here. We got to remember, Cassio does not have ulti for this position. Yako's trying to find the counter-strike in, good kiting back from Super Saiyan and Cherry, but KOJ is now here. He actually just, I think, picked up the grub right in front of the face here. It's a 4v4 position. You got to remember, be careful here. Ziggy, great cast there from Super Saiyan to knock Ziggy back into the arms of his team. They're able to pick up that kill, and it looks like the rest of these grubs are going to go the way of 10k.
So my question is, did Wei get at least one grub there?
I
couldn't see.
believe so. Looking at it,
We're
it's
about to find
2 to
out.
4. So I'm trying to
They
remember.
did pick up one. Yeah, they picked up. Yeah, okay, we're
Oh, as
good.
we see, KOJ is popping the grand entrance here. He's going to try to find the angle here. Zelda is in a bit of a bad spot. Dira is the one to potentially fall next. The Q does land. Dira is running. He's falling. Mui picks up the kill. Next, it's Gragas who takes it. Yako, he's by himself. He has, and Joy, he has a dream, but it's not going to be enough as Gragas is able to pick up a double kill sitting at a very, very nice position here.
So we keep talking about how much action there is, but honestly, I think the action is for the better because I think I want a finals game to be game 5, the craziest stuff happening, which is exactly has been happening, like Rizzy stealing the Drake, and then just nonstop fighting. I think it's
Non-stop fighting indeed, as we do see KOJ is stopped in his tracks, but you know who else is stopped? The guy who's hit by Medusa here. Mui doesn't have a whole lot more in the tank, though, to get more damage off. The mana is a little low, so it is only just a stop of the recall there. But yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. I think going to Game 5 is what the viewers want to see, right? It's finals, right? The game is on the line, right? This is basically these two teams. I think they went to Game 5 in their first series against each other. So you're basically seeing these people are duking it out, but you know who's duking it out? Dira, who's landing the ultimate onto Resilient. He's in a bit of a bad spot. Ziggy's able to pick up the kill. I think you try to give it over to the Xayah, but hey, maybe you're just in the heat of the moment. You're seeing red, so not the end of the world there, as it also looks like they're positioned really, really nicely for this dragon that's going to be spawning. Actually, dragon spawning in a little bit, so probably not dragon this time.
So my question is, do we know what Otacana is? It looks like it's again the time death one, which is the. I was hoping, I don't know what the kill threshold is actually, but I was really hoping to see the blood petals, just the amount of the bloodbath that's been recently.
I will say, hey, regardless, it always feels like it's just the one that's going to be given the respawn at this point in the game. I want them to adjust it a little bit because I think realistically, I do think the respawn one is a little bit stronger, but like,
Yeah.
I want to see a little more variance, right? Because it just always feels like it's the respawn one, right? It's that little miniature, what do you call it? Miniature elder, right? Where you can basically just throw your macro out the window. You can take whatever objectives you want. You can fight whatever you want. As we see some fighting happening up top lane with the snake slithering her way up top, but just, I mean, Gragas, right, is just making it so Yako cannot do whatever he wants. I feel like he's getting a little impatient here. He doesn't realize that Cherry and Mui are in the hunt. They are on the prowl. And I'm just wondering how you get out of this fight if you can. The ground does not land, but Super Saiyan doing a good job of slamming him right back into the waking arms of his team. Cherry's able to pick up another kill for herself. And now we see that Zelda is kind of hanging out, trying to be positioned here. I think there was an angle for a dive, but they decide against it.
So now I'm gonna ask you a question like you did last game. How do you think they're gonna get back in this game?
Huh.
They're 4K down right now. They're
Well, I
games
will
against
say
their
the
head.
fact that Karma Mid does not have her malignance at this point in the game is it's not a great sign. Because like you realistically need your malignance early if you want to get this lead. But we'll see. Maybe KOJ getting a little too aggressive is the play, but great use of the grand entrance here as we see 2 TPs coming out. Mui's going in for the engage. Ziggy is trying to buy enough time with his ulti. But remember, that ult's going to fall eventually as Rezi's going to be able to pick up the kill for himself. The TP was not enough. Remember, Yako, he is a little scary. He has a kill under his belt, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They're trying to do a good job poking off. That is one of the advantages they have. They have the Seraphine and Karma poke, but Mui, he doesn't get the stun on the ultimate, but Yako picks up 2. The ultimate goes wide from the Seraphine. It was so close, but not going to be enough. KOJ, great knock up there. It's forcing out Arcavius' ultimate here. Super Saiyan is trying to buy enough time. He's actually getting rooted here. This is a good amount of damage, and a shutdown goes over to the Xayah. Yako's trying to find an angle back in. I think he whiffed it. Rezi is in a bit of a bad spot. That's a double kill over to Arcavios. Wait a minute. This dragon could be going the way of Wei. They find the angle. Oh my gosh. That's a triple over to the Xayah. Is this going to be her potential quad as Cherry's doing a lot of damage in return, right? These are the damage dealers still up for 10k, but we do see Ziggy is moving. Ziggy is here. We're going to see, he's going on to the Casio here, trying to find the angle back in, but we do see Mui's burst out. That is a shutdown and honestly an unofficial quad. Hey, Star, I think that's how they get back into this game.
Every time we ask the question, they just show us how. Really well played, Arca. Oh,
Great
Cherry.
flash, making sure that Cherry does not get away this time. Zelda just using a bit of a zoning cue, making sure that she can't eat into it, obviously, as Ziggy's able to pick up a nice kill and I think a shutdown. Uh-oh.
That was a shutdown. So, I think that is the way that they get back in the game. They got so many shutdowns there. Their gold is now, like, I think it was only 1,000 difference when it was, like, 5,000. The only thing that I think that could have been played better was, I don't know why Ziggy didn't take the blast cone over to get the dragon. I think he 100% could have taken the Drake based on where his positioning was, but I think he just wanted to get the cast. But I think if he took the blast cone over, they get Drake, and they still have a chance of getting feats.
I mean, I think, yeah.
During that fight, feats did go over to 100k, so we'll see how this game continues now.
That is not the best then. Remember this Cassio, she's going to be starting to become a very speedy snake, right? She is just going to be running around as she pleases. I mean, realistically, the only kind of like melee champs that she's got to be like doing a ton of damage to is that Jax and the Cass, or no, Jax and the Zen. She is the Cass, obviously. But like, I mean, looking at it, that was a great response there. We see that Zelda, even though he doesn't have kills, he picked up the Dark Seal, so he's able to start proccing that a little bit, right? Getting a little bit more AP than he probably deserves at this point. But you know, he's got the Malignance, he has the angles here, but we're seeing now Mui is on the hunt, and I think if he wants to find the angle, it's tough because, oh, wait, that's a half HP snake. But you remember, we've seen this before, right? If Zelda goes a little too much on the aggressive, he might be just turning the switch immediately around. And speaking of turning the switch around, we see that Cherry is getting a lot of damage. Dira flashes away very, very low. But, oh my gosh, wait. Oh, I thought the extension was going to be enough, but a kill over to Arcarios is still really nice. I mean,
That dive is exactly what happened, bot lane.
Wait, bot lane. Great dodge there from Zelda to not get hit by the stun. If the stun was fallen, that champion was dead on my screen. The Q's landing. Look at this, right? Millie's positioning so aggressively here. She knows her limits on this champion. She knows what she's doing, and you know who might be also what's doing, who they're doing is Super Saiyan. He's finding the angle. He's forcing back Yako and Ziggy. They're trying to contest this Rift Herald, causing it to go out of aggro range, right? It's going to be reset here, full back up to HP. It is a scary spot. This game is kind of on knife's edge, and look at the gold lead. It is back to even.
Otacon has just spawned, so I think depending on what happens in this Rift fight, they're going to take Otacon immediately after if they don't get chunked.
The TP's coming out there, trying to make the aggressive plays here. The Mantra Q does not land, right? They want this Rift Herald bad, right? I'm kind of surprised they're choosing to fight over this. We see that Mui is getting the ult, or the teleport out. He does not have ultimate. Remember, he used it to try to kill that Karma. This is knife's edge here. This is a 5v5 situation. We're looking at the ultis available. Sarah doesn't have ulti as well. The cast does land. Yako's trying to buy enough time. KOJ is getting a lot of damage in return, but remember, Arcarios, he's on dominating. He's getting the plays. We do see that Rezi's able to pick up a kill on Sport. Sport versus Sport. Remember, Arcarios is doing a lot of damage, but look at the Otacon in the back. Great play there from Gragas. He flashed in with the cask. He flashed in with the E to make sure that Xayah fell. The double kill goes over to Rezi, and it looks like even though Yako and Zelda guy are still up, it's really, really hard to contest this. Hey, but I say that.
And they pick up the Herald? Nope. The Herald, I don't know if you saw it, just died.
I didn't even see it, but I think regardless, they forced the fight out. We see that Mui is flashing in super aggressively here. The Qs are landing. He calls it down. He gets the respawn. Great play from Mui. He knew the timing. He knew that he had the angle to keep going. That is the play that you need, and he really stepped up for this team in that play.
Yeah, that was really well played on 100k side. Again, I don't know who started the Otacon, but whoever damaged the Otacon, it made it really, really hard for Arca to play because he was just getting like pummeled in the backline by the Otacon. If he walked up, he was getting pummeled by like Rezi and Mui, so it was just like a really hard position for them to play in. And as I said, whoever wins this fight on the Rift Herald will take the Otacon immediately happen, and then that's what happened.
I mean, just looking at with the way that fight was positioned, right? They kind of had to be basically pressured back into the Otacon. I'm making a guess. I'm not 100% sure. I think it was the Gragas cask that activated it. Not completely sure, but like remember, you're basically being pinched by the thing that's going to be shredding all of your resistances and a Cassio, right? Like you basically have nowhere to go. You got to fight it out. And Arcarius did a good job of kind of buying enough space, right? He's doing a lot of damage. Ziggy goes in for the scuttle, but I think his life almost falls. But Resilient used his ulti there, and this dragon's about to spawn. This could be the way they want to get back into this. We see that Yako is pinging Mui on the bot side, knowing that, hey, basically we can't be giving this up for free. But right now, this fight, it technically isn't over. I think I'm trying to think how much time this Otacon still has on the map. It's about a minute.
Like a minute and a half, probably.
Minute and a half-ish. So, oh my gosh, wait, that's a lot of damage in response. They're trying to buy enough time. There is no wave, so it isn't going to be the tower that's going to immediately fall here. But remember, when the Otacon buff despawns, there is the angle to still fight, right? Xayah is still fed. Like, she can, if they get a little too overconfident, if the Gragas goes in, if the Graves goes in, we just see that we're going to see the contention here is KOJ goes in with the respawn. He's taking the tower shot. He's looking to almost fall. Arcarius gets the ultimate off, getting 2 withdraws. They're fighting aggressively here. Remember, this is still gold that's going into the pocket of this bot laner here. That's still like, I know that those weren't deaths, but that's still gold that you want to be giving him. How did Mui end up in the back line here? He gets the ultimate off, but it is a 1v5. You don't have your team there anymore, boss. Yakko picks up the kill onto the snake. He's getting some boots. And that is honestly really, that's an unofficial ace.
Yeah, that was
Yakolvich.
really, really well played from Way here. They just gotta be careful. They want to take this Drake, but because they weren't technically official kills, they
used a lot of ultis here. You gotta remember, you still have the zone in control with Zelda. Yakko finds the angle, gets the stun in response to the flash. Cherry is gonna be the next to fall. Dira doing a good job of supporting his team. Yakko, he's tanking, but Rezi's firing in the back. You gotta be very cautious here. KOJ gets back to his Gragas. He's able to get the E off, but remember, that was a lot of damage, and I thought that Dira was gonna fall, but he barely holds on. And I think with the healing that you got from the Karma, with those plants, with the Seraphine yourself, this is not going to be Soul going over to 10k. Wei is putting up a fight.
Again, I feel like every time we ask the question of how do they get back in this game, they keep proving to us, like, yeah, we are here to fight. This is finals. We're here for a reason, and they are putting up a really, really good fight. There is a 2k gold difference right now, but like that used to be a lot larger a few minutes ago, so they're doing a really good thing in this game. I also want to mention, we were confused about the B1 Zaya pick, and I think Arca right now is proving to us why it was I think why it was picked first, because he is putting a lot of work into that champ right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like every time we talk about, oh, why'd they pick Hecarim? Why'd they pick Zaya? They just prove us wrong, right? I mean, a lot of time we talk about like draft theory, but like if it's your comfort champs, especially this late in the game, you play your comfort champs. I think that's what we're seeing here. Obviously, there are some strong champs on the other side, but I think they're just getting a little overconfident, right? We saw this game 3. You still got to be careful, right? Because the comp from the side of Wei, they play really well at still disengaging, right? You have the Karma, you have the Seraphine. And, like, if Graves goes in a little too crazy, if Rakan, if Gragas, they get a little too overconfident, we've seen that Zaya will absolutely shred through these teams.
I agree. So Baron's up right now. In terms of TP, Karma right now, Zelda has the TP advantage over Super Saiyan, so if a fight does break out now, we know who's going to get there first. But they might just be farming, maybe looking for a pick. So I don't know if they want to force anything right now.
But it looks like 10k, they at least want to take this Gromp for themselves, trying to deny as much gold from Ziggy as possible. Ziggy is still leading the charge, but remember, the Varus poke is nothing to scoff at, as we do see some aggressive trading here. Down on the bot side, the cask is going to land, but I think you got stuffed by the minion wave there, so it's not going to be anything too crazy. But, I mean, looking at the gold, I'm kind of surprised. Like, Karma's only at 7k. And at 26 minutes, she only has 7k in the tank, right? She's only at 1 item.
Pretty weak, yeah.
That's a very, very weak Karma. Like, we see how much damage the Mantra Q does, but, like...
That's about
7k? Like, that's nothing. I mean, look at Arc, right? He's almost at 12k, right? We just see where the gold is, but we see a little bit more action here as Yakko potentially is getting out caught, right? Mui gets the massive ulti, but I think it might not be enough. Resilient's able to get him killed for himself on the killing spree. Ziggy's doing a lot of damage to Resilient on the other side, but I think there's not enough damage to return. Rezi misses the arrow, but it's still enough. He's able to get that kill as KOJ's able to find something for himself. Meanwhile, on the bot side, we see that Super Saiyan is trading aggressively here. Zelda is trying to buy time, right? He's able to get that Q off, but remember, Baron is on the table, and it is on 10KB's mind.
I think they at least gotta try contesting this, or probably stealing this.
Oh my gosh, we keep seeing it. I know there's action going everywhere. There's just some aggressive trading, as it looks like this going will almost hit 41 HP. That was a little scary, but just some aggressive trading here on the bot side. Now that Super Saiyan has these Baron minions, it's really tough to continue to pressure this. And I mean, that gold lead, it was close, but it's starting to balloon back in the way of 10k.
But if I ask the question again, is how they come back, they're just going to show us again. So I don't think I should ask that question anymore and just see what happens, because this is still anybody's game. This Baron is a slight setback. They are going to have to like defend waves. The waves are fairly like pushed out right now, other than mid, so it's not like they're in like a dire need right now of like forcing a fight so they don't lose anything. But it's
Storm Surge. I'm surprised they went with Storm Surge Karma here. I think, honestly, at this point, I know it might sound crazy. I think you go all in on the just on the supportive nature of your champ, right? You see that Arc is doing a ton of damage, right? If you can keep that guy alive, I think he can shred through these teams, right? Because they're kind of staying in groups, right? You're playing with a Seraphine as well. You have some damage, but like you're not sitting on the prettiest of pennies, right? You're down almost 3k, and we'll have to see if Cherry's going to be able to do a little bit of damage in return. Super Saiyan, he does not land the cask. Ziggy's trying to buy enough space with the ultimate here. KOJ getting the ult W, forcing Ziggy's flash out. We see a TP come out. Mui is in the angle. He finds the base. He places down that miasma immediately, and we see that the tower is going to fall. This might be a potential fight here as Yako is in the wing. He's looking for an angle potentially to go for this Q flash, right? He has the Q. He has the counter strike, but good call on 10k. They're going to be backing up, and they're going to be saying, hey, this mid tower is what we're after next.
Yeah, I think someone burned. Well, yeah.
It was it was Zelda guy. Zelda guy, I think, was the
burned
one.
flash. Yeah. So they gotta keep in mind of that. But again, back to his build, I think once you realize like you're this much behind in gold.
Oh, Mui on the flank here. Good use of miasma. It wasn't able to get the stun, but Dira immediately falls. Cherry finds the angle back in. We see that Arcevios, he gets the ulti, but it's not enough in return. Zelda guy does a lot of damage, and he does get a lot of proc, so I think his mantra will be back up soon, but it's not enough, right? You have the poke, but remember, there's a lot of healing on this team, and they're just going to take that inhibitor. They're pinging the top tower, but I think Soul is just what they're going to be after here.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty silly to just not take Drake here. Top lane tower, it's already pretty much on its last legs. It's Waves pushing in. They can always get it later, but Drake, they just want to get that secured right away, including Chem Baron. That's gonna help them a lot in these fights.
100%, right? I mean, a lot of times people don't view it as one of the like stronger souls in the game. I think when you look at the pool, at the champs that you're playing, Cassio especially, that champ kind of thrives on being alive for as long. I mean, obviously every champ thrives on being alive for as long as possible, but Cassio, she's gonna continuously be able to heal, right? Like it's a lot of pressure, right? And this soul, it just gives them a lot more survivability when they get to that low HP threshold. So it's tough. It's tough. I mean,
sorry, I want to point out that they don't have Grievous yet either.
That's why
they don't have. I mean, like I feel like Seraphine or Karma should have that by now, considering like how like they got Gragas, they got Graves, they got Cass. Like there's so many people on their team that heals, and they just don't even have one bit of like Grievous. So it's.
I mean,
really
I will say this Karma's build looks like she's been in the Great Depression for a while, right? She is on like no gold, so I don't even think she has the money to buy an Oblivion Orb at this point. But like looking at it, she has the ability to clear these waves. But like, I don't know. I just think like a lot of times like Karma doesn't lead these fights, right? You kind of have to wait for them to mess up, and we've seen them mess up a couple times, but that was when the gold lead wasn't 9k, right? It's looking at it now.
I was just gonna mention that.
Yeah, so it's like
too good.
It's not looking great. The objectives are going the way of 10k, and like maybe if Dira lands a miracle ulti that hits all 5, right? Zelda guy's able to get that RQ that does a bajillion damage. It's doable, but like it's a lot more on, hey, Wei isn't gonna win. Is 10k gonna lose? Does that make sense? Like
exactly,
I just think
I think it's just at this point, like if they throw, like maybe like they get caught out, or they like again find a good pick. But yeah, they're in a really rough spot right now. They have mid wide open, Inhib's gone, and they have still a scaling cast to deal with.
Cass has been scaling up, not just because she is a reptile, but because of the amount of money that is in her pocket, right? Sitting at almost 3k, almost 4k up at this point over the Karma at this point, right? If she's able to just get her ulti, it doesn't even matter if she lands the stun, right? Just getting that slow off with your Rylai's as well. You corral these people, you slow them down, make it so that your Graves, your Varus are able to get the freest damage off. And also this Gragas, right? He's kind of been the unsung hero. He's 4-2 and 4. He hasn't been involved in too many fights, but when he's there, he's causing some ruckus, right? He's saying, I'm going to be throwing my cask and you guys are going to be enjoying it. And I mean, just, yeah, it's like we've seen these angles, we've seen these plays, but it's like, it's not looking like game 3, right? I'm looking at the comps and it's very hard.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like they don't have Baron anymore, do they? It looks like they're just gonna like push out the side lanes. They have Super Saiyan just pushing by himself bot, and then they have Mui just keep pushing out mid, so the supers just keep crashing, and they have the other three just pushing out top. So they got each side lane, they got a lot of pressure, and they have complete control of this map right now. Again, I think that's a good time to ask. I don't see how they come back from this.
You know, you can't always say that we've seen.
I know.
Well, kind of. But you know what I mean. Like, it's technically we want to hold on to hope for this team, right? We don't want to say that Wei is completely out of this. We want to say that they have the angles. I've seen people throw worse, Star, but it's like we're sitting out here. These are on knife's edge, right? These players have gotten here for a reason. And look, they're just going to say, hey, we're going to play it safe. We're going to take Baron here. And I think if you are the members of Wei, I think this might be your do or die situation.
I think that's where you need to go contest, but it doesn't look like that they're even going to contest, or they're just getting there really slowly. Don't know how much damage 100k do that Baron.
Oh, Rezi,
I
I think maybe you just had some style points, but you know, that was evil, and I didn't like what I just saw.
Did he just flash ult?
He flash ulted, but he kind of flash ulted into Narnia. So like realistically, I don't know if that was the play, but it looks like Super Slayton's actually here to potentially corral the members here. The members have not based. I think they thought, look at how all of them clumped up. If I am Mui, I'm fiending, right? I want to flash in. I want to go snake mode. I want to hit my ultimate off. That death stare, the petrifying gaze is going to go crazy, but Cherry finds the angle that they need, forcing out Ziggy's ultimate. The Crescent Guard is not going to be able to guard enough here. The ultimate lands. Cassio gets the kill. Mui with the flash in with the petrifying gaze. Yako's getting the stun off. It's not going to be enough. She is burning the poison to get the fade away. Super Saiyan is so fast. He's getting so much done. It's just Zelda guy. And with that amount of economy, I don't think you're getting anything done here, boss man. It's not enough. Cherry picks up that final kill to lead to the ace. And Star, I cast it last time on Sunday. I worked, and it's just, you know, they send me to game 5 every single time. It's Silver Scrapes, baby. We are in for a treat.
You know, as much as these games are long, they're really interesting, and I think for a finals game, we want a game 5, including, I think that's what the viewers want, including for a finals. You don't want a simple 3-0. You want a 2-2 going into the last game, and so we're gonna see what's going on. Both of these teams mean business, and I guess we're gonna see what happens in this last game.
Both teams mean business indeed, right? They say, hey, we're going to make Badger and Star earn their paycheck today, right? We have been casting for almost 4 hours, and it's not going to stop anytime soon, right? These teams, they are playing for the prize, right? It ended up being a 13k Goldie. Hey, you know, we were kind of making fun of Zelda, but he did the most damage in the game. So maybe we were the silly gooses. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. But just looking at it, also, one thing that's super clean, just looking at the gold graph, it's Super Saiyan 14k. Cherry 14k, Mui 14k, Rezi 14k, KOJ not 14k, but you know that's a support, so like he's not expected to. But still,
Very
like, very well played. It's kind of hard to say who the MVP was of that series, but you know, it might sound kind of wild, but it's either actually I'm gonna go between Super Saiyan and KOJ there. KOJ, I know he's a very good recon player. I think in game 5 of his last series, he absolutely put on a performance. I think he found a lot of good engages to give his team the opportunity. Also, like, shout out to Arca there. I think Arca was playing super well. I think they had a lot of opportunities to go in, right? They got that unofficial quad down at the Dragon Pit. I think maybe if you take that dragon, like, I know you were talking about it, right? They went for the Cassio.
Yeah.
Take that dragon, try to slow down that soul point for them. That could have been an angle back into it. But still, I mean, this has been a banger series, and I think realistically, we'll have to see. Is we do get note that the side has been selected for this last game.
Looks like they're taking blue side again, which the other 2 games are the other 2 games they're on blue side, they won, right? Yeah. No, this is only their second time on blue, right?
So you know what happens now that they take blue is they are that's the fun part about game 5 of Fearless. No bans. No bans are up on the table. So indeed. But I will say, looking at it, they took blue. I think Hui is going to immediately be locked. Thinking about the champions that are free now, Hui is free. Bard is free. Gwen is free. Ambessa is free.
This is literally just gonna be, oh my goodness. I completely forgot that there's no more bans in game 5. I've never played like an official Fearless, yet alone to game 5. Oh, be the best of the best then.
It is going to be the best of the best. I will say, draft goes very, very fast when there are no bans. So that is exciting, at least, right? It's
Mhm.
basically just going to be this is the best pick we have into what's the last pick, right? Last time we saw this, we basically saw a Renekton versus Darius in the mid lane. Last time it went to game 5 here. So these people, they aren't on their knife's edge, but like they're playing with kind of their like they're playing confident here, right? We got to look at the champs that are still up, right? Nocturne's still up. I'm expecting Quay to immediately be locked here for Wei, right? There's no way you could ban it. Obviously, they're saying. I mean, also,
There's a
I know we
lot.
talk about how we're tired. Think about how tired these players are, right?
I
Like, I
know.
mean,
They're
like
the ones
they are
playing.
on knife's edge. They've probably been drinking all of their energy drinks. Like they are. Ooh, it's been a banger, and like you got to think who's going to be able to finish this force out, right? Who's going to be able to like sit there and be like, all right, we got to get it done. We have to say, hey, it's one more game regardless. It's like you got to lock in. I know it's like it's a little outdated to say you got to lock in, bro. Okay? This is the time where you got to step up. This is where the real people, the real players show up and they show up strong. Okay? Also, there is a little guy who has gone through draft phase for a little too long. Also, one thing we haven't noted, a shout out to my producers. They let me know what basically is on
The
the line.
prize
I know we talk
pool.
about the
Yeah.
championship, but the prize pool, right? So first place is going to be getting a whopping $120, $20 per person, including the sub. Shout out to Onset. He's been carried this entire time. If 10KBs wins. Second place, they come home not too sad. They get $10 each. Unfortunately, the bozos they didn't make it to this place, but you know it would have been nice to have $10, obviously. But still, regardless, I mean, like this is some money on the line. They're kind of having to having to lock in and get it done. Also, Star, what are the picks that we're going to be seeing here? Like what we see?
I want to see the bard. You said Deer's bard is good. I want to see that bard. Maybe a Silas pick from 10KB here. I don't know what else. Oh yeah, I guess Embessa was banned a lot. Maybe we'll see Nocturne. Maybe the Belveth. There's so many options, honestly.
You
And I
know,
guess we're just gonna figure it out right now.
you know that Corky has somehow made it 5 games. Well, maybe not to the 5th game, but he's made it all the way through this series. I think he's one of the most broken champs, and he's somehow not been picked. It's kind of wild to me. But like still, it's kind of nuts, right? As we're just sitting here and we're just like waiting for them to get in order. I think they're kind of like the thing is with no bans is you can kind of plan you have to kind of plan out. You don't get as much time to use your bans to kind of
Yeah.
like figure out what the picks are going to be. So it's kind of like shots are flying, right? Like bang bang, this is the pick, this is the pick. What is your answer? So in some ways you could try to predict what the flash or not flash what's the word? What the draft order is actually going to be. Like, I'm going to just do my call out. I'm expecting Quay to be the first pick. On the counter, I don't actually know what the counters will be from the side of
Guess we'll
10K.
find
I do
out.
know Hui is probably coming out. I think Bard is also going to be coming out for the side of Wei. I think
Yeah,
you could go
definitely.
Ambessa. I don't think it's as strong. Maybe if it is a flex between the three, if it's a flex between Super Saiyan, Cherry, and Mui, you can just lock it and it's not too bad. But I mean, like, we have to see realistically. Like, I don't know. I'm excited to see it. It's hard to predict with these game 5 drafts and Fearless what the actual like full list is gonna be.
Um, looks like draft might be live soon.
Oh. Very nice, very nice. As we're still, I think, just waiting to kind of figure it out. What is going to be the plays?
Do
We're
you
gonna
need an
see.
invite to the lobby?
I might need one, to be honest. I was leaving for a second just to like make it so that they could get back into order, but then I've been kind of excommunicated. I could maybe find my way back in, but we'll see
Also,
what
I
I
don't
can
have you
do.
added. That'll have to be production, but I'll send
You
you the
know, I guess
draft link
production they're
because
they're
it looks
they're
like they're letting
unfortunate.
us.
They're holding me back a little bit. Never mind. Thank you, production. They invited me. We're good. We're back in. We're ready to go. As I'm gonna go to spectate here, just so we have the
There we
space.
go.
I think
I
it
sent
is
you the draft as well.
perfect. Perfect. I think I have the draft. So thank you though.
All right, awesome. Okay,
Perfect.
just
But
making sure we're all set.
make sure we're all set. I could have just been pretending stuff was happening, but you know, We'll have to see as I have this draft up. I'm excited. I'm a little giddy, obviously. I want to see what it's gonna be, right? This is also final draft here of draft league, right? At least of season 1 here. There's no more games after this. This is true finals, basically. Game 5, almost game 10 between these two teams. They have been battling back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So it's come down to it now. This is the game that has all the marbles. So if it's a stomp, I'm gonna be a little sad, but like also I'd be like, Evo, I could go to sleep, but also I could stay up too. It's a bit of both.
Hopefully, it's just not an hour-long game because I do got school in the morning. I
Mm.
want this last game to be a banger. I really do. But please, teams, make it like at least maximum 30 minutes. I don't know. I don't know if I can handle above a longer 30-minute game.
Mhm.
So hopefully they pick some like early game champs here. Maybe just get the feats early. The Drakes. But either way, I hope it's just gonna be a banger.
I do too as well. As I mean, right now I think we're just waiting on Way to lock in their picks, see if they're ready to go to draft. As Cherry, I could not agree more with what was said. If you know, you know. I'm basically a fluent speaker, but
All right,
still, we see it.
there's the
Look,
play.
there's the way. I mean, I'm surprised it took him this long when everybody knew what that first pick was going to be. This is a champion that Zelda loves to play. Some people accuse him of being a one trick on it, and I think that person is actually the AD carry over on the other team. So we'll have to see if he ends up being a man of his word, if he ends up being the one trick, if he's going to be the one who actually leads them to victory here. As we
Yeah,
say, who would have guessed it? What? As
there's the
also, who would have guessed
Gwen.
it? Gwen is locked in, followed up by Galio here. Good response. Galio is a really strong champion as well as with Gwen, right? This is Cherry's pride and joy. It's her creme de la creme, right? This is what she plays if she needs to win in solo queue. If she needs to beat all of these guys down. As there is a little bit of a blurry image there, but I think I do see him barely showing up. It ends up being Mr. Smolder
Older.
here. So they said, "Hey, Star, you don't get a short game. We
I
are
don't.
playing for the long con. We are playing for the smolder."
If
Y-
Arca loses this game, I'm gonna yell at him after this game. His smolder is pretty good though. I can't even lie. His smolder is really nice.
His smolder is really nice. You
Oh,
want to know one thing that would be kind of evil
what?
is if they switched this up. I know it's probably not likely,
What
but I know
smolder
that
mid?
put smolder mid, put Hui 80 carry.
I don't know if Arca uh plays that Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai.
I
That
like it,
we
honestly.
we could have seen any pick, and Rek'Sai would not have been at the top of my list, right? I feel like this is a champion that you either really like this champion or you don't play her ever, right? Like she has the ability to get a lot of damage done, but it's kind of just like if you don't get ahead early, what are you doing? Like I'm sitting here and I'm like, I
Yeah.
feel like Rek'Sai is more of an early game champion, no?
I
Like
mean, that might just be early game champs just so that they can survive to the late game, because you don't want so many scalers to the point where like the early game is almost impossible to play. So maybe
that
they're just
is
going, hey, let's just go Rek'Sai, just get the early game secured so we can survive to late game.
That is fair. That is not actually that's a decent idea. I think also maybe it is one of their answers into Gwen. So that could be a good idea. But we do see that it is Leona followed up by potentially the Jin here. So pretty solid bot lane. As we will have to see what ends up pairing with the Smolder to line it up. But
Where's
oh,
the
that's the
bard?
champ that ended up being freed. I do think doing it blind is a little scary. You know what champ is still up? If they lock Olaf, Camille is still on the table. Bard is still free.
Yeah,
I
where's
completely
bard?
forgot about Bard. I think he's going to be showing
Give
up.
me the bard.
I think Bard. Also, Bard does so well into Leona. Wait, it's a Bard angle for sure. I think,
Surely.
but I do think Olaf is if it's his comfort. I don't know. I know it's your comfort, but thinking about it, if Super Saiyan plays stuff like the Camille, it's scary, right? I'm thinking it is probably going to be Dira's Bard to line this up, right?
Where
But
is it?
like,
Give it to us. Come
I
on, just give it to us.
Tarek.
No way. No
I think it
shot.
does well at stopping some of what Gwen's gonna do. I also think Gwen can immune through Bard ulti. So maybe that's why they end up going with the Tarek. Dira, you dirty dog. We all wanted to see the Bard, and you choose to go with Tarek. I can't believe you do it. Also, Corky somehow didn't get picked this entire series. What has this world come to? I don't get it, man. Corky's broken. I'll play that champ mid lane next week. It's fine. Don't listen to this Syndicate Red. But still, like, I mean, looking at the comp, I mean, Tarek does a good job of helping
Oh, Tarek's fine. I just
deal.
wanted the bud. Oh, there's the Mbessa that we
There
were
it
talking about.
is. So honestly, hey, you want to know another thing that they could do? Is
What?
I think Super Saiyan plays Galio top. I doubt it does
Oh,
well into the Olaf, so
I don't
maybe
think
they.
it does.
I think Ambess is probably their answer into it. So I think that's actually pretty decent. I will say, I think they have finally locked in their champions. This Ambessa, she could go wherever. I'm expecting it to be in the hands of Super Saiyan. He's been piloting these lanes pretty well, so I think giving him a counter pick, especially into pretty volatile champion that is Olaf, you got to be careful, right? I mean, I will say Olaf has the opportunity to run away with this game if he wants. He can get out of the Leona damage, he can get out of the Galio stun. But like Gwen, if Gwen gets ahead, she's just going to be snipping away the chances that Wei want to win this game.
Yeah, both teams looking really strong right now. I guess that's just like the power of I guess it's just the power of no bans. People are getting like what they're comfortable on, so now it's just a matter of who can play it best.
Mm-hmm. As we do look, I think they are waiting a second, right? They're finding the angles that they need, but it's been a bit of a stinker, right? It is already almost midnight here in the great Eastern time zone as
It's
we are waiting.
past midnight for us.
It is past midnight. Yeah, I was being a little modest here. Rezi, your clock's wrong. It's 12:20. But we'll have to see as I think they're finally getting these games ready to go. With that, I might need a little bit more energy to get through this last game. So I think we're going to take a quick break while we wait on these teams to just lock in this game. You guys know you don't have to go through bans. All right, we're cutting back. We'll be right back when game 5 starts. to the joy of all you viewers at home, we have finally made it to the long-awaited 5-game series here. We saw it last week, but unfortunately for our casters, obviously you can tell I'm at full energy, but we're going to have to see what the plays are going to be as we see that Mui is leading the charge on the Mbessa mid. We didn't talk about it, but it ended up being that the Mbessa was taken into the mid lane, trying to counter this Hui, doing a little bit of damage there. But we see that they're trying to, the 10k base, they're doing a little bit of fishing, right? Looks like Mui, they're trying to bait his team in, but we do see, I think that the members of 10k, I don't know if they're on vision. Mui is trying to bait in. Look at it, they're doing a good job. They get the root off. Actually, I can't believe they got away with that, forcing out the flash and the ghost from the Olaf. Good trade there. You remember, Olaf was kind of the win condition we saw Star. And losing your sums, that's not pretty. That's not good.
What I will mention is that we were talking about loading screen. Resilient has exhaust. Who's
What
the
for?
exhausting? I don't know, but that was just something that we noticed. You can even see Dira like pinging the exhaust in chat. Like, what? Why does he have exhaust?
Wait, look at this. So what they're actually doing is they're having Super Saiyan
Wait,
go
what?
mid with the Galio. So I guess we were wrong. Ends up being that they're sending the Mbessa top still, but they're giving it to Mui. So interesting choice here. I know it is allowed, but I think it is Game 5 situation. It's kind of surprising. As I will say, looking at just how these lanes have kind of been playing out, right? We're seeing that the junglers, they're both pathing up, it looks like. It looks like Cherry is a little bit ahead on her clear, so we will see if she's going to be able to impact that Olaf and the Mbessa lane. I also don't know if that potential call was kind of an on-the-fly decision after they saw that those summoners were down, right? They're like, hey, Mbessa has the better chance to get these early kills. I think that could be the play that they maybe went with. I think it's not an awful idea.
They
I
may
don't
have
know.
just wanted that maybe Mui is more comfortable on the Mbessa, so they're like, we'll just have Mui play Mbessa and we can just lane swap, so it's still like a fine matchup for both Galio and Mbessa.
Yeah, but we are seeing some aggressive training here from Hui, right? Galio is strong in this matchup, right? He's obviously going to be able to kind of just brute force his way through lane with the Doran Shield, with this W passive, right? He's going to be building that Hollow Radiance to take a lot of damage in return. We do see some good trading. The W trying to deny a little bit of that damage on the other side, but just some good potential trading here, some potential pings. And I don't know, it's a lot of damage coming out, but nothing in return. That Galio, he's a giant for a reason.
I just gotta mention, Cherry is shredding through these camps. They're already done pathing while Ziggy just finished his blue and now doing Gromp, so something might happen here with Yako if he walks up too far.
Looks like she's sitting right outside of Vision, forcing the play immediately. Mui is down a level, but Cherry's immediately popping Ghost. They're trying to get the trade off, and that is so much damage coming out from the side. And it is an Mbessa first blood, right? The fact they got those sums early, Cherry using a great awareness on her Vision, was able to get a really, really nice gank off.
Yeah, I guess that's how we kind of expected it to go. Unfortunate for Wei's team, because I think that's how they're going to get ahead early is with this Olaf. Possibly the Hui, but they're not going to be really seeing much in the bot lane because Ark is just going to want to scale.
Almost able to steal it, but you used your fear forcing your flash immediately, right? He
I
kind of
don't
got...
think he needed to. I think he would have been fine.
He would have potentially been fine. I think he was playing it safe, so I don't think he needed that flash. I think he kind of just got caught in the headlights looking at the fact, ooh, I can try to steal this scuttle, right? You also have 2 pots, so I think there is the angle to not actually get caught out there. But still, that is potentially now an angle for them to continue to play around it, right? A flash is a longer cooldown than a ghost from this potential Cherry in the jungle, so if she wants, right, she has that early advantage with the fact she's up almost 11 farm, even though Ziggy was not even going for a gank there. Gwen clears super, super fast. This champion is wanting to scale late, and when she scales late, she's a bit of a menace.
And yeah, you're exactly seeing why Gwen was banned, because yeah, again, what we were saying is she clears so fast, and Gwen just overall is a really, really strong champ, and we're gonna see late game where she's just shredding through the enemy team, and like there's not much that can stop her because of her shroud.
So we do see some aggressive trading here from the top side, right? The E was out, but it's honestly the top laner, and I guess this mid laner who's been sent up top is trading aggressively. Conquer is procced immediately, but the wave is in the advantage of Yakko here. He does just pressure. He makes it so he can get a free base. But look at it. KOJ is rotating up here, trying to potentially punish the Olaf still. His summoners are now back up on the table. He is spotted. KJ, I think
Oh.
you
I think
want to
he
not be.
spotted. Yeah, they're
You want.
pinging him.
I
They're
think he
pinging
gets
him.
pinged, right? I don't know why he popped his head out of the bush. Maybe he
Maybe
was
this
just getting a
way?
little antsy. I think he doesn't know that he is on a. But yeah. Oh, pedal diff. Actually, he gets the blood pedal spawn right on the dead corpse of where the Olaf was. So honestly, good roam from the support.
Yeah, we see everyone roaming up. We even see Resilient roaming up for these grubs now, and honestly, I think letting Arca free farm these minions is gonna be really good for us. Like at least not us, sorry, for a while in the long run.
Us indeed, as we
Really?
do see now that Cherry is now trying to get the aggressive trading going off. Cherry does force out the ult. It is going to be enough. Great sidestep there on the Spiraling Despair there. Good use of the passive there from Zelda to get some return damage, but with those ultis burned, it looks like these grubs, that's not where you want them to go. As there is a Fed Ambessa potentially, as well as a Gwen who really enjoys those camps.
Yeah, taking these grubs and not getting any like response from the Drake, it's just really unfortunate for Wei. Like they're 100k is 1 kill away from getting the kill feat, and they just got grubs, and now they're probably gonna head towards Drake. Possibly a fight break out there. Hopefully we try to contest in some sort of. I keep saying we. I'm not on Wei's team. It's because I'm blue side, so I think I'm okay.
Oh, I see. But still, I mean, looking at it, right, we talk about it, it is a little bit, it is an early gold lead over to the side of 10K, which when looking at how these comps go, it's not the end of the world, right? You have a Smolder, right? Looking also stack check. We're going to have to see where he's at the moment. He's sitting at around 33. So
Um,
nothing crazy. I mean, I kind of view it realistically as the champ kind of like exponentially gains more stacks when he gets to his 125 spike, right?
exactly. Yeah.
So it's technically, I think he's at a decent spot at the moment, but realistically, I think where you want to be aiming is like
Zelda. Mid
Zelda
lane.
is getting the unfortunately brute side of this
Being
trade, right?
pummeled.
But he gets a good amount of return damage. But you've got to remember, Galio's willing to just throw yourself at a target, right? Even though fear comes out, especially if you're building Merc Treads on this champ, which you do most of the time. It's not gonna be too crazy here. I think if you are Hui in this position, you kind of have to go more of the burn build. I know sometimes some Huis like to go with the Ludens into potentially like Shadow Flame or Horizon Focus, but I think it's burn, baby, burn, right? Because look at
This
it, you got a
game
Galio,
definitely,
yeah, you
like,
got a Cherry, you got not a Cherry, you got a Gwen, you got Bessa. It's just
you
it's
have
a
a
lot of
cherry.
HP stackers. You got a Cherry, and Cherry, she said she's gonna get that Hextech Drake. Resi just throwing out a W, making sure the voices aren't after him once again, but this time he's safe as he's able to walk and potentially get those last two minions there.
So 100k are in a really good spot right now. They're one away from objective as well, one away from a kill in feat. So they either need need to either like look for like 3 more kills without losing one more, or like maybe try contesting as many of these objectives going forward now, which is gonna be really difficult because we have a Smolder that wants to scale, but like there's again like 48 stacks. He's gotten a few since then, but it's just
He's,
I don't know if
he's
we're gonna be able to get to 40 games if we get a Fed Ambessa.
yeah, he's doing okay. I will say, I'm trying to figure out, has the team that has gotten feats has not won every single game, correct? Because
No. Wei had that comeback game, and I don't think they had feats for that one. But other
gotcha.
than that, I think if they had feats, they
Oh, that is a lot of damage here from Mui onto the Olaf, right? But Ziggy is potentially sitting in the wing. The ultimate is coming out. Great bait there. Wait, not realizing. Oh, it's not enough as the kill does come down. Mui is flashing away, but the smite, it's going to slow him down. Does she have her dashes? No, it is not. It's actually the shutdown going over to Ziggy, but oh, Cherry is ghosting. Cherry is popping the 1,000 needles. It is going to be tough. The needlework is doing a lot. The threadsman is doing the damage. But
Did she
actually,
not get
she
knocked
goes
off
through
that?
the tunnels. As trying to bait good use there. Galio is TPing. I think it was for not. Maybe he's just trying to get that wave push, but good roam there from Zelda to make it so it ends up actually being only a 1-for-1.
So it was a 1-for-1. We did Wei did get the shutdown on Mbessa, but with that kill we one I cannot speak now. It's getting
You know,
late.
it's been a long
100K.
cast. I don't blame
Yeah.
you too much, to be honest.
100K did get the feats with the first 3 kills, or like the first portion of feats. Grubs will be up in 15 seconds. If they do secure all 3, that is feats confirmed for 100K.
Mm-hmm. So it is realistically up to them. They want to fight over these objectives, right? We see that Cherry is moving over to potentially aggressively move. We see it once again, but Rezi, he's being a good team sport, right? He's moving up to try to contest these grubs with his buddies. And Arca, he's kind of sitting down. He's gained a little bit of an XP or lead advantage with those farm. But looking at it, right, you got to be thinking, hey, this is you're down a person. This is now a 4v4. Rezi did go back down to the bot lane, but right now it's all 10KBs who have contention over this. We see that there's some damage in return. Are they going to be able to get the damage off? No. And it ends up being that the feats of strength go over to 10k, and it looks like a fight me, a brewing a bunch. We see that the Taric is getting damaged. Olaf is going in. Demacia is called. KOJ picks up the kill onto Yako. Cherry is slicing away. Zelda's having to play too far back, right? It ends up being, I think, a 3-for-1. Might end up being a little bit more. The passive's proccing, but like, oh, no, that's not how you want to blast cone. I guess you get it, but you have to burn your flash as well. The grubs go over, the kills go over. Cherry is sitting at 2-0-2 with a shutdown under her belt. Ooh. I
This
mean,
early game isn't looking too great, but again, we saw Smolder. Smolder stacking. He's at
Smolder
78
is a
stacks.
stacking.
You know,
But he's
it
at
might take him,
78. So is it no?
it might take him a little bit longer to get there, but it just depends how this these fights going forward depend. Like, will they be able to like wait for Baby Dragon to get basically Elder on himself? So it just matters into the list right now, I think.
Yeah. I mean, just the game's at a bit of a funny spot because, like, we do talk about it, right? I think we've said this basically every time. How can they lose, right? Like, I mean, like, how do they lose this game? And then you look at it, and I'm like, well, White scales pretty well. Well, Smolder scales super well. But also just one thing to be scared of is
Olaf.
okay. So the Mbessa is Olaf doesn't really scale like that well. I mean, like, if he's playing with his team, if he's playing with Taric, it's okay. But like, you want to already have your stride breaker at this point in the game, right? Gwen is like, we talk about the damage, but like, think about how much damage Gwen's going to be doing, right? If this Gwen plays
Right.
front to back, it's like how do you play it out, right? Because realistically, the damage from the Hui, the damage from Smolder, it can get blocked by the Gwen W. So it's a lot of times it's a lot of pressure, right? We're looking at it. Gwen is up already 30 farm over on the Rex side, right? Rex side, we needed to see a little bit more action, but he's looking to find that action now. He's tunneling in, forcing out the unstoppable, forcing out that ultimate. Great use of public execution to buy enough time. The dash into the dash. We see that Mui knows how to pilot this champ, and when there isn't a whole lot of damage from that 2v1, it ends up being they end up wasting a little bit of time, and that dragon is going to fall.
Yeah, it doesn't look too great. Like, they're trying to make plays. It's just Ambessa's too mobile. They can't really make play spot because it's an early game.
Oh, but a play might be happening mid as Zelda falls. The CC lock from the duo is enough, but Ziggy is able to get that kill and return onto the Galio. Now cutting over bot, we see Rezi's low. As we just see, oh no, Cherry there too. There's action going on all over the case. The curtain call is going to be enough to pick up the kill onto Dira. Not able to hit that force shot to potentially set himself up to get a kill onto the Smolder. But still, that's what you need to see. The needlework is going to be able to thin this wave. We see that Ziggy is in the area, potentially spouts out KOJ looking for a dive. But now action, just action on action on action. These teams are fighting. They say, hey, I don't care that it's 12 o'clock at night. Look at that damage from Mui, though. If his next damage is up on the rotation, he's not able to get that auto reset off. But still, ooh, very, very close game here.
All 5 games have been really close. Like, again, this is like your this is like what you want for your game, like 5 games. You know, you don't want like a simple 3-0 or like one game ending at 20 minutes. You want like 5 games where like you can literally tell the teams are putting in like their heart and like their like work, and like this is the reason why that they're in the finals.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, just looking at it, though, it is still kind of a ticking time bomb, right? We talk about how strong this Smolder will be, right? He also, one note is Smolder did get technically a buff. He can now build crit in his build, right? He does get synergy with Infinity Edge, so maybe that is something that has kind of brought him back up into kind of like the horizon of being a pretty decent AD carry at the moment. But I mean, I just look at it and I'm thinking Gwen, like I know she isn't like as known as she's known as a scaler, but like everybody's like Smolder's the hyper carry. He's the big
Gwen
scaler, but
scales.
Gwen scales like a truck, right? Like she's gonna scale up really big. As we see that Yako is forced to ghost out, trying to buy enough space, but he is being pinged on, right? He has all the members in the area. Good sidestep there, forcing out the ultimate, the flash and boot. But I think Rezi has the speed to potentially be able to catch him. Good use there, trying to buy enough time. I don't think the public execution was needed there, Mui. But you know, it's not too bad, as we do see that Yako, he rage quit. He said, hey, I have to DC from this play. Ark doing a good job of using the snot bubble to buy himself enough time, but the curtain call is going to be coming out. Diro is trying to
Wait,
block
did he
him,
actually
save
DC?
his 80 carry, and it's not enough. A killing spree goes over to Brazilian. He is 3. He's not at that magic number yet, but I think it's going to be soon to follow. And we talk about it, right? The game was close, but it's kind of slowly turning into the favor of 10K.
I was a little confused. So I saw the DC. There was no pause that like came up on ours, and I saw the FF vote, so I was confused there for a second. I was like,
Oh,
surely he didn't rage quit, and then I was like, okay, good. I was like, that would be so unfortunate for like the 5th game that someone rage quit, but he is back. He's heading back top, but 100K are just slowly creeping this game to victory. They have, I think after this, yeah, they'll have like just a little under a 5K gold lead, 4K.
I mean,
Securing
creeping
Rift.
away once again. I mean, we just talk about it, right? The strength of Olaf is a lot of times more in the counter pick. You kind of got to see the team, see, hey, is there enough CC to get enough value out of this, right? Because if you don't have your summoners, if you don't have the ability to all in, it's spooky, right? As we see right now, he's not all in this champion. Cherry is running him down. She's getting the needlework out, but if she doesn't have the damage, especially with those 1,000 cuts, that true damage, it's not enough. As Olaf's just able to kind of walk it away. He has the stride to slow you down, but now we see.
Maybe this is a delayed pause?
It looks like they are.
Oh, apparently the SWAT team got to Rezi's house.
I sent it, man. I'm glad that it finally made its way over. But still, I only think it was able to delay it a tiny bit, but we'll have to see.
What I will mention is Carrie just backed and got herself a death cap.
Ooh.
17 minutes in the game. That is horrifying. Who needs boots when you have death cap, you know?
You know, I'm already a little spooked right now just thinking about it. I don't want to see this thing in action. So, like, who needs boots when you have Ghost, like we talk about, right? I also think, does she have blue? Is her pet blue? No, it's red. I was going to say, what's the one that gives you a little more move speed in the jungle?
It's blue.
It is blue. So,
yeah.
she just is wanting to slow her opponents. She doesn't actually care about being fast herself. But, I mean, looking at it, there is some reassurance, right? Smolder has at least gotten to 125. He's sitting at 139 now. So there is an angle, right? If you can keep this game going, if Ark is goated with the sauce, like there, maybe he can make these fights happen. But I'm just thinking about the rest of these teams, and I'm like,
Man, he's
hey,
farming it up. He's at 139 stacks.
Yeah.
Like, he's getting there.
He's getting there. Zelda's also up a decent amount of farm on the Galio, but I feel like that gold lead is being compensated for how much Cherry is up. So it's like,
Yeah.
what do you do, right? Because it's like Rek'Sai isn't really known for her power farming. She's known more as like, hey, I'm gonna get those early ganks off, and hey, Ziggy is 3-1-0, right? He's gotten some value, but just like the top lead, it's just kind of, it's been ballooning a little bit, right? It was they sent to Mui topside. They knew how good he was on the Mbessa, and they said, hey, Super Slane, we're gonna put you on the Galio mid. We want you to just hold strong. Hold strong, Pookie. You gotta sit tight. And you know what? He held tight and he held strong. And it looks like they were able to reap the benefits of that.
You know, I think we just need to wait. Like, I don't think we can actually, like, determine, like, if this game is over until we have Smolder with his 225 stacks and then a fight with him in. Because Arca has yet to be in any of these fights. I think that's really what's determining what's happening. As long as they can peel Smolder from Gwen and everyone else that's going to try getting on him, Mbessa, Galio, Leona, I think, like, it's winnable.
It is winnable,
I sound
yes.
like I'm in my ranked games right now. Like, it's winnable, but
It's winnable.
it is winnable.
I will say, it's like they're saving their time. They're letting Ark scale, but think about how much you're giving over as like a result of that, right? They are already on soul point at 20 minutes in the game, right? This Gwen, she got her boots. She has boots on the table, right? So she's now a
Let's
threat.
go.
So it's like you can keep stalling, but like you're gonna keep giving over objectives, right? You're gonna give over Cloud Soul to a
Your
Gwen,
favorite.
and to a Jin.
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting here and I'm going, ooh, like I don't. That's not where I want to be realistically. It's kind of you got unlucky with what the soul was, and it's like you got to probably try to contest this next one. You can't keep giving this over. Also, one thing that we've seen some teams fight over, and maybe it hasn't been the way that they want, is that Otacon has finally spawned
Yep.
top side. As I would honestly probably bet it is Voracious once again. Yep,
It
it
is,
is
yep.
Voracious. It is the respawns 5 games in a row. Thank you, Riot. But we just see the situation. They're picking up the bloody petals, getting these early, like I guess that XP as well as that adaptive force, which is always nice to have. But like, yeah, I mean, where you got to sit at it. Arc, you need to be just. I honestly think at this point you funnel as much of the waves as you can into this smolder, right? Because
I know.
it's like you can get some stacks in fights, but like,
They're starting this on.
yeah, I mean, they're willing to just be like, hey, we can keep this going if we
Yeah, they're
want,
just
right?
giving it.
They're giving it. I mean, I think they have to.
Yeah.
Because like it's your best play is you wait for Smolder to hit 225 and not hope for a miracle because I don't think the game is that out of reach. Like it's only 4K, so it's not
Me as a
completely.
jungler, I would at least try to steal, including
Oh.
what Ziggy did on Hecarim. Like I would at least try to steal it, but things happen, and maybe there's like it's game 5. It's gonna be scary,
Yeah, and I mean you're just sitting here looking at like none of the towers have fallen here, so you can potentially like if you get a, it's hard even if you get an a clean ace to go for that win that you want, right? It's tough. Obviously, it's very tough. Just finding angles to get back into this, especially with these respawns now up, you can kind of brute force it, like we talk about, right? Find the ways to continue to make plays, and I just think you gotta be careful, right? You're on knife's edge here because if you give over just a clean team fight, especially before Smolder gets to that fantasy, he's at 189 right now. It's not completely over, but look at that, he's
It's just
trying
a
to get as
little
much
bit
farm
more
as he can.
time. Yeah.
So a little bit more time as Yako is pinging for assistance, right? As we do see that Shelly has spawned in the mid lane here. They're trying to pressure here. They know, hey, we have the opportunity here. Let's try to brute force this, pressure this team, find the angles. Because technically we are on a time bomb. We have a little bit more than we normally would because of our early lead
They
here.
also have the GA, so they can
But they
force
have the
fights.
GAs too as well. As we do see the Smolder ult is coming out kind of to just clear the wave at this point, right? Clearing Smolder. But we see Mui is sitting in the wing trying to find the angle. But it ends up looking like it's a bit of an NA ram, right? Arc is trying to get his pressure off, get his Qs. We got to make sure he doesn't go in. Ooh, the Zenith Blade almost landed there from KOJ. We see the ultimate is popped. Cherry is pulling the trigger, right? The ultimates are here. The curtain call, that's so much damage in return. Zelda's the one to fall. Mui is absolutely slicing through this team. He's exhausted. Hey, we saw exhaust value was going to come out. It actually wasn't resilience exhaust, though. As we see the withdraw is going to be occurring here. That's a lot of pressure, right? That's a lot of grubs. It's 6 in total. Cherry is firing away. And we see Super Saiyan is now back in this fight. They're just TPing right back instantly. It didn't matter that they
Is this
died.
game?
It might actually be. I mean, it's just Yakko up. I don't think he can defend this, right? This is not the place you want to be. I think it's do or die, though. We see that the ghost is coming out from Cherry. Star, you talked about it.
I
You
did
wanted
ask
the
a
quick
20-minute
game, but I
game.
didn't expect it to be
I
this
know.
fast.
I didn't.
Smolder didn't even get his stacks, and that ends up being the game 5. The plays that they need. And your winners of Draft League is going to be 10K Bs.
That was a really, really good game. 10K played that so well. Let's just look at the damage chart. Mui with 14K damage, Resilient with 11K, followed by Cherry with 8,000. Unfortunately, I think just for like the team comps, 10Ks was so like they had really, really good early game with the champs that they had, and unfortunately, just Arca could not get those stacks in time, and it just kind of went downhill. But again, both teams played so well. They made it to game 5, and I'm just so shocked of like how well both teams played.
I mean, it was a hard fought series for sure, as we're going to be taking a second. It is an LXC tradition to obviously get an interview with the winning roster, right? We see, shout out to these players. They fought super hard to be here. They obviously deserved this. So congratulations to them once again. Also, well played as well to the members of Weird Al Yakovich Esports. They fought incredibly hard as well. They took it to Game 5 every single series they played against this team, right? They were in that winner's bracket for a reason. It obviously stinks to come up one game short in these positions, but still. It was really, really well fought. I think it was a series that everybody enjoyed watching. I know I enjoyed casting it as much as I joke about how sleepy I was, but still, I think we're finally getting some of the members of the winning team, that winning roster, in our call here. So
Yeah.
I'd like to potentially ask, trying to see if it's everybody. It looks
It
like
looks
it is.
like it's everybody.
To the captain, that is Cherry on the Gwyn. What are you thinking?
We won.
You won. You
Kind of
did it.
It's kind of anticlimactic.
It was.
Well-
You guys kind of just ran it down mid.
I think by banning Olaf for 4 games, we gaslit this guy into thinking he could play anything but tanks, and then
I will
they
say,
fucked around and
Olaf,
found out, I guess.
the Olaf blind was interesting. I do think also great work on you guys for honestly finding the way to punish it, especially getting those sums out early was really, really advantageous, right? Also, one thing I didn't know, I don't know if you're just the vision goat or something, but just the fact that you kind of were just barely able to sneak into that vision and kind of like punish Yakko there, it honestly, it just helped snowball that game out of control, and Ark wasn't able to get to the stacks, and you guys just kind of ran away with it.
Yeah, we executed it very well. He spaced it exactly as he needed to, and mind controlled them into losing a lot of their good conditions, level 1.
So I will also, next person I'm going to ask is KOJ. You have been the person, some people have called you an engaged merchant. What do you have to say to these players? You've made it to finals, right? Where are you going after this? Are you going where I think you're going?
Well, I gotta pick up my girlfriend later tonight from a party, so that's where I'm going.
Okay.
But-
Okay, I see.
But
What time?
So
What time
you
is it
need to
that your
finish
girlfriend
fast.
still has a party? It's 1 a.m. where I am.
oh no, I'm on PST. I'm on Pacific.
Oh, you lucky dog. You lucky dog. Well, still, congratulations to you once again. You played against what a lot of people are saying is one of the better supports in the league, Dira. He was one of my beloved teammates. So, but still, you rose to the occasion. That Recon game, especially, I feel like last time I casted you, the Recon, it's nasty. So, like, keep putting in the work. Make sure that champion gets banned against you.
Yeah.
So,
Quick word. If I just want to, well, first I appreciate the love I got from my team. I haven't been around the draft team for a while, so I'm pretty rusty. So I appreciate the team support. And also, yeah, shots to basically anyone I played, anyone that played, especially in the sports, because even though it doesn't matter the rank, I still learned a lot from every support I played against. So big props to everyone that played.
heck yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome to hear. Mui, I know you're probably in the same boat. I know you probably learned a lot from the mid laners you played. Tell me a little bit about, you kind of came in, you were replacing who a lot of people were saying was that first pick. What's been your response to this draft league?
Okay, well, I was in E7 playoffs, and I like came into this and like, okay, I get to have fun because these guys aren't like the mid laners weren't as good, and the mid laners are very like easy to play against and lane against.
You can
But
call
what I-
them bad. It's okay.
You've earned your spot here. You can talk
lost
your
prio
trash
in
if
every
you'd like.
You
single lane.
have bragging rights. You
They
literally
lost
bragging
prio
rights
in
now.
every single lane. Anyway, but the point is like the main learning point is how to like cooperate and play with the team and adjust. So that was like the biggest thing for me. Not really against the other mid laners.
Fair. Well,
Because
once
I
again,
came in so late, so I had to I had to like.
you
learn how
came
to-
in so late, but you brought a lot of spice to the mid lane, right? I don't know a lot of people who in finals would say, "Hey, pick me Katarina." That kind of was the Katarina angle of all time playing into Vhagar. It didn't end up going the way you guys wanted, but I kind of respect the hustle. But
Right.
still,
I think
yeah.
the Vega matchup is terrible, by the way. Katarina has no winning matchups.
Oh, maybe. But you still picked it R5, so it didn't hold you back. But maybe he's just gaslighting his champ. Who's to say? But
True.
super slaying. I feel like you were brought in, and a lot of people were kind of doubting your abilities, right? Where, if I'm not mistaken, you were picked round 4, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Oddly so, and
he was second
I
rounded. I
Was that-
second rounded him.
He was.
I first picked mid, and then it went all the way around, and I picked him second round.
Oh, that's
And
true.
then I
'cause there
picked
was some
Rezi, and then
shenanigans.
I picked Kautai. But
Dip
he was
luck.
my second overall pick.
Never mind, but still, super
you're-
slaying. Oh,
Your point is correct. A lot of the other captains, at least the ones I were talking to, didn't have him on his radar until like drafting someone that I never interacted with, never seen play. Was, a bit of a gamble that obviously paid off.
I mean, I feel like it paid off dividends, right? I feel like sometimes. Also, I just want to know whose idea was it to B1 Ornn? It was a good idea.
yeah.
I just thought it was very risky. It was a really risky play to make, and it ended up
It played
playing off
so
big for
well,
you. You
yeah.
got a solo kill onto Fiora as Ornn. I feel like if you're in that position, you are probably feeling so hype, right? That is the way to start off a series. Just let me know just about like how these lanes have played out. What if like I know I kind of said the same things to like KOJ and Mo, but like, is there any like takeaways you've taken away from this draft league?
I don't know. Honestly, it's kind of given me boosted my confidence because I'm a terrible solo queue player. I'll be honest. I am terrible. But in this like team environment, it really allows me to like just shine that I'm a very good mechanical player, and that I can even abuse someone who is far above my league, like Yakko.
Heck yeah. I mean, it was
How did-
hard
I have a
fought between you two.
question.
Go ahead, Star.
Based on game 1, when you're playing Ornn and you solo killed him, how did that feel?
I'm gonna be honest. I did it with him on Gwen. I think it was the first playoffs. I think we did it, or maybe the first time we were facing them in pre-series. But yeah, I had confidence I could do it again after doing it once before.
Heck yeah. And you know, I saved last but definitely not least, Rezi, I'm gonna just, you know what? I was gonna ask questions. I'm just gonna. You can say what you want here. You just go ahead.
I mean, at the end of the line, whether it be Draft League or Crusader League, who do you see? Do you see Mustard? Do you see Striker? Do you see Arca? No, you fucking see Resilient.
You see Resilient. He's made it here. He's caused some head turns. Everybody's looked his way. He said he is a force to be reckoned with, regardless. Every time it is a championship belt. Feel like it's that season 2 summer. I wish it was me, but still, regardless, we look at it. He gets to add another chip to his belt. The undisputed GOAT of Crusader Draft League and Draft League. It is Resilient. You can tell how excited I am. But regardless, Cherry, I gotta ask. This is also a question about Rezi, but just walk me through just what, like, I know just the full story, right? Because you knew about Rezi before. You knew about his potential as a team leader. How has he been a leader for your squad?
That's a
When
crazy.
working, when working with this team,
What do you?
I always feel like we are playing against ourselves and our
Yeah.
perhaps difficult personalities. And when I say difficult personalities, mine is the most difficult out of them all. And it's always like it's a bit of a mess, even throughout the series. I think I was going to find Movie's address after game 3, but at the end of the day, when it came time to lock in, we did lock in, and like it's just the plot of Blue Lock. If you put enough egoists together, eventually they'll win.
Eventually they'll win. 100%. And I mean, hey, congratulations to you guys. I also know we were doing a poll in this Twitch stream. I don't know if that ended up getting set up just to see who that MVP
Only
was.
2 people voted.
Only
was
2 people.
well,
Well, then you
It
guys
will-
get to decide.
I guess I get to. Do I have to decide?
it was
I
a
mean,
tie between Cherry and Moe. Sorry. I'm so tired. I'm so sorry.
it's fair to be tired, Star. It's been a long series. We've been casting for 5 hours straight, But hey, regardless, I've seen it. It's been good. And I mean, congratulations to you guys. I think that MVP vote is hard because I think there are a lot of instances where each of you could have been that MVP position. I don't want to say anything because it's like I'm just gonna say it. All right, I'll say it. Say it. Rezi MVP of the series. Rezi MVP of the league.
I mean, you've heard it here
You heard it here first. You heard it
Resilient.
here now.
I mean,
Rezi
Resilient
Diff.
Finals
I
MVP.
guess,
Yeah.
what do you do,
Badger,
guys?
Badger, one question. What
Yeah, what's
are
up,
you
what's up?
on? What
Huh?
are you on, and where
I'm
can I
on not
find
a
you?
lot of sleep, but I got
He's
to
on a
watch all
lot
of
of
those series.
caffeine too.
I saw the Gen Ws. I saw the Varus Flash ults, and I said, "Hey, that is my most valuable player for this
There is
series."
flash holes that I did
Star,
not.
I need to hear what yours is in response.
My MVP? Oh god. There was, again, each game I think someone like peaked at like their greatest moment. But I think the most average like like the person that played, I think, the best, like, consistently throughout all the games, I think I gotta give it to Mui. You know, I would like other than I guess like the cat game. Well, that game was just unfortunate because like there's not really much you could do there.
Guys, the cat arena is like the champ is bad. I promise.
Yeah, I know. But okay, anyways, let me
You're the
continue.
one that asked for it.
We said R5 cat,
Okay,
even
I'm
though it's
giving you
bad. I
I'm
don't.
giving you
You know
MVP,
what?
okay? I'm giving you MVP because
Okay.
even though all the other games you're so consistently well based on like where your positioning was and like how well you're using TPs and fights, you're just like in the right spot at the right time almost every single like minute of that game. Like of all the games pretty much. So that's why I just have to give it to you. You just played really, really well.
Word. And with that, I mean, I don't have any more questions. I guess this is open to the chair that is 10K. Anything you guys want to say to the haters, to your fans, to your family that's watching?
Doubt
Just
me more.
don't worry. I
wanna
will.
give-
They will.
Oh,
I
They
want
that
to,
guy.
will.
guys,
Yes.
once again, thank you all for joining us for the LXC Draft League. This has been a great finals. Every
Yeah.
series has, most of them been going to 5 games. Rip to the Bozos. They didn't go to 5 games. But, other than that, they played well, and everybody here deserved it. We hope to see you all back potentially for what will be Season 2. Maybe some rules will be changing. Maybe Ipluk won't be able to hostage everybody with his draft pick. Who knows?
Maybe I'll apply.
Maybe the manager will be changing too. Who
Maybe
knows?
maybe Piglet will be put on a leash a little bit. We will have to see. But once
Yo, for
again,
real, before we end, I just want to give my one shout out to Iplock for allowing me to use my first pick to secure the mid lane slot for the 2 best mid laners in the league, Cat and Mui. Thank you so much, Iplock. I could not have done it without you.
I think Iplok was actually the MVP of this series. I rebuttal
agree.
my statement. But still, with that, thank you guys once again for joining us. Once again, also shout out to Star. This is her first cast back in a while, and she had to go through a ringer.
Yeah.
So once again, congrats, Star.
Thank you.
But
I
yeah,
know I'm
once
happy to
again,
be back though.
yeah, heck yeah, and more casts to come for sure. Thank you again also to our viewers. Also be joining us Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for the rest of our official leagues. Not draft times, unfortunately. You won't get to see all of the crazy shenanigans and drafts that have been set up here. Also, no Fearless, rest in peace. Maybe it'll come back eventually, but it's been good. Once again, I think with that, I've been Badger. It's been so exciting to be you guys' play-by-play, and I'm happy to conclude this this era of Draft League. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night.